Trial by Combat. When Emily Johnson came home one evening to her furnished room and found 3 of her best handkerchiefs missing from the dresser drawer, she was sure who had taken them and what to do. She had lived in the furnished room for about 6 weeks, and for the past 2 weeks she had been missing small things occasionally. There had been several handkerchiefs gone, and an initial pin, which Emily rarely wore, and which had come from the 5 and 10. And once she had missed a small bottle of perfume, and one of a set of china dogs. Emily had known for some time who was taking the things, but it was only tonight that she decided what to do. She had hesitated about complaining to the landlady because her losses were trivial, and because she had felt certain that sooner or later she would know how to deal with the situation herself. It had seemed logical to her from the beginning that the one person in the rooming house who was home all day was the most likely suspect. And then, one Sunday morning, coming downstairs from the roof, where she had been sitting in the sun, Emily had seen someone come out of her room and go down the stairs, and had recognized the visitor. Tonight, she felt, she knew just what to do. She took off her coat and hat, put her packages down, and while a can of tamales was heating on her electric plate, she went over what she intended to say. After her dinner, she closed and locked her door and went downstairs. She tapped softly on the door of the room directly below her own, and when she thought she heard someone say, "Come in," she said, "Mrs. Allen?" then opened the door and carefully stepped inside. The room, Emily noticed immediately, was almost like her own. The same narrow bed with the tan cover, the same maple dresser and armchair. The closet was on the opposite side of the room, but the window was in the same relative position. Mrs. Allen was sitting in the armchair. She was about 60, more than twice as old as I am, Emily thought, while she stood in the doorway, and a lady still. She hesitated for a few seconds, looking at Mrs. Allen's clean white hair and her neat dark blue housecoat, before speaking. "Mrs. Allen," she said, "I'm Emily Johnson." Mrs. Allen put down the Woman's Home Companion she had been reading and stood up slowly. "I'm very happy to meet you," she said graciously. "I've seen you, of course, several times and thought how pleasant you looked. It's so seldom one meets anyone really—" Mrs. Allen hesitated. "Really nice," she went on, "in a place like this." "I've wanted to meet you, too," Emily said. Mrs. Allen indicated the chair she had been sitting in. "Won't you sit down?" "Thank you," Emily said. "You stay there. I'll sit on the bed." She smiled. "I feel as if I know the furniture so well. Mine's just the same." "It's a shame," Mrs. Allen said, sitting down in her chair again. "I've told the landlady over and over, you can't make people feel at home if you put all the same furniture in the rooms, but she maintains that this maple furniture is clean-looking and cheap." "It's better than most," Emily said. "You've made yours look much nicer than mine." "I've been here for 3 years," Mrs. Allen said. "You've only been here a month or so, haven't you?" 6 weeks, Emily said. "The landlady's told me about you. Your husband's in the army." "Yes, I have a job here in New York." "My husband was in the army," Mrs. Allen said. She gestured at a group of pictures on her maple dresser. "That was a long time ago, of course. He's been dead for nearly 5 years. Emily got up and went over to the pictures. One of them was of a tall, dignified-looking man in army uniform. Several were of children. "He was a very distinguished-looking man," Emily said. "Are those your children?" "I had no children, to my sorrow," the old lady said. "Those are nephews and nieces of my husband's." Emily stood in front of the dresser, looking around the room. "I see you have flowers, too," she said. She walked to the window and looked at the row of potted plants. "I love flowers," she said. "I bought myself a big bunch of asters tonight to brighten up my room. But they fade so quickly." "I prefer plants just for that reason," Mrs. Allen said. "But why don't you put an aspirin in the water with your flowers? They'll last much longer." "I'm afraid I don't know much about flowers," Emily said. "I didn't know about putting an aspirin in the water, for instance." "I always do with cut flowers," Mrs. Allen said. "I think flowers make a room look so friendly." Emily stood by the window for a minute, looking out on Mrs. Allen's daily view. The fire escape opposite, an oblique slice of the street below. Then she took a deep breath and turned around. "Actually, Mrs. Allen," she said, "I had a reason for dropping in." "Other than to make my acquaintance?" Mrs. Allen said, smiling. "I don't know quite what to do," Emily said. "I don't like to say anything to the landlady." "The landlady isn't much help in an emergency," Mrs. Allen said. Emily came back and sat on the bed, looking earnestly at Mrs. Allen, seeing a nice old lady. "It's so slight," she said, "but someone's been coming into my room." Mrs. Allen looked up. "I've been missing things," Emily went on, "like handkerchiefs and little inexpensive jewelry, nothing important. But someone's been coming into my room and helping themselves." "I'm sorry to hear it," Mrs. Allen said. "You see, I don't like to make trouble," Emily said. "It's just that someone's coming into my room. I haven't missed anything of value." "I see," Mrs. Allen said. "I just noticed it a few days ago. And then last Sunday I was coming down from the roof and I saw someone coming out of my room." "Do you have any idea who it was?" Mrs. Allen asked. "I believe I do," Emily said. Mrs. Allen was quiet for a minute. "I can see where you wouldn't like to speak to the landlady," she said finally. "Of course not," Emily said. "I just want it to stop." "I don't blame you," Mrs. Allen said. "You see, it means someone has a key to my door," Emily said pleadingly. "All the keys in this house open all the doors," Mrs. Allen said. "They're all old-fashioned locks." "It has to stop," Emily said. "If it doesn't, I'll have to do something about it." "I can see that," Mrs. Allen said. "The whole thing is very unfortunate." She rose. "You'll have to excuse me," she went on. "I tire very easily, and I must be in bed early. I'm so happy you came down to see me." "I'm so glad to have met you at last," Emily said. She went to the door. "I hope I won't be bothered again," she said. "Good night." "Good night," Mrs. Allen said. The following evening, when Emily came home from work, a pair of cheap earrings was gone, along with 2 packages of cigarettes which had been in her dresser drawer. That evening she sat alone in her room for a long time, thinking. Then she wrote a letter to her husband and went to bed. The next morning she got up and dressed and went to the corner drugstore, where she called her office from a phone booth and said that she was sick and would not be in that day. Then she went back to her room. She sat for almost an hour with the door slightly ajar before she heard Mrs. Allen's door open and Mrs. Allen come out and go slowly down the stairs. When Mrs. Allen had had time to get out onto the street, Emily locked her door and, carrying her key in her hand, went down to Mrs. Allen's room. She was thinking, I just want to pretend it's my own room, so that if anyone comes I can say I was mistaken about the floor. For a minute, after she had opened the door, it seemed as though she were in her own room. The bed was neatly made and the shade drawn down over the window. Emily left the door unlocked and went over and pulled up the shade. Now that the room was light, she looked around. She had a sudden sense of unbearable intimacy with Mrs. Allen and thought, this is the way she must feel in my room. Everything was neat and plain. She looked in the closet first, but there was nothing in there but Mrs. Allen's blue housecoat and one or two plain dresses. Emily went to the dresser. She looked for a moment at the picture of Mrs. Allen's husband, and then opened the top drawer and looked in. Her handkerchiefs were there, in a neat small pile, and next to them the cigarettes and the earrings. In one corner the little china dog was sitting. Everything is here, Emily thought, all put away and very orderly. She closed the drawer and opened the next two. Both were empty. She opened the top one again. Besides her things, the drawer held a pair of black cotton gloves, and under the little pile of her handkerchiefs were two plain white ones. There was a box of Kleenex and a small tin of aspirin. For her plants, Emily thought. Emily was counting the handkerchiefs when a noise behind her made her turn around. Mrs. Allen was standing in the doorway, watching her quietly. Emily dropped the handkerchiefs she was holding and stepped back. She felt herself blushing and knew her hands were trembling. Now, she was thinking, now turn around and tell her. "Listen, Mrs. Allen," she began, and stopped. "Yes?" Mrs. Allen said gently. Emily found that she was staring at the picture of Mrs. Allen's husband. Such a thoughtful-looking man, she was thinking. They must have had such a pleasant life together, and now she has a room like mine, with only two handkerchiefs of her own in the drawer. "Yes," Mrs. Allen said again. What does she want me to say? Emily thought. What could she be waiting for with such a ladylike manner? "I came down," Emily said, and hesitated. My voice is almost ladylike too, she thought. "I had a terrible headache, and I came down to borrow some aspirin," she said quickly. "I had this awful headache, and when I found you were out, I thought surely you wouldn't mind if I just borrowed some aspirin." "I'm so sorry," Mrs. Allen said, "but I'm glad you felt you knew me well enough." "I never would have dreamed of coming in," Emily said, "except for such a bad headache." "Of course," Mrs. Allen said. "Let's not say any more about it." She went over to the dresser and opened the drawer. Emily, standing next to her, watched her hand pass over the handkerchiefs and pick up the aspirin. "You just take 2 of these and go to bed for an hour," Mrs. Allen said. "Thank you." Emily began to move toward the door. "You've been very kind. Let me know if there's anything more I can do." "Thank you," Emily said again, opening the door. She waited for a minute and then turned toward the stairs to her room. "I'll run up later today," Mrs. Allen said, "just to see how you feel."
The Villager. Miss Clarence stopped on the corner of 6th Avenue and 8th Street and looked at her watch. 2:15. She was earlier than she thought. She went into Wayland's and sat at the counter, putting her copy of The Villager down on the counter next to her pocketbook and The Charterhouse of Parma, which she had read enthusiastically up to page 50 and only carried now for effect. She ordered a chocolate frosted, and while the clerk was making it, she went over to the cigarette counter and bought a pack of Cools. Sitting again at the soda counter, she opened the pack and lit a cigarette. Miss Clarence was about 35 and had lived in Greenwich Village for 12 years. When she was 23, she had come to New York from a small town upstate because she wanted to be a dancer, and because everyone who wanted to study dancing or sculpture or bookbinding had come to Greenwich Village then, usually with allowances from their families to live on, and plans to work in Macy's or in a bookshop until they had enough money to pursue their art. Miss Clarence, fortunate in having taken a course in shorthand and typing, had gone to work as a stenographer in a coal and coke concern. Now, after 12 years, she was a private secretary in the same concern and was making enough money to live in a good village apartment by the park and buy herself smart clothes. She still went to an occasional dance recital with another girl from her office, and sometimes when she wrote to her old friends at home, she referred to herself as a village diehard. When Miss Clarence gave the matter any thought at all, she was apt to congratulate herself on her common sense in handling a good job competently and supporting herself better than she would have in her hometown. Confident that she looked very well in her gray tweed suit and the hammered copper lapel ornament from a village jewelry store, Miss Clarence finished her frosted and looked at her watch again. She paid the cashier and went out into 6th Avenue and began to walk briskly uptown. She had estimated correctly. The house she was looking for was just west of 6th Avenue, and she stopped in front of it for a minute, pleased with herself, and comparing the building with her own presentable apartment house. Miss Clarence lived in a picturesque brick and stucco modern. This house was wooden and old, with the very new front door that is deceptive until you look at the building above and see the turn of the century architecture. Miss Clarence compared the address again with the ad in The Villager, and then opened the front door and went into the dingy hallway. She found the name Roberts and the apartment number 4B. Miss Clarence sighed and started up the stairs. She stopped and rested on the 3rd landing and lit another one of her cigarettes so as to enter the apartment effectively. At the head of the stairs on the 4th floor, she found 4B, with a typed note pinned on the door. Miss Clarence pulled the note loose from the thumbtack that held it and took it over into the light. "Miss Clarence," she read, "I had to run out for a few minutes, but we'll be back about 3:30. Please come on in and look around till I get back. All the furniture is marked with prices. Terribly sorry. Nancy Roberts." Miss Clarence tried the door, and it was unlocked. Still holding the note, she went in and closed the door behind her. The room was in confusion. Half-empty boxes of papers and books were on the floor. The curtains were down, and the furniture piled with half-packed suitcases and clothes. The first thing Miss Clarence did was go to the window. On the 4th floor, she thought, maybe they would have a view. But she could see only dirty roofs and, far off to the left, a high building crowned with flower gardens. "Someday, I'll live there," she thought, and turned back to the room. She went into the kitchen, a tiny alcove with a 2-burner stove and a refrigerator built underneath, with a small sink on one side. Don't do much cooking, Miss Clarence thought, Stove's never been cleaned. In the refrigerator were a bottle of milk and 3 bottles of Coca-Cola and a half-empty jar of peanut butter. Eat all their meals out, Miss Clarence thought. She opened the cupboard, a glass and a bottle opener. The other glass would be in the bathroom, Miss Clarence thought. No cups. She doesn't even make coffee in the morning. There was a roach inside the cupboard door. Miss Clarence closed it hurriedly and went back into the big room. She opened the bathroom door and glanced in. An old-fashioned tub with feet, no shower. The bathroom was dirty, and Miss Clarence was sure there would be roaches in there, too. Finally, Miss Clarence turned to the crowded room. She lifted a suitcase and a typewriter off one of the chairs, took off her hat and coat, and sat down, lighting another one of her cigarettes. She had already decided that she could not use any of the furniture. The 2 chairs and the studio bed were maple, what Miss Clarence thought of as village modern. The small end-table bookcase was a nice piece of furniture, but there was a long scratch running across the top and several glass stains. It was marked $10, and Miss Clarence told herself she could get a dozen new ones if she wanted to pay that price. Miss Clarence, in a mild resentment of the Coal and Coke Company, had done her quiet apartment in shades of beige and off-white, and the thought of introducing any of this shiny maple frightened her. She had a quick picture of young village characters, frequenters of bookshops, lounging on the maple furniture and drinking rum and coke, putting their glasses down anywhere. For a minute, Miss Clarence thought of offering to buy some books, but the ones packed on top of the boxes were mostly art books and portfolios. Some of the books had Arthur Roberts written inside. Arthur and Nancy Roberts, Miss Clarence thought. A nice young couple. Arthur was the artist then, and Nancy— Miss Clarence turned over a few of the books and came across a book of modern dance photographs. Could Nancy, she wondered affectionately, be a dancer? The phone rang, and Miss Clarence, on the other side of the room, hesitated for a minute before walking over and answering it. When she said hello, a man's voice said, "Nancy?" "No, I'm sorry, she's not home," Miss Clarence said. "Who's this?" the voice asked. "I'm waiting to see Mrs. Roberts," Miss Clarence said. "Well," the voice said, "this is Artie Roberts, her husband. When she comes back, ask her to call me, will you?" "Mr. Roberts," Miss Clarence said, "maybe you can help me then. I came to look at the furniture." "Who are you?" "My name is Clarence, Hilda Clarence. I was interested in buying the furniture." "Well, Hilda," Artie Roberts said, "what do you think? Everything's in good condition." "I can't quite make up my mind," Miss Clarence said. "The studio bed's as good as new," Artie Roberts went on. "I've got this chance to go to Paris, you know. That's why we're selling the stuff." "That's wonderful," Miss Clarence said. "Nancy's going on back to her family in Chicago. We've got to sell the stuff and get everything fixed up in such a short time." "I know," Miss Clarence said. "It's too bad." "Well, Hilda," Artie Roberts said, "you talk to Nancy when she gets back, and she'll be glad to tell you all about it. You won't go wrong on any of it. I can guarantee that it's comfortable." "I'm sure," Miss Clarence said. "Tell her to call me, will you?" "I certainly will," Miss Clarence said. She said goodbye and hung up. She went back to her chair and looked at her watch. 3:10. I'll wait till just 3:30, Miss Clarence thought, and then I'll leave. She picked up the book of dance photographs, slipping the pages through her fingers until a picture caught her eye and she turned back to it. I haven't seen this in years, Miss Clarence thought. Martha Graham. A sudden picture of herself at 20 came to Miss Clarence, before she ever came to New York, practicing the dancer's pose. Miss Clarence put the book down on the floor and stood up, raising her arms. Not as easy as it used to be, she thought. It catches you in the shoulders. She was looking down at the book over her shoulder, trying to get her arms right, when there was a knock and the door was opened. A young man, about Arthur's age, Miss Clarence thought, came in and stood just inside the door, apologetically. "It was partly open," he said, "so I came on in." "Yes?" Miss Clarence said, dropping her arms. "You're Mrs. Roberts?" the young man asked. Miss Clarence, trying to walk naturally over to her chair, said nothing. "I came about the furniture," the man said. "I thought I might look at the chairs." "Of course," Miss Clarence said. "The price is marked on everything." "My name's Harris. I've just moved to the city and I'm trying to furnish my place." "It's very difficult to find things these days." "This must be the 10th place I've been. I want a filing cabinet and a big leather chair." "I'm afraid," Miss Clarence said, gesturing at the room. "I know," Harris said. "Anybody who has that sort of thing these days is hanging on to it. I write," he added. "Really?" "Or rather, I hope to write," Harris said. He had a round, agreeable face, and when he said this, he smiled very pleasantly. "Going to get a job and write nights," he said. "I'm sure you won't have much trouble," Miss Clarence said. "Someone here an artist?" "Mr. Roberts," Miss Clarence said. "Lucky guy," Harris said. He walked over to the window. "Easier to draw pictures than write any time. This place is certainly nicer than mine," he added suddenly, looking out the window. "Mine's a hole in the wall." Miss Clarence could not think of anything to say, and he turned again to look at her curiously. "You an artist, too?" "No," Miss Clarence said. She took a deep breath. "Dancer," she said. He smiled again, pleasantly. "I might have known," he said, "when I came in." Miss Clarence laughed modestly. "It must be wonderful," he said. "It's hard," Miss Clarence said. "It must be. You had much luck so far?" "Not much," Miss Clarence said. "I guess that's the way everything is," he said. He wandered over and opened the bathroom door. When he glanced in, Miss Clarence winced. He closed the door again without saying anything, and opened the kitchen door. Miss Clarence got up and walked over to stand next to him and look into the kitchen with him. "I don't cook a lot," she said. "Don't blame you. So many restaurants." He closed the door again, and Miss Clarence went back to her chair. "I can't eat breakfasts out, though. That's one thing I can't do," he said. "Do you make your own?" "I try to," he said. "I'm the worst cook in the world, but it's better than going out. What I need is a wife." He smiled again and started for the door. "I'm sorry about the furniture," he said. "Wish I could have found something." "That's all right." "You people giving up housekeeping?" "We have to get rid of everything," Miss Clarence said. She hesitated. "Artie's going to Paris," she said finally. "Wish I was," he sighed. "Well, good luck to both of you." "You too," Miss Clarence said, and closed the door behind him slowly. She listened for the sound of his steps going down the stairs, and then looked at her watch. 3:25. Suddenly, in a hurry, she found the note Nancy Roberts had left for her, and wrote on the back with a pencil taken from one of the boxes, "My dear Mrs. Roberts, I waited until 3:30. I'm afraid the furniture is out of the question for me. Hilda Clarence." Pencil in hand, she thought for a minute. Then she added, "P.S. Your husband called and wants you to call him back." She collected her pocketbook, the Charterhouse of Parma, and the Villager, and closed the door. The thumbtack was still there, and she pried it loose and tacked her note up with it. Then she turned and went back down the stairs, home to her own apartment. Her shoulders ached.
My Life with R.H. Macy. And the first thing they did was segregate me. They segregated me from the only person in the place I had even a speaking acquaintance with. That was a girl I had met going down the hall who said to me, "Are you as scared as I am?" And when I said yes, she said, "I'm in lingerie. What are you in?" And I thought for a while and then said, "Spun glass," which was as good an answer as I could think of. And she said, "Oh, well, I'll meet you here in a sec." And then she went away and was segregated, and I never saw her again. Then they kept calling my name, and I kept trotting over to wherever they called it, and they would say, they, all this time, being startlingly beautiful young women in tailored suits and with short-clipped hair, "Go with Miss Cooper here. She'll tell you what to do." All the women I met my first day were named Miss Cooper. And Miss Cooper would say to me, "What are you in?" And I had learned by that time to say, "Books." And she would say, "Oh, well then, you belong with Miss Cooper here." And then she would call, "Miss Cooper!" And another young woman would come, and the first one would say, 13-3138 here belongs with you." And Miss Cooper would say, "What is she in?" And Miss Cooper would answer, "Books." And I would go away and be segregated again. Then they taught me. They finally got me segregated into a classroom, and I sat there for a while all by myself. That's how far segregated I was. And then a few other girls came in, all wearing tailored suits. I was wearing a red velvet afternoon frock. And we sat down, and they taught us. They gave us each a big book with R.H. Macy written on it, and inside this book were pads of little sheets saying, from left to right, "Comp keep for ref, cust, DA, no, or CT, no, sales book, no, sales check, no, clerk, no, dept, date, capital M." After capital M, there was a long line for Mr. or Mrs. and the name. And then it began again with "No item, class, at price, total." And down at the bottom was written "Original." And then again, "Comp keep for ref," and "Paste yellow gift stamp here." I read all this very carefully. Pretty soon a Miss Cooper came, who talked for a little while on the advantages we had in working at Macy's, and she talked about the sales books, which it seems came apart in a sort of road map and carbons and things. I listened for a while, and when Miss Cooper wanted us to write on the little pieces of paper, I copied from the girl next to me. That was training. Finally, someone said we were going on the floor, and we descended from the 16th floor to the 1st. We were in groups of 6 by then, all following Miss Cooper doggedly and wearing little tags saying "book information." I never did find out what that meant. Miss Cooper said I had to work on the special sale counter and showed me a little book called The Stage-Struck Seal, which it seemed I would be selling. I'd gotten about halfway through it before she came back to tell me I had to stay with my unit. I enjoyed meeting the time clock and spent a pleasant half-hour punching various cards standing around, and then someone came in and said I couldn't punch the clock with my hat on. So I had to leave, bowing timidly at the time clock and its prophet, and I went and found out my locker number, which was 1773. And my time clock number, which was 712, and my cash box number, which was 1336, and my cash register number, which was 253, and my cash register drawer number, which was K, and my cash register drawer key number, which was 872, and my department number, which was 13. I wrote all these numbers down. And that was my first day. My second day was better. I was officially on the floor. I stood in a corner of a counter with one hand possessively on the stage-struck seal, waiting for customers. The counter head was named 13-2246, and she was very kind to me. She sent me to lunch 3 times because she got me confused with 13-6454 and 13-3141. It was after lunch that a customer came. She came over and took one of my stage-struck seals and said, "How much is this?" I opened my mouth and the customer said, "I have a DA and I will have this sent to my aunt in Ohio. Part of that DA I will pay for with a book dividend of 32 cents and the rest, of course, will be on my account. Is this book price fixed?" Well, that's as near as I can remember what she said. I smiled confidently and said, "Certainly. Will you wait just one moment?" I found a little piece of paper in a drawer under the counter. It had duplicate triplicate printed across the front in big letters. I took down the customer's name and address, her aunt's name and address, and wrote carefully across the front of the duplicate triplicate, "One stage-struck seal." Then I smiled at the customer again and said carelessly, "That will be 75 cents. She said, "But I have a DA." I told her that all DAs were suspended for the Christmas rush, and she gave me 75 cents, which I kept. Then I rang up a no sale on the cash register, and I tore up the duplicate triplicate because I didn't know what else to do with it. Later on, another customer came and said, "Where would I find a copy of Anne Rutherford Gwynn's He Came Like Thunder?" And I said, "In medical books, right across the way." But 13-2246 came and said, "That's philosophy, isn't it?" And the customer said it was. And 13-2246 said, "Right down this aisle, in dictionaries." The customer went away. And I said to 13-2246 that her guess was as good as mine anyway. And she stared at me and explained that philosophy, social sciences, and Bertrand Russell were all kept in dictionaries. So far, I haven't been back to Macy's for my 3rd day, because that night when I started to leave the store, I fell down the stairs and tore my stockings, and the doorman said that if I went to my department head, Macy's would give me a new pair of stockings. And I went back and I found Miss Cooper and she said, "Go to the adjuster on the 7th floor and give him this." And she handed me a little slip of pink paper, and on the bottom of it was printed, "Comp keeper ref, cust DA no, or CT no, sales book no, sales check no, clerk no, dept, date, capital M. And after capital M, instead of a name, she had written 13-3138. I took the little pink slip and threw it away and went up to the 4th floor and bought myself a pair of stockings for 69 cents, and then I came down and went out the customer's entrance. I wrote Macy's a long letter, and I signed it with all my numbers added together and divided by 11,700, which is the number of employees in Macy's. I wonder if they miss me.
Part 2. The ignorant looker-on can't imagine what the limner means by those seemingly rude lines and scrawls which he intends for the rudiments of a picture, and the figures of mathematic operation are nonsense and dashes at a venture to one uninstructed in mechanics. We are in the dark to one another's purposes and intendments, and there are 1,000 intrigues in our little matters, which will not presently confess their design even to sagacious inquisitors. Joseph Glanville, Sadducismus Triumphatus. The Witch. The coach was so nearly empty that the little boy had a seat all to himself, and his mother sat across the aisle on the seat next to the boy's sister, a baby with a piece of toast in one hand and a rattle in the other. She was strapped securely to the seat so she could sit up and look around, and whenever she began to slip slowly sideways, the strap caught her and held her halfway until her mother turned around and straightened her again. The little boy was looking out the window and eating a cookie, and the mother was reading quietly, answering the little boy's questions without looking up. "We're on a river," the little boy said. "This is a river, and we're on it." "Fine," his mother said. "We're on a bridge over a river," the little boy said to himself. The few other people in the coach were sitting at the other end of the car. If any of them had occasion to come down the aisle, the little boy would look around and say, "Hi," and the stranger would usually say hi back, and sometimes ask the little boy if he were enjoying the train ride, or even tell him he was a fine big fellow. These comments annoyed the little boy, and he would turn irritably back to the window. "There's a cow," he would say, or sighing, "How far do we have to go?" "Not much longer now," his mother said each time. Once the baby, who was very quiet and busy with her rattle and her toast, which the mother would renew constantly, fell over too far sideways and banged her head. She began to cry, and for a minute there was noise and movement around the mother's seat. The little boy slid down from his own seat and ran across the aisle to pet his sister's feet and beg her not to cry, and finally the baby laughed and went back to her toast, and the little boy received a lollipop from his mother and went back to the window. "I saw a witch," he said to his mother after a minute. "There was a big old, ugly old, bad old witch outside." "Fine," his mother said. "A big old ugly witch, and I told her to go away, and she went away," the little boy went on, in a quiet narrative to himself. "She came and said, 'I'm going to eat you up,' and I said, 'No, you're not,' and I chased her away, the bad old mean witch." He stopped talking and looked up as the outside door of the coach opened and a man came in. He was an elderly man, with a pleasant face under white hair. His blue suit was only faintly touched by the disarray that comes from a long train trip. He was carrying a cigar, and when the little boy said, "Hi," the man gestured at him with the cigar and said, "Hello yourself, son." He stopped just beside the little boy's seat and leaned against the back, looking down at the little boy, who craned his neck to look upward. "What you looking for out that window?" the man asked. "Witches," the little boy said promptly. "Bad old mean witches." "I see," the man said. "Find many?" "My father smokes cigars," the little boy said. "All men smoke cigars," the man said. "Some day you'll smoke a cigar, too." "I'm a man already," the little boy said. "How old are you?" the man asked. The little boy, at the eternal question, looked at the man suspiciously for a minute and then said, 26. 840-80. His mother lifted her head from the book. 4, she said, smiling fondly at the little boy. "Is that so?" the man said politely to the little boy. 26. He nodded his head at the mother across the aisle. "Is that your mother?" The little boy leaned forward to look and then said, "Yes, that's her." "What's your name?" the man asked. The little boy looked suspicious again. "Mr. Jesus," he said. "Johnny," the little boy's mother said. She caught the little boy's eye and frowned deeply. "That's my sister over there," the little boy said to the man. "She's 12 and a half." "Do you love your sister?" the man asked. The little boy stared, and the man came around the side of the seat and sat down next to the little boy. "Listen," the man said. "Shall I tell you about my little sister?" The mother, who had looked up anxiously when the man sat down next to her little boy, went peacefully back to her book. "Tell me about your sister," the little boy said. "Was she a witch?" "Maybe," the man said. The little boy laughed excitedly, and the man leaned back and puffed at his cigar. "Once upon a time," he began, "I had a little sister just like yours." The little boy looked up at the man, nodding at every word. "My little sister," the man went on, "was so pretty and so nice that I loved her more than anything else in the world. So shall I tell you what I did?" The little boy nodded more vehemently, and the mother lifted her eyes from her book and smiled, listening. I bought her a rocking horse and a doll and 1,000,000 lollipops, the man said. And then I took her, and I put my hands around her neck, and I pinched her until she was dead. The little boy gasped, and the mother turned around, her smile fading. She opened her mouth and then closed it again as the man went on. And then I took and I cut her head off, and I took her head. Did you cut her all in pieces? The boy asked breathlessly. I cut off her head and her hands and her feet and her hair and her nose, the man said. And I hit her with a stick and I killed her. Wait a minute, the mother said. But the baby fell over sideways just at that minute, and by the time the mother had set her up again, the man was going on. And I took her head, and I pulled out all her hair, and— Your little sister? The little boy prompted eagerly. My little sister, the man said firmly. And I put her head in a cage with a bear, and the bear ate it all up. Ate her head all up? The little boy asked. The mother put her book down and came across the aisle. She stood next to the man and said, Just what do you think you're doing? The man looked up courteously, and she said, Get out of here. Did I frighten you? The man said. He looked down at the little boy and nudged him with an elbow, and he and the little boy laughed. This man cut up his little sister, the little boy said to his mother. I can very easily call the conductor, the mother said to the man. The conductor will eat my mommy, the little boy said. We'll chop her head off. And little sister's head, too, the man said. He stood up, and the mother stood back to let him get out of the seat. Don't ever come back in this car, she said. My mommy will eat you, the little boy said to the man. The man laughed, and the little boy laughed, and then the man said, Excuse me, to the mother, and went past her out of the car. When the door had closed behind him, the little boy said, How much longer do we have to stay on this old train? Not much longer, the mother said. She stood looking at the little boy, wanting to say something, and finally she said, You sit still and be a good boy. You may have another lollipop. The little boy climbed down eagerly and followed his mother back to her seat. She took a lollipop from a bag in her pocketbook and gave it to him. What do you say? She asked. Thank you, said the little boy. Did that man really cut his little sister up in pieces? He was just teasing, the mother said, and added urgently, Just teasing. Probably, the little boy said. With his lollipop he went back to his own seat and settled himself to look out the window again. Probably he was a witch.
The Renegade. It was 8:20 in the morning. The twins were loitering over their cereal, and Mrs. Walpole, with one eye on the clock and the other on the kitchen window past which the school bus would come in a matter of minutes, felt the unreasonable irritation that comes with being late on a school morning, the wading through molasses feeling of trying to hurry children. You'll have to walk, she said ominously, for perhaps the third time. The bus won't wait. I'm hurrying, Judy said. She regarded her full glass of milk smugly. I'm closer to through than Jack. Jack pushed his glass across the table, and they measured meticulously, precisely. No, he said. Look how much more you have than me. It doesn't matter, Mrs. Walpole said. It doesn't matter. Jack, eat your cereal. She didn't have any more than me to start with, Jack said. Did she have any more than me, Mom? The alarm clock had not gone off at 7 as it should. Mrs. Walpole heard the sound of the shower upstairs and calculated rapidly. The coffee was slower than usual this morning, the boiled eggs a shade too soft. She had only had time to pour herself a glass of fruit juice and no time to drink it. Someone, Judy or Jack or Mr. Walpole, was going to be late. Judy, Mrs. Walpole said mechanically. Jack. Judy's hair was not accurately braided. Jack would get off without his handkerchief. Mr. Walpole would certainly be irritable. The yellow and red bulk of the school bus filled the road outside the kitchen window, and Judy and Jack streaked for the door, cereal uneaten, books most likely forgotten. Mrs. Walpole followed them to the kitchen door, calling, "Jack, your milk money! Come straight home at noon!" She watched them climb into the school bus, and then went briskly to work clearing their dishes from the table and setting a place for Mr. Walpole. She would have to have breakfast herself later, in the breathing spell that came after 9 o'clock. That meant her wash would be late getting on the line, and if it rained that afternoon, as it certainly might, nothing would be dry. Mrs. Walpole made an effort and said, "Good morning, dear," as her husband came into the kitchen. He said, "Morning," without glancing up, and Mrs. Walpole, her mind full of unfinished sentences that began, "Don't you think other people ever have any feelings, or—" started patiently to set his breakfast before him. The soft-boiled eggs in their dish, the toast, the coffee. Mr. Walpole devoted himself to his paper, and Mrs. Walpole, who wanted desperately also to say, "I don't suppose you noticed that I haven't had a chance to eat," set the dishes down as softly as she could. Everything was going smoothly, although half an hour late, when the telephone rang. The Walpoles were on a party line, and Mrs. Walpole usually let the phone ring her number twice before concluding that it was really their number. This morning, before 9 o'clock, with Mr. Walpole not half through his breakfast, it was an unbearable intrusion, and Mrs. Walpole went reluctantly to answer it. "Hello?" she said forbiddingly. "Mrs. Walpole?" the voice said, and Mrs. Walpole said, "Yes." The voice, it was a woman, said, "I'm sorry to bother you, but this is—" and gave an unrecognizable name. Mrs. Walpole said, "Yes," again. She could hear Mr. Walpole taking the coffee pot off the stove to pour himself a second cup. "Do you have a dog? Brown and black hound?" the voice continued. With the word dog, Mrs. Walpole, in the second before she answered yes, comprehended the innumerable aspects of owning a dog in the country. $6 for spaying, the rude barking late at night, the watchful security of the dark shape sleeping on the rug beside the double-decker beds in the twins' room, the inevitability of a dog in the house, as important as a stove, or a front porch, or a subscription to the local paper. More, and above any of these things, the dog herself, known among the neighbors as Lady Walpole, on an exact par with Jack Walpole or Judy Walpole, quiet, competent, exceedingly tolerant, and found in none of them a reason for such an early morning call from a voice which she realized now was as irritable as her own. "Yes," Mrs. Walpole said shortly, "I own a dog. Why?" "Big brown and black hound." Lady's pretty markings, her odd face. "Yes," Mrs. Walpole said, her voice a little more impatient. "Yes, that is certainly my dog. Why?" "He's been killing my chickens." The voice sounded satisfied now. Mrs. Walpole had been cornered. For several seconds, Mrs. Walpole was quiet, so that the voice said, "Hello?" "That's perfectly ridiculous," Mrs. Walpole said. "This morning," the voice said with relish, "your dog was chasing our chickens. We heard the chickens at about 8 o'clock, and my husband went out to see what was the matter and found 2 chickens dead. And he saw a big brown and black hound down with the chickens, and he took a stick and chased the dog away, and then he found 2 more dead ones. He says," the voice went on flatly, "that it's lucky he didn't think to take his shotgun out with him because you wouldn't have any more dog. Most awful mess you ever saw," the voice said. "Blood and feathers everywhere." "What makes you think it's my dog?" Mrs. Walpole said weakly. "Joe White, he's a neighbor of yours, was passing at the time and saw my husband chasing the dog. Said it was your dog." Old Man White lived in the next house but one to the Walpoles. Mrs. Walpole had always made a point of being courteous to him, inquired amiably about his health when she saw him on the porch as she passed, had regarded respectfully the pictures of his grandchildren in Albany. "I see," Mrs. Walpole said, suddenly shifting her ground. "Well, if you're absolutely sure, I just can't believe it of Lady. She's so gentle." The other voice softened in response to Mrs. Walpole's concern. "It is a shame," the other woman said. "I can't tell you how sorry I am that it happened, but—" Her voice trailed off significantly. "Of course we'll take care of the damage," Mrs. Walpole said quickly. No, the woman said, almost apologetically. "Don't even think about it." "But of course," Mrs. Walpole began, bewildered. "The dog," the voice said. "You'll have to do something about the dog." A sudden, unalterable terror took hold of Mrs. Walpole. Her morning had gone badly. She had not yet had her coffee. She was faced with an evil situation she had never known before. And now the voice, its tone, its inflection, had managed to frighten Mrs. Walpole with a word like something. "How?" Mrs. Walpole said finally. "I mean, what do you want me to do?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the wire, and then the voice said briskly, "I'm sure I don't know, Mrs. I've always heard that there's no way to stop a chicken-killing dog. As I say, there was no damage to speak of. As a matter of fact, the chickens the dog killed are plucked and in the oven now." Mrs. Walpole's throat tightened, and she closed her eyes for a minute, but the voice went inflexibly on. "We wouldn't ask you to do anything except take care of the dog. Naturally, you understand that we can't have a dog killing our chickens." Realizing that she was expected to answer, Mrs. Walpole said, "Certainly." "So?" the voice said. Mrs. Walpole saw over the top of the phone that Mr. Walpole was passing her on his way to the door. He waved briefly to her, and she nodded at him. He was late. She had intended to ask him to stop at the library in the city. Now she would have to call him later. Mrs. Walpole said sharply into the phone, "First of all, of course, I'll have to make sure it's my dog. If it is my dog, I can promise you'll have no more trouble." "It's your dog, all right." The voice had assumed the country flatness. If Mrs. Walpole wanted to fight, the voice implied, she had picked just the right people. "Goodbye," Mrs. Walpole said, knowing that she was making a mistake in parting from this woman angrily, knowing that she should stay on the phone for an interminable, apologetic conversation, try to beg her dog's life back from this stupid, inflexible woman who cared so much for her stupid chickens. Mrs. Walpole put the phone down and went out into the kitchen. She poured herself a cup of coffee and made herself some toast. "I am not going to let this bother me until after I have had my coffee," Mrs. Walpole told herself firmly. She put extra butter on her toast and tried to relax, moving her back against the chair, letting her shoulders sag. "Feeling like this at 9:30 in the morning," she thought. "It's a feeling that belongs with 11 o'clock at night." The bright sun outside was not as cheerful as it might be. Mrs. Walpole decided suddenly to put her wash off until tomorrow. They had not lived in the country town long enough for Mrs. Walpole to feel the disgrace of washing on Tuesday as mortal. They were still city folk, and would probably always be city folk. People who owned a chicken-killing dog. People who washed on Tuesday. People who were not able to fend for themselves against the limited world of earth and food and weather that the country folk took so much for granted. In this situation, as in all such others, the disposal of rubbish, the weather stripping, the baking of angel food cake, Mrs. Walpole was forced to look for advice. In the country, it is extremely difficult to get a man to do things for you, and Mr. and Mrs. Walpole had early fallen into the habit of consulting their neighbors for information, which in the city would have belonged properly to the superintendent, or the janitor, or the man from the gas company. When Mrs. Walpole's glance fell on Lady's water dish under the sink, and she realized that she was indescribably depressed, she got up and put on her jacket and a scarf over her head and went next door. Mrs. Nash, her next-door neighbor, was frying doughnuts, and she waved a fork at Mrs. Walpole at the open door and called, "Come in! Can't leave the stove!" Mrs. Walpole, stepping into Mrs. Nash's kitchen, was painfully aware of her own kitchen with the dirty dishes in the sink. Mrs. Nash was wearing a shockingly clean house dress, and her kitchen was freshly washed. Mrs. Nash was able to fry doughnuts without making any sort of a mess. "The men do like fresh doughnuts with their lunch," Mrs. Nash remarked without any more preamble than her nod and invitation to Mrs. Walpole. "I always try to get enough made ahead, but I never do." "I wish I could make doughnuts," Mrs. Walpole said. Mrs. Nash waved the fork hospitably at the stack of still warm doughnuts on the table, and Mrs. Walpole helped herself to one, thinking, "This will give me indigestion." "Seems like they all get eaten by the time I finish making them," Mrs. Nash said. She surveyed the cooking doughnuts and then, satisfied that she could look away for a minute, took one herself and began to eat it standing by the stove. "What's wrong with you?" she asked. "You look sort of peaked this morning." "To tell you the truth," Mrs. Walpole said, "it's our dog. Someone called me this morning that she's been killing chickens." Mrs. Nash nodded. "Up to Harris's," she said. "I know." Of course she'd know by now, Mrs. Walpole thought. "You know," Mrs. Nash said, turning again to the doughnuts, "they do say there's nothing to do with a dog kills chickens. My brother had a dog once killed sheep, and I don't know what they didn't do to break that dog. But of course nothing would do it. Once they get the taste of blood—" Mrs. Nash lifted a golden doughnut delicately out of the frying kettle and set it down on a piece of brown paper to drain. "They get so's they'd rather kill than eat, hardly." "But what can I do?" Mrs. Walpole asked. "Isn't there anything?" "You can try, of course," Mrs. Nash said. "Best thing to do first is tie her up. Keep her tied with a good stout chain. Then at least she won't go chasing no more chickens for a while. Save you getting her killed for you." Mrs. Walpole got up reluctantly and began to put her scarf on again. "I guess I'd better get a chain down at the store," she said. "You going down street?" "I want to do my shopping before the kids come home for lunch." "Don't buy any store doughnuts," Mrs. Nash said. "I'll run up later with a dishful for you. You get a good stout chain for that dog." "Thank you," Mrs. Walpole said. The bright sunlight across Mrs. Nash's kitchen doorway, the solid table bearing its plates of doughnuts, the pleasant smell of the frying, were all symbols, somehow, of Mrs. Nash's safety, her confidence in a way of life and a security that had no traffic with chicken killing, no city fears, an assurance and cleanliness so great that she was willing to bestow its overflow on the Walpoles, bring them doughnuts, and overlook Mrs. Walpole's dirty kitchen. "Thank you," Mrs. Walpole said again, inadequately. "You tell Tom Kittredge I'll be down for a pork roast later this morning," Mrs. Nash said. "Tell him to save it for me." "I shall." Mrs. Walpole hesitated in the doorway, and Mrs. Nash waved the fork at her. "See you later," Mrs. Nash said. Old Man White was sitting on his front porch in the sun. When he saw Mrs. Walpole, he grinned broadly and shouted to her, Guess you're not going to have any more dog. I've got to be nice to him, Mrs. Walpole thought. He's not a traitor or a bad man by country standards. Anyone would tell on a chicken-killing dog. But he doesn't have to be so pleased about it, she thought, and tried to make her voice pleasant when she said, "Good morning, Mr. White." "Gonna have her shot?" Mr. White asked. "Your man got a gun?" "I'm so worried about it," Mrs. Walpole said. She stood on the walk below the front porch and tried not to let her hatred show in her face as she looked up at Mr. White. "It's too bad about a dog like that," Mr. White said. At least he doesn't blame me, Mrs. Walpole thought. "Is there anything I can do?" she said. Mr. White thought. "Believe you might be able to cure a chicken killer," he said. "You get a dead chicken and tie it around the dog's neck so he can't shake it loose, see?" "Around her neck?" Mrs. Walpole asked, and Mr. White nodded, grinning toothlessly. "See, when he can't shake it loose at first, he tries to play with it, and then it starts to bother him, see? And then he tries to roll it off, and it won't come, and then he tries to bite it off, and it won't come, and then when he sees it won't come, he thinks he's never going to get rid of it, see? And he gets scared. And then you'll have him coming around with his tail between his legs, and this thing hanging around his neck, and it gets worse and worse." Mrs. Walpole put one hand on the porch railing to steady herself. "What do you do then?" she asked. "Well," Mr. White said, "the way I heard it, see, the chicken gets riper and riper, and the more the dog sees it and feels it and smells it, see, the more he gets to hate chicken, and he can't ever get rid of it, see?" "But the dog," Mrs. Walpole said. "Lady, I mean, how long do we have to leave it around her neck?" "Well," Mr. White said with enthusiasm, "I guess you leave it on until it gets ripe enough to fall off by itself. See, the head—" "I see," Mrs. Walpole said. "Would it work?" "Can't say," Mr. White said. "Never tried it myself." His voice said that he had never had a chicken-killing dog. Mrs. Walpole left him abruptly. She could not shake the feeling that if it were not for Mr. White, Lady would not have been identified as the dog killing the chickens. She wondered briefly if Mr. White had maliciously blamed Lady because they were city folk, and then thought, no man around here would bear false witness against a dog. When she entered the grocery, it was almost empty. There was a man at the hardware counter, and another man leaning against the meat counter talking to Mr. Kittredge, the grocer. When Mr. Kittredge saw Mrs. Walpole come in, he called across the store, "Morning, Mrs. Walpole. Fine day." "Lovely," Mrs. Walpole said, and the grocer said, "Bad luck about the dog." "I don't know what to do about it," Mrs. Walpole said, and the man talking to the grocer looked at her reflectively and then back at the grocer. "Killed 3 chickens up to Harris's this morning," the grocer said to the man, and the man nodded solemnly and said, "Heard about that." Mrs. Walpole came across to the meat counter and said, "Mrs. Nash said, would you save her a roast of pork? She'll be down later to get it." "Going up that way," the man standing with the grocer said. "Drop it off." "Right," the grocer said. The man looked at Mrs. Walpole and said, "Gonna have to shoot him, I guess?" "I hope not," Mrs. Walpole said earnestly. "We're all so fond of the dog." The man and the grocer looked at one another for a minute, and then the grocer said reasonably, "Won't do to have a dog going around killing chickens, Mrs. Walpole." "First thing you know," the man said, "someone'll put a load of buckshot into him. He won't come home no more." He and the grocer both laughed. "Isn't there any way to cure the dog?" Mrs. Walpole asked. "Sure," the man said. Shoot him. Tie a dead chicken around his neck, the grocer suggested. That might do it. Heard of a man did that, the other man said. Did it help? Mrs. Walpole asked eagerly. The man shook his head slowly and with determination. You know, the grocer said. He leaned his elbow on the meat counter. He was a great talker. You know, he said again, my father had a dog once used to eat eggs. Got into the chicken house and used to break the eggs open and lick them up. Used to eat maybe half the eggs we got. That's a bad business, the other man said. Dog eating eggs. Bad business, the grocer said in confirmation. Mrs. Walpole found herself nodding. Last, my father couldn't stand it no more. Hear half his eggs were getting eaten, the grocer said. So he took an egg once, set it on the back of the stove for 2-3 days, till the egg got good and ripe, good and hot through, and that egg smelled pretty bad. Then, I was there, boy, 12, 13 years old. He called the dog one day, and the dog come running. So I held the dog, and my daddy opened the dog's mouth and put in the egg, red hot and smelling to heaven, and then he held the dog's mouth closed, so's the dog couldn't get rid of the egg anyway, except swallow it. The grocer laughed and shook his head reminiscently. Bet that dog never ate another egg, the man said. Never touched another egg, the grocer said firmly. You put an egg down in front of that dog, he'd run 's though the devil was after him. But how did he feel about you? Mrs. Walpole asked. Did he ever come near you again? The grocer and the other man both looked at her. How do you mean? The grocer said. Did he ever like you again? Well, the grocer said, and thought. No, he said finally. I don't believe you could say he ever did. Not much of a dog, though. There's one thing you ought to try, the other man said suddenly to Mrs. Walpole. You really want to cure that dog. There's one thing you ought to try. What's that? Mrs. Walpole said. You want to take that dog, the man said, leaning forward and gesturing with one hand. Take him and put him in a pen with a mother hen's got chicks to protect. Time she's through with him, he won't never chase another chicken. The grocer began to laugh, and Mrs. Walpole looked, bewildered, from the grocer to the other man, who was looking at her without a smile, his eyes wide and yellow, like a cat's. What would happen? She asked uncertainly. Scratch his eyes out, the grocer said succinctly. He wouldn't ever be able to see another chicken. Mrs. Walpole realized that she felt faint. Smiling over her shoulder, in order not to seem discourteous, she moved quickly away from the meat counter and down to the other end of the store. The grocer continued talking to the man behind the meat counter, and after a minute Mrs. Walpole went outside into the air. She decided that she would go home and lie down until nearly lunchtime, and do her shopping later in the day. At home, she found that she could not lie down until the breakfast table was cleared and the dishes washed, and by the time she had done that, it was almost time to start lunch. She was standing by the pantry shelves, debating, when a dark shape crossed the sunlight in the doorway, and she realized that Lady was home. For a minute she stood still, watching Lady. The dog came in quietly, harmlessly, as though she had spent the morning frolicking on the grass with her friends. But there were spots of blood on her legs, and she drank her water eagerly. Mrs. Walpole's first impulse was to scold her, to hold her down and beat her for the deliberate, malicious pain she had inflicted, the murderous brutality a pretty dog like Lady could keep so well hidden in their home. Then Mrs. Walpole, watching Lady go quietly and settle down in her usual spot by the stove, turned helplessly and took the first cans she found from the pantry shelves and brought them to the kitchen table. Lady sat quietly by the stove until the children came in noisily for lunch, and then she leapt up and jumped on them, welcoming them as though they were the aliens and she the native to the house. Judy, pulling Lady's ears, said, "Hello! Mom, do you know what Lady did? You're a bad, bad dog," she said to Lady. "You're going to get shot." Mrs. Walpole felt faint again and set a dish down hastily on the table. "Judy Walpole," she said. "She is, Mom," Judy said. "She's going to get shot." Children don't realize, Mrs. Walpole told herself. Death is never real to them. Try to be sensible, she told herself. "Sit down to lunch, children," she said quietly. "But Mother," Judy said, and Jack said, "She is, Mom." They sat down noisily, unfolding their napkins and attacking their food without looking at it, eager to talk. "You know what Mr. Shepherd said, Mom?" Jack demanded, his mouth full. "Listen," Judy said. "We'll tell you what he said." Mr. Shepherd was a genial man who lived near the Walpoles and gave the children nickels and took the boys fishing. "He says Lady's going to get shot," Jack said. "But the spikes," Judy said. "Tell about the spikes." "The spikes," Jack said. "Listen, Mommy, he says you gotta get a collar for Lady, a strong collar," Judy said, "and you get big, thick nails like spikes, and you hammer them into the collar. All around," Judy said. "Let me tell it, Jack. You hammer these nails all around so's they make spikes inside the collar." "But it's loose," Jack said. "Let me tell this part. It's loose, and you put it around Lady's neck, and—" Judy put her hand on her throat and made a strangling noise. "Not yet," Jack said. "Not yet, Dopey. First, you get a long rope." "A real long rope," Judy amplified. "And you fasten it to the collar, and then we put the collar on Lady," Jack said. Lady was sitting next to him, and he leaned over and said, "Then we put this real sharp, spiky collar around your neck," and kissed the top of her head, while Lady regarded him affectionately. "And then we take her where there are chickens," Judy said, "and we show her the chickens, and we turn her loose." "And make her chase the chickens," Jack said. "And then, when she gets right up close to the chickens, we pull on the rope, and—" Judy made her strangling noise again. "The spikes cut her head off," Jack finished dramatically. They both began to laugh, and Lady, looking from one to the other, panted as though she were laughing too. Mrs. Walpole looked at them, at her two children, with their hard hands and their sunburned faces, laughing together, their dog, with blood still on her legs, laughing with them. She went to the kitchen doorway to look outside at the cool green hills, the motion of the apple tree in the soft afternoon breeze. "Cut your head right off," Jack was saying. Everything was quiet and lovely in the sunlight, the peaceful sky, the gentle line of the hills. Mrs. Walpole closed her eyes, suddenly feeling the harsh hands pulling her down, the sharp points closing in on her throat.
After you, my dear Alphonse. Mrs. Wilson was just taking the gingerbread out of the oven when she heard Johnny outside talking to someone. "Johnny," she called, "you're late. Come in and get your lunch." "Just a minute, Mother," Johnny said. "After you, my dear Alphonse," another voice said. "No, after you, my dear Alphonse," Johnny said. Mrs. Wilson opened the door. "Johnny," she said, "you come in this minute and get your lunch. You can play after you've eaten." Johnny came in after her slowly. "Mother," he said, I brought Boyd home for lunch with me." "Boyd?" Mrs. Wilson thought for a moment. "I don't believe I've met Boyd. Bring him in, dear, since you've invited him. Lunch is ready." "Boyd!" Johnny yelled. "Hey, Boyd, come on in." "I'm coming. Just got to unload this stuff." "Well, hurry, or my mother'll be sore."
"Johnny, that's not very polite to either your friend or to your mother," Mrs. Wilson said. "Come sit down, Boyd." As she turned to show Boyd where to sit, she saw he was a Negro boy, smaller than Johnny but about the same age. His arms were loaded with split kindling wood.
"Where'll I put this stuff, Johnny?" he asked.
Mrs. Wilson turned to Johnny. "Johnny," she said, "what did you make Boyd do? What is that wood?"
"Dead Japanese," Johnny said mildly. "We stand them in the ground and run them over with tanks." "How do you do, Mrs. Wilson?" Boyd said.
"How do you do, Boyd? You shouldn't let Johnny make you carry all that wood. Sit down now and eat lunch, both of you."
"Why shouldn't he carry the wood, Mother? It's his wood. We got it at his place."
"Johnny," Mrs. Wilson said, "go on and eat your lunch."
"Sure," Johnny said.
He held out the dish of scrambled eggs to Boyd.
"After you, my dear Alphonse." "After you, my dear Alphonse,"
Boyd said.
"After you, my dear Alphonse,"
Johnny said. They began to giggle. "Are you hungry, Boyd?" Mrs. Wilson asked.
"Yes, Mrs. Wilson."
"Well, don't you let Johnny stop you. He always fusses about eating. So you just see that you get a good lunch. There's plenty of food here for you to have all you want."
"Thank you, Mrs. Wilson." "Come on, Alphonse," Johnny said.
He pushed half the scrambled eggs onto Boyd's plate. Boyd watched while Mrs. Wilson put a dish of stewed tomatoes beside his plate.
"Boyd don't eat tomatoes. Do you, Boyd?" Johnny said.
"Doesn't eat tomatoes, Johnny, and just because you don't like them, don't say that about Boyd. Boyd will eat anything."
"Bet he won't,"
Johnny said, attacking his scrambled eggs. "Boyd wants to grow up and be a big, strong man so he can work hard," Mrs. Wilson said. "I'll bet Boyd's father eats stewed tomatoes."
"My father eats anything he wants to," Boyd said. "So does mine," Johnny said. "Sometimes he doesn't eat hardly anything. He's a little guy, though. Wouldn't hurt a flea." "Mine's a little guy, too," Boyd said.
"I'll bet he's strong, though," Mrs. Wilson said. She hesitated. "Does he work?"
"Sure," Johnny said. "Boyd's father works in a factory."
"There, you see," Mrs. Wilson said. "And he certainly has to be strong to do that. All that lifting and carrying at a factory."
"Boyd's father doesn't have to," Johnny said. "He's a foreman."
Mrs. Wilson felt defeated. "What does your mother do, Boyd?"
"My mother?" Boyd was surprised. "She takes care of us kids."
"Oh, she doesn't work then?"
"Why should she?"
Johnny said through a mouthful of eggs.
"You don't work."
"You really don't want any stewed tomatoes, Boyd?"
"No, thank you, Mrs. Wilson,"
Boyd said.
"No, thank you, Mrs. Wilson. No, thank you, Mrs. Wilson. No, thank you, Mrs. Wilson," Johnny said. "Boyd's sister's going to work, though. She's going to be a teacher."
"That's a very fine attitude for her to have, Boyd." Mrs. Wilson restrained an impulse to pat Boyd on the head. "I imagine you're all very proud of her?"
"I guess so," Boyd said.
"What about all your other brothers and sisters? I guess all of you want to make just as much of yourselves as you can."
"There's only me and Jean," Boyd said. "I don't know yet what I want to be when I grow up." "We're going to be tank drivers, Boyd and me," Johnny said. Zoom! Mrs. Wilson caught Boyd's glass of milk as Johnny's napkin ring, suddenly transformed into a tank, plowed heavily across the table. Look, Johnny, Boyd said. Here's a foxhole. I'm shooting at you. Mrs. Wilson, with the speed born of long experience, took the gingerbread off the shelf and placed it carefully between the tank and the foxhole. Now eat as much as you want to, Boyd, she said. I want to see you get filled up. Boyd eats a lot, but not as much as I do, Johnny said. I'm bigger than he is. You're not much bigger, Boyd said. I can beat you running. Mrs. Wilson took a deep breath. Boyd, she said. Both boys turned to her. Boyd, Johnny has some suits that are a little too small for him, and a winter coat. It's not new, of course, but there's lots of wear in it still. And I have a few dresses that your mother or sister could probably use. Your mother can make them over into lots of things for all of you, and I'd be very happy to give them to you. Suppose before you leave I make up a big bundle, and then you and Johnny can take it over to your mother right away. Her voice trailed off as she saw Boyd's puzzled expression. But I have plenty of clothes, thank you, he said, and I don't think my mother knows how to sew very well. And anyway, I guess we can buy about everything we need. Thank you very much, though. We don't have time to carry that old stuff around, Mother, Johnny said. We got to play tanks with the kids today. Mrs. Wilson lifted the plate of gingerbread off the table as Boyd was about to take another piece. There are many little boys like you, Boyd, who would be very grateful for the clothes someone was kind enough to give them. Boyd will take them if you want him to, Mother, Johnny said. I didn't mean to make you mad, Mrs. Wilson, Boyd said. Don't think I'm angry, Boyd. I'm just disappointed in you, that's all. Now let's not say anything more about it. She began clearing the plates off the table, and Johnny took Boyd's hand and pulled him to the door. Bye, Mother, Johnny said. Boyd stood for a minute, staring at Mrs. Wilson's back. After you, my dear Alphonse, Johnny said, holding the door open. Is your mother still mad? Mrs. Wilson heard Boyd ask in a low voice. I don't know, Johnny said. She's screwy sometimes. So's mine, Boyd said. He hesitated. After you, my dear Alphonse. Flower Garden. After living in an old Vermont manor house together for almost 11 years, the two Mrs. Winnings, mother and daughter-in-law, had grown to look a good deal alike, as women will who live intimately together and work in the same kitchen and get things done around the house in the same manner. Although young Mrs. Winning had been a Talbot and had dark hair which she wore cut short, she was now officially a Winning, a member of the oldest family in town, and her hair was beginning to gray where her mother-in-law's hair had grayed first, at the temples. They both had thin, sharp-featured faces and eloquent hands, and sometimes when they were washing dishes or shelling peas or polishing silverware together, their hands, moving so quickly and similarly, communicated more easily and sympathetically than their minds ever could. Young Mrs. Winning thought sometimes, when she sat at the breakfast table next to her mother-in-law, with her baby girl in the high chair close by, that they must resemble some stylized block print for a New England wallpaper. Mother, daughter, and granddaughter, with perhaps Plymouth Rock or Concord Bridge in the background. On this, as on other cold mornings, they lingered over their coffee, unwilling to leave the big kitchen with the coal stove and the pleasant atmosphere of food and cleanliness. and they sat together silently sometimes until the baby had long finished her breakfast and was playing quietly in the special baby corner, where uncounted winning children had played with almost identical toys from the same heavy wooden box. "It seems as though spring would never come," young Mrs. Winning said. "I get so tired of the cold." "Got to be cold some of the time," her mother-in-law said. She began to move suddenly and quickly, stacking plates, indicating that the time for sitting was over and the time for working had begun. Young Mrs. Winning, rising immediately to help, thought for the 1,000th time that her mother-in-law would never relinquish the position of authority in her own house until she was too old to move before anyone else. "And I wish someone would move into the old cottage," young Mrs. Winning added. She stopped halfway to the pantry with the table napkins and said longingly, "If only someone would move in before spring." Young Mrs. Winning had wanted, long ago, to buy the cottage herself, for her husband to make with his own hands into a home where they could live with their children. But now, accustomed as she was to the big old house at the top of the hill where her husband's family had lived for generations, she had only a great kindness left toward the little cottage, and a wistful anxiety to see some happy young people living there. When she heard it was sold, as all the old houses were being sold in these days when no one could seem to find a newer place to live, she had allowed herself to watch daily for a sign that someone new was coming. Every morning she glanced down from the back porch to see if there was smoke coming out of the cottage chimney, and every day going down the hill on her own to the store, she hesitated past the cottage, watching carefully for the least movement within. The cottage had been sold in January, and now, nearly 2 months later, even though it seemed prettier and less worn with the snow gently covering the overgrown garden and icicles in front of the blank windows, it was still forlorn and empty, despised since the day long ago when Mrs. Winning had given up all hope of ever living there. Mrs. Winning deposited the napkins in the pantry and turned to tear the leaf off the kitchen calendar before selecting a dish towel and joining her mother-in-law at the sink. "March already?" she said despondently. "They did tell me down at the store yesterday," her mother-in-law said, "that they were going to start painting the cottage this week." "Then that must mean someone's coming." "Can't take more than a couple of weeks to paint inside that little house," old Mrs. Winning said. It was almost April, however, before the new people moved in. The snow had almost melted and was running down the street in icy, half-solid rivers. The ground was slushy and miserable to walk on, the skies gray and dull. In another month, the first amazing green would start in the trees and on the ground. But for the better part of April, there would be cold rain and perhaps more snow. The cottage had been painted inside, and new paper put on the walls. The front steps had been repaired and new glass put into the broken windows. In spite of the gray sky and the patches of dirty snow, the cottage looked neater and firmer, and the painters were coming back to do the outside when the weather cleared. Mrs. Winning, standing at the foot of the cottage walk, tried to picture the cottage as it stood now against the picture of the cottage she had made years ago, when she had hoped to live there herself. She had wanted roses by the porch. That could be done. And the neat, colorful garden she had planned. She would have painted the outside white, and that, too, might still be done. Since the cottage had been sold, she had not gone inside, but she remembered the little rooms, with the windows over the garden that could be so bright with gay curtains and window boxes. The small kitchen she would have painted yellow. The 2 bedrooms upstairs with slanting ceilings under the eaves. Mrs. Winning looked at the cottage for a long time, standing on the wet walk, and then went slowly on down to the store. The first news she had of the new people came, at last, from the grocer a few days later. As he was tying the string around the 3 pounds of hamburger the large Winning family would consume in one meal, he asked cheerfully, "Seen your new neighbors yet?" "Have they moved in?" Mrs. Winning asked. "The people in the cottage?" "Lady in here this morning," the grocer said. "Lady and a little boy. Seem like nice people. They say her husband's dead. Nice-looking lady." Mrs. Winning had been born in the town, and the grocer's father had given her jawbreakers and licorice in the grocery store while the present grocer was still in high school. For a while, when she was 12 and the grocer's son was 20, Mrs. Winning had hoped secretly that he would want to marry her. He was fleshy now, and middle-aged, and although he still called her Helen and she still called him Tom, she belonged now to the Winning family and had to speak critically to him, no matter how unwillingly, if the meat were tough or the butter price too high. She knew that when he spoke of the new neighbor as a lady, he meant something different than if he had spoken of her as a woman or a person. Mrs. Winning knew that he spoke of the 2 Mrs. Winnings to his other customers as ladies. She hesitated and then asked, "Have they really moved in to stay?" "She'll have to stay for a while," the grocer said dryly. "Bought a week's worth of groceries." Going back up the hill with her package, Mrs. Winning watched all the way to detect some sign of the new people in the cottage. When she reached the cottage walk, she slowed down and tried to watch, not too obviously. There was no smoke coming from the chimney, and no sign of furniture near the house, as there might have been if people were still moving in. But there was a middle-aged car parked in the street before the cottage, and Mrs. Winning thought she could see figures moving past the windows. On a sudden irresistible impulse, she turned and went up the walk to the front porch. And then, after debating for a moment, on up the steps to the door. She knocked, holding her bag of groceries in one arm, and then the door opened, and she looked down on a little boy, about the same age, she thought happily, as her own son. "Hello," Mrs. Winning said. "Hello," the boy said. He regarded her soberly. "Is your mother here?" Mrs. Winning asked. "I came to see if I could help her move in." "We're all moved in," the boy said. He was about to close the door, but a woman's voice said from somewhere in the house, "Davy, are you talking to someone?" "That's my mommy," the little boy said. The woman came up behind him and opened the door a little wider. "Yes," she said. Mrs. Winning said, "I'm Helen Winning. I live about 3 houses up the street, and I thought perhaps I might be able to help you." "Thank you," the woman said doubtfully. She's younger than I am, Mrs. Winning thought. She's about 30. And pretty. For a clear minute, Mrs. Winning saw why the grocer had called her a lady. "It's so nice to have someone living in this house," Mrs. Winning said shyly. Past the other woman's head, she could see the small hallway, with the larger living room beyond and the door on the left going into the kitchen, the stairs on the right, with the delicate stair rail newly painted. They had done the hall in light green, and Mrs. Winning smiled with friendship at the woman in the doorway, thinking, "She has done it right. This is the way it should look after all. She knows about pretty houses." After a minute, the other woman smiled back and said, "Will you come in?" As she stepped back to let Mrs. Winning in, Mrs. Winning wondered with a sudden stricken conscience if perhaps she had not been too forward, almost pushing herself in. "I hope I'm not making a nuisance of myself," she said unexpectedly, turning to the other woman. "It's just that I've been wanting to live here myself for so long." Why did I say that? She wondered. It had been a very long time since young Mrs. Winning had said the first thing that came into her head. "Come see my room," the little boy said urgently, and Mrs. Winning smiled down at him. "I have a little boy just about your age," she said. "What's your name?" "Davy," the little boy said, moving closer to his mother. "Davy William McLean." "My little boy," Mrs. Winning said soberly, "is named Howard Talbot Winning." The little boy looked up at his mother uncertainly, and Mrs. Winning, who felt ill at ease and awkward in this little house she so longed for, said, "How old are you?" "My boy is 5. "I'm 5, the little boy said, as though realizing it for the first time. He looked again at his mother, and she said graciously, "Will you come in and see what we've done to the house?" Mrs. Winning put her bag of groceries down on the slim-legged table in the green hall and followed Mrs. McLean into the living room, which was L-shaped and had the windows Mrs. Winning would have fitted with gay curtains and flower boxes. As she stepped into the room, Mrs. Winning realized, with a quick, wonderful relief, that it was really going to be all right after all. Everything, from the andirons in the fireplace to the books on the table, was exactly as Mrs. Winning might have done if she were 11 years younger. A little more informal, perhaps. Nothing of quite such good quality as young Mrs. Winning might have chosen, but still richly, undeniably right. There was a picture of Davy on the mantel, flanked by a picture which Mrs. Winning supposed was Davy's father. There was a glorious blue bowl on the low coffee table, and around the corner of the L stood a row of orange plates on a shelf, and a polished maple table and chairs. "It's lovely," Mrs. Winning said. "This could have been mine," she was thinking, and she stood in the doorway and said again, "It's perfectly lovely." Mrs. McLean crossed over to the low armchair by the fireplace and picked up the soft blue material that lay across the arm. "I'm making curtains," she said, and touched the blue bowl with the tip of one finger. "Somehow, I always make my blue bowl the center of the room," she said. "I'm having the curtains the same blue, and my rug, when it comes, will have the same blue in the design." "It matches Davy's eyes," Mrs. Winning said, and when Mrs. McLean smiled again, she saw that it matched Mrs. McLean's eyes, too. Helpless before so much that was magic to her, Mrs. Winning said, "Have you painted the kitchen yellow?" "Yes," Mrs. McLean said, surprised. "Come and see." She led the way through the L, around past the orange plates to the kitchen, which caught the late morning sun and shone with clean paint and bright aluminum. Mrs. Winning noticed the electric coffee pot, the waffle iron, the toaster, and thought, she couldn't have much trouble cooking, not with just the two of them. "When I have a garden," Mrs. McLean said, "we'll be able to see it from almost all the windows." She gestured to the broad kitchen windows and added, "I love gardens. I imagine I'll spend most of my time working in this one, as soon as the weather is nice." "It's a good house for a garden," Mrs. Winning said. "I've heard that it used to be one of the prettiest gardens on the block." "I thought so, too," Mrs. McLean said. "I'm going to have flowers on all 4 sides of the house. With a cottage like this, you can, you know." "Oh, I know, Mrs. Winning thought wistfully, remembering the neat charming garden she could have had, instead of the row of nasturtiums along the side of the Winning house, which she tended so carefully. No flowers would grow well around the Winning house, because of the heavy old maple trees which shaded all the yard, and which had been tall when the house was built. Mrs. McLean had had the bathroom upstairs done in yellow, too, and the 2 small bedrooms with overhanging eaves were painted green and rose. "All garden colors," she told Mrs. Winning gaily, and Mrs. Winning, thinking of the oddly matched austere bedrooms in the big Winning house, sighed and admitted that it would be wonderful to have window seats under the eaved windows. Davy's bedroom was the green one, and his small bed was close to the window. "This morning," he told Mrs. Winning solemnly, "I looked out, and there were 4 icicles hanging by my bed." Mrs. Winning stayed in the cottage longer than she should have. She felt certain, although Mrs. McLean was pleasant and cordial, that her visit was extended past courtesy and into curiosity. Even so, it was only her sudden guilt about the 3 pounds of hamburger and dinner for the Winning men that drove her away. When she left, waving goodbye to Mrs. McLean and Davy as they stood in the cottage doorway, she had invited Davy up to play with Howard, Mrs. McLean up for tea, both of them to come for lunch some day, and all without the permission of her mother-in-law. Reluctantly, she came to the big house and turned past the bolted front door to go up the walk to the back door, which all the family used in the winter. Her mother-in-law looked up as she came into the kitchen and said irritably, "I called the store, and Tom said you left an hour ago." "I stopped off at the old cottage," Mrs. Winning said. She put the package of groceries down on the table and began to take things out quickly, to get the doughnuts onto a plate and the hamburger into the pan before too much time was lost. With her coat still on and her scarf over her head, she moved as fast as she could, while her mother-in-law, slicing bread at the kitchen table, watched her silently. "Take your coat off," her mother-in-law said finally. "Your husband will be home in a minute." By 12 o'clock the house was noisy and full of mud tracked across the kitchen floor. The oldest Howard, Mrs. Winning's father-in-law, came in from the farm and went silently to hang his hat and coat in the dark hall before speaking to his wife and daughter-in-law. The younger Howard, Mrs. Winning's husband, came in from the barn after putting the truck away and nodded to his wife and kissed his mother, and the youngest Howard, Mrs. Winning's son, crashed into the kitchen, home from kindergarten, shouting, "Where's dinner?" The baby, anticipating food, banged on her high chair with the silver cup which had first been used by the oldest Howard Winning's mother. Mrs. Winning and her mother-in-law put plates down on the table swiftly, knowing after many years the exact pause between the latest arrival and the serving of food, and with a minimum of time 3 generations of the Winning family were eating silently and efficiently, all anxious to be back about their work. The farm, the mill, the electric train, the dishes, the sewing, the nap. Mrs. Winning, feeding the baby, trying to anticipate her mother-in-law's gestures of serving, thought, today more poignantly than ever before, that she had at least given them another Howard, with the Winning eyes and mouth, in exchange for her food and her bed. After dinner, after the man had gone back to work and the children were in bed, the baby for her nap and Howard resting with crayons and coloring book, Mrs. Winning sat down with her mother-in-law over their sewing and tried to describe the cottage. "It's just perfect," she said helplessly. "Everything is so pretty. She invited us to come down some day and see it when it's all finished, the curtains and everything." "I was talking to Mrs. Blake," the elder Mrs. Winning said, as though in agreement. "She says the husband was killed in an automobile accident. She had some money in her own name, and I guess she decided to settle down in the country for the boy's health. Mrs. Blake said he looked peakish.
She loves gardens, Mrs. Winning said, her needle still in her hand for a moment. She's going to have a big garden all around the house.
She'll need help, the elder woman said humorlessly. That's a mighty big garden she'll have.
She has the most beautiful blue bowl, Mother Winning. You'd love it. It's almost like silver.
Probably, the elder Mrs. Winning said after a pause. Probably her people came from around here a ways back, and that's why she settled in these parts.
The next day, Mrs. Winning walked slowly past the cottage, and slowly the next, and the day after, and the day after that. On the second day she saw Mrs. McLean at the window and waved, and on the third day she met Davy on the sidewalk. "When are you coming to visit my little boy?" she asked him.
And he stared at her solemnly and said, "Tomorrow?" Mrs. Burton, next door to the McLeans, ran over on the third day they were there with a fresh apple pie, and then told all the neighbors about the yellow kitchen and the bright electric utensils. Another neighbor, whose husband had helped Mrs. McLean start her furnace, explained that Mrs. McLean was only very recently widowed. One or another of the townspeople called on the McLeans almost daily, and frequently, as young Mrs. Winning passed, she saw familiar faces at the windows, measuring the blue curtains with Mrs. McLean, or she waved to acquaintances who stood chatting with Mrs. McLean on the now firm front steps. After the McLeans had been in the cottage for about a week, Mrs. Winning met them one day in the grocery, and they walked up the hill together and talked about putting Davy into the kindergarten. Mrs. McLean wanted to keep him home as long as possible, and Mrs. Winning asked her, "Don't you feel terribly tied down, having him with you all the time?" "I like it," Mrs. McLean said cheerfully. "We keep each other company."
And Mrs. Winning felt clumsy and ill-mannered, remembering Mrs. McLean's widowhood. As the weather grew warmer and the first signs of green showed on the trees and on the wet ground, Mrs. Winning and Mrs. McLean became better friends. They met almost daily at the grocery and walked up the hill together. And twice Davy came up to play with Howard's electric train, and once Mrs. McLean came up to get him and stayed for a cup of coffee in the great kitchen, while the boys raced round and round the table, and Mrs. Winning's mother-in-law was visiting a neighbor.
"It's such an old house," Mrs. McLean said, looking up at the dark ceiling. "I love old houses. They feel so secure and warm, as though lots of people had been perfectly satisfied with them, and they knew how useful they were. You don't get that feeling with a new house."
"This dreary old place," Mrs. Winning said. Mrs. McLean, with a rose-colored sweater and her bright, soft hair, was a spot of color in the kitchen that Mrs. Winning knew she could never duplicate. "I'd give anything in the world to live in your house," Mrs. Winning said.
"I love it," Mrs. McLean said. "I don't think I've ever been so happy. Everyone around here is so nice, and the house is so pretty, and I planted a lot of bulbs yesterday." She laughed. "I used to sit in that apartment in New York and dream about planting bulbs again." Mrs. Winning looked at the boys, thinking how Howard was half a head taller and stronger, and how Davy was small and weak and loved his mother adoringly. "It's been good for Davy already," she said. "There's color in his cheeks." "Davy loves it," Mrs. McLean agreed. Hearing his name, Davy came over and put his head in her lap, and she touched his hair, bright like her own. "We'd better be getting on home, Davy boy," she said. "Maybe our flowers have grown some since yesterday," said Davy. Gradually, the days became miraculously long and warm, and Mrs. McLean's garden began to show colors and became an ordered thing, still very young and unsure, but promising rich brilliance for the end of the summer, and the next summer, and summers 10 years from now. "It's even better than I hoped," Mrs. McLean said to Mrs. Winning, standing at the garden gate. "Things grow so much better here than almost anywhere else." Davy and Howard played daily after the school was out for the summer and Howard was free all day. Sometimes Howard stayed at Davy's house for lunch, and they planted a vegetable patch together in the McLean backyard. Mrs. Winning stopped for Mrs. McLean on her way to the store in the mornings, and Davy and Howard frolicked ahead of them down the street. They picked up their mail together and read it walking back up the hill. And Mrs. Winning went more cheerfully back to the big Winning house after walking most of the way home with Mrs. McLean. One afternoon, Mrs. Winning put the baby in Howard's wagon, and with the two boys they went for a long walk in the country. Mrs. McLean picked Queen Anne's lace and put it into the wagon with the baby, and the boys found a garter snake and tried to bring it home. On the way up the hill, Mrs. McLean helped pull the wagon with the baby and the Queen Anne's lace, and they stopped halfway to rest. And Mrs. McLean said, "Look, I believe you can see my garden all the way from here." It was a spot of color almost at the top of the hill, and they stood looking at it while the baby threw the Queen Anne's lace out of the wagon. Mrs. McLean said, "I always want to stop here to look at it." And then, "Who's that beautiful child?" Mrs. Winning looked and then laughed. "He is attractive, isn't he?" she said. "It's Billy Jones." She looked at him herself, carefully, trying to see him as Mrs. McLean would. He was a boy about 12, sitting quietly on a wall across the street, with his chin in his hands, silently watching Davy and Howard. "He's like a young statue," Mrs. McLean said. "So brown, and will you look at that face?" She started to walk again to see him more clearly, and Mrs. Winning followed her. "Do I know his mother and The Jones children are half Negro," Mrs. Winning said hastily, "but they're all beautiful children. You should see the girl. They live just outside town." Howard's voice reached them clearly across the summer air. "Nigger," he was saying. "Nigger, nigger boy." "Nigger," Davy repeated, giggling. Mrs. McLean gasped and then said, "Davy," in a voice that made Davy turn his head apprehensively. Mrs. Winning had never heard her friend use such a voice, and she, too, watched Mrs. McLean. "Davy?" Mrs. McLean said again, and Davy approached slowly. "What did I hear you say?" "Howard," Mrs. Winning said, "leave Billy alone." "Go tell that boy you're sorry," Mrs. McLean said. "Go at once and tell him you're sorry." Davy blinked tearfully at his mother and then went to the curb and called across the street, "I'm sorry." Howard and Mrs. Winning waited uneasily, and Billy Jones across the street raised his head from his hands and looked at Davy, and then, for a long time, at Mrs. McLean. Then he put his chin on his hands again. Suddenly, Mrs. McLean called, "Young man, will you come here a minute, please?" Mrs. Winning was surprised and stared at Mrs. McLean. But when the boy across the street did not move, Mrs. Winning said sharply, Billy Jones, come here at once." The boy raised his head and looked at them, and then slid slowly down from the wall and started across the street. When he was across the street and about 5 feet from them, he stopped, waiting. "Hello," Mrs. McLean said gently. "What's your name?" The boy looked at her for a minute and then at Mrs. Winning, and Mrs. Winning said, "He's Billy Jones. Answer when you're spoken to, Billy." "Billy," Mrs. McLean said, "I'm sorry my little boy called you a name, but he's very little and he doesn't always know what he's saying. But he's sorry, too."
"Okay," Billy said, still watching Mrs. Winning. He was wearing an old pair of blue jeans and a torn white shirt, and he was barefoot. His skin and hair were the same color, the golden shade of a very heavy tan, and his hair curled lightly. He had the look of a garden statue.
"Billy," Mrs. McLean said, "how would you like to come and work for me? Earn some money?"
"Sure," Billy said.
"Do you like gardening?" Mrs. McLean asked.
Billy nodded soberly.
"Because," Mrs. McLean went on enthusiastically, "I've been needing someone to help me with my garden, and it would be just the thing for you to do."
She waited a minute and then said,
"Do you know where I live?"
"Sure," Billy said. He turned his eyes away from Mrs. Winning and for a minute looked at Mrs. McLean, his brown eyes expressionless. Then he looked back at Mrs. Winning, who was watching Howard up the street.
"Fine," Mrs. McLean said. "Will you come tomorrow?"
"Sure," Billy said. He waited for a minute, looking from Mrs. McLean to Mrs. Winning, and then ran back across the street and vaulted over the wall where he had been sitting. Mrs. McLean watched him admiringly. Then she smiled at Mrs. Winning and gave the wagon a tug to start it up the hill again. They were nearly at the McLean cottage before Mrs. McLean finally spoke.
"I just can't stand that," she said. "To hear children attacking people for things they can't help."
"They're strange people, the Joneses," Mrs. Winning said readily. "The father works around as a handyman. Maybe you've seen him. You see," she dropped her voice, "the mother was white, a girl from around here, a local girl," she said again to make it more clear to a foreigner. "She left the whole litter of them when Billy was about 2 and went off with a white man."
"Poor children," Mrs. McLean said.
"They're all right," Mrs. Winning said. "The church takes care of them, of course, and people are always giving them things. The girl's old enough to work now, too. She's 16, but—"
"But what?"
Mrs. McLean said, when Mrs. Winning hesitated. "Well, people talk about her a lot, you know," Mrs. Winning said. "Think of her mother, after all. And there's another boy, a couple of years older than Billy." They stopped in front of the McLean cottage, and Mrs. McLean touched Davy's hair.
"Poor, unfortunate child," she said.
"Children will call names," Mrs. Winning said. "There's not much you can do."
"Well,"
Mrs. McLean said.
"Poor child."
The next day, after the dinner dishes were washed, and while Mrs. Winning and her mother-in-law were putting them away, the elder Mrs. Winning said casually, "Mrs. Blake tells me your friend Mrs. McLean was asking around the neighborhood how to get a hold of the Jones boy." "She wants someone to help in the garden, I think," Mrs. Winning said weakly. "She needs help in that big garden." "Not that kind of help," the elder Mrs. Winning said. "You tell her about them?"
"She seemed to feel sorry for them," Mrs. Winning said from the depths of the pantry. She took a long time settling the plates in even stacks in order to neaten her mind. She shouldn't have done it, she was thinking. But her mind refused to tell her why. "She should have asked me first, though," she thought finally. The next day, Mrs. Winning stopped off at the cottage with Mrs. McLean after coming up the hill from the store. They sat in the yellow kitchen and drank coffee, while the boys played in the backyard. While they were discussing the possibilities of hammocks between the apple trees, there was a knock at the kitchen door, and when Mrs. McLean opened it, she found a man standing there, so that she said, "Yes," politely, and waited. "Good morning," the man said. He took off his hat and nodded his head at Mrs. McLean. "Billy told me you was looking for someone to work your garden," he said. "Why," Mrs. McLean began, glancing sideways uneasily at Mrs. Winning. "I'm Billy's father," the man said. He nodded his head toward the backyard, and Mrs. McLean saw Billy Jones sitting under one of the apple trees, his arms folded in front of him, his eyes on the grass at his feet. "How do you do?" Mrs. McLean said inadequately. "Billy told me you said for him to come work your garden," the man said. "Well, now, I think maybe a summer job's too much for a boy his age. He ought to be out playing in the good weather. And that's the kind of work I do anyway. So's I thought I'd just come over and see if you found anyone yet." He was a big man, very much like Billy, except that where Billy's hair curled only a little, his father's hair curled tightly, with a line around his head where his hat stayed constantly, and where Billy's skin was a golden tan, his father's skin was darker, almost bronze. When he moved, it was gracefully, like Billy, and his eyes were the same fathomless brown. "Like to work this garden," Mr. Jones said, looking around. "Could be a mighty nice place." "You were very nice to come," Mrs. McLean said. "I certainly do need help." Mrs. Winning sat silently, not wanting to speak in front of Mr. Jones. She was thinking, "I wish she'd ask me first. This is impossible." And Mr. Jones stood silently, listening courteously with his dark eyes on Mrs. McLean while she spoke. "I guess a lot of the work would be too much for a boy like Billy," she said. "There are a lot of things I can't even do myself, and I was sort of hoping I could get someone to give me a hand." "That's fine, then," Mr. Jones said. "Guess I can manage most of it," he said, and smiled. "Well," Mrs. McLean said, "I guess that's all settled then. When do you want to start?" "How about right now?" he said. "Grand," Mrs. McLean said enthusiastically. And then, "Excuse me for a minute," to Mrs. Winning over her shoulder. She took down her gardening gloves and wide straw hat from the shelf by the door. "Isn't it a lovely day?" she asked Mr. Jones as she stepped out into the garden while he stood back to let her pass. "You go along home now, Bill," Mr. Jones called as they went toward the side of the house. "Oh, why not let him stay?" Mrs. McLean said. Mrs. Winning heard her voice going on as they went out of sight. "He can play around the garden, and he'd probably enjoy—" For a minute, Mrs. Winning sat looking at the garden, at the corner around which Mr. Jones had followed Mrs. McLean, and then Howard's face appeared around the side of the door and he said, "Hi, is it nearly time to eat?" "Howard," Mrs. Winning said quietly, and he came in through the door and came over to her. "It's time for you to run along home," Mrs. Winning said. "I'll be along in a minute." Howard started to protest, but she added, "I want you to go right away. Take my bag of groceries if you think you can carry it." Howard was impressed by her conception of his strength, and he lifted down the bag of groceries. His shoulders, already broad out of proportion, like his father's and his grandfather's, strained under the weight, and then he steadied on his feet. Aren't I strong?" he asked exultantly. "Very strong," Mrs. Winning said. "Tell Grandma I'll be right up. I'll just say goodbye to Mrs. McLean." Howard disappeared through the house. Mrs. Winning heard him walking heavily under the groceries, out through the open front door and down the steps. Mrs. Winning rose and was standing by the kitchen door when Mrs. McLean came back. "You're not ready to go?" Mrs. McLean exclaimed when she saw Mrs. Winning with her jacket on. "Without finishing your coffee?" "I'd better catch Howard," Mrs. Winning said. "He ran along ahead." "I'm sorry I left you like that," Mrs. McLean said. She stood in the doorway beside Mrs. Winning, looking out into the garden. "How wonderful it all is," she said, and laughed happily. They walked together through the house. The blue curtains were up by now, and the rug with the touch of blue in the design was on the floor. "Goodbye," Mrs. Winning said on the front steps. Mrs. McLean was smiling, and following her look, Mrs. Winning turned and saw Mr. Jones, his shirt off and his strong back shining in the sun as he bent with a scythe over the long grass at the side of the house. Billy lay nearby, under the shade of the bushes. He was playing with a gray kitten. "I'm going to have the finest garden in town," Mrs. McLean said proudly. "You won't have him working here past today, will you?" Mrs. Winning asked. "Of course you won't have him any longer than just today." "But surely," Mrs. McLean began with a tolerant smile. And Mrs. Winning, after looking at her for an incredulous minute, turned and started, indignant and embarrassed, up the hill. Howard had brought the groceries safely home, and her mother-in-law was already setting the table. "Howard says you sent him home from McLean's," her mother-in-law said, and Mrs. Winning answered briefly, "I thought it was getting late." The next morning, when Mrs. Winning reached the cottage on her way down to the store, she saw Mr. Jones swinging the scythe expertly against the side of the house, and Billy Jones and Davy sitting on the front steps watching him. "Good morning, Davy," Mrs. Winning called. "Is your mother ready to go down street?" "Where's Howard?" Davy asked, not moving. "He stayed home with his grandma today," Mrs. Winning said brightly. "Is your mother ready?" "She's making lemonade for Billy and me," Davy said. "We're going to have it in the garden." "Then tell her," Mrs. Winning said quickly. "Tell her that I said I was in a hurry and that I had to go on ahead. I'll see her later." She hurried on down the hill. In the store, she met Mrs. Harris, a lady whose mother had worked for the elder Mrs. Winning nearly 40 years before. "Helen," Mrs. Harris said, "you get grayer every year. You ought to stop all this running around." Mrs. Winning, in the store without Mrs. McLean for the first time in weeks, smiled shyly and said that she guessed she needed a vacation. "Vacation?" Mrs. Harris said. "Let that husband of yours do the housework for a change. He doesn't have nothing else to do." She laughed richly and shook her head. "Nothing else to do," she said. "The Winnings." Before Mrs. Winning could step away, Mrs. Harris added, her laughter penetrated by a sudden sharp curiosity, "Where's that dressed-up friend of yours get to? Usually down street together, ain't you?" Mrs. Winning smiled courteously, and Mrs. Harris said, laughing again, "Just couldn't believe those shoes of hers. First time I seen them shoes." While she was laughing again, Mrs. Winning escaped to the meat counter and began to discuss the potentialities of pork shoulder earnestly with the grocer. "Mrs. Harris only says what everyone else says," she was thinking. "Are they talking like that about Mrs. McLean? Are they laughing at her? When she thought of Mrs. McLean, she thought of the quiet house, the soft colors, the mother and son in the garden. Mrs. McLean's shoes were green and yellow platform sandals. Odd-looking, certainly, next to Mrs. Winning's solid white Oxfords, but so inevitably right for Mrs. McLean's house and her garden. Mrs. Harris came up behind her and said, laughing again, "What's she got? That Jones fellow working for her now?" When Mrs. Winning reached home after hurrying up the hill past the cottage, where she saw no one, her mother-in-law was waiting for her in front of the house, watching her come the last few yards. "Early enough today," her mother-in-law said. "McLean out of town?" Resentful, Mrs. Winning said only, "Mrs. Harris nearly drove me out of the store with her jokes." "Nothing wrong with Lucy Harris getting away from that man of hers wouldn't cure," the elder Mrs. Winning said. Together, they began to walk around the house to the back door. Mrs. Winning, as they walked, noticed that the grass under the trees had greened up nicely, and that the nasturtiums beside the house were bright. "I've got something to say to you, Helen," the elder Mrs. Winning said finally. "Yes," her daughter-in-law said. "It's the McLean girl. About her, I mean. You know her so well. You ought to talk to her about that colored man working there." "I suppose so," Mrs. Winning said. "You sure you told her? You told her about those people?" "I told her," Mrs. Winning said. "He's there every blessed day," her mother-in-law said, "and working out there without his shirt on. He goes in the house." And that evening, Mr. Burton, next-door neighbor to Mrs. McLean, dropped in to see the Howard Winnings about getting a new lot of shingles at the mill. He turned suddenly to Mrs. Winning, who was sitting sewing next to her mother-in-law at the table in the front room, and raised his voice a little when he said, "Helen, I wish you'd tell your friend, Mrs. McLean, to keep that kid of hers out of my vegetables." "Davy?" Mrs. Winning said involuntarily. "No," Mr. Burton said, while all the Winnings looked at the younger Mrs. Winning. "No, the other one. The colored boy. He's been running loose through our backyard. Makes me sort of mad, that kid coming in spoiling other people's property. You know," he added, turning to the Howard Winnings, "you know, that does make a person mad." There was a silence, and then Mr. Burton added, rising heavily, "Guess I'll say good night to you people." They all attended him to the door and came back to their work in silence. "I've got to do something," Mrs. Winning was thinking. "Pretty soon they'll stop coming to me first. They'll tell someone else to speak to me." She looked up, found her mother-in-law looking at her, and they both looked down quickly. Consequently, Mrs. Winning went to the store the next morning earlier than usual, and she and Howard crossed the street just above the McLean house and went down the hill on the other side. "Aren't we going to see Davy?" Howard asked once, and Mrs. Winning said carelessly, "Not today, Howard. Maybe your father will take you out to the mill this afternoon." She avoided looking across the street at the McLean house and hurried to keep up with Howard. Mrs. Winning met Mrs. McLean occasionally after that at the store or the post office, and they spoke pleasantly. When Mrs. Winning passed the cottage after the first week or so, she was no longer embarrassed about going by, and even looked at it frankly once or twice. The garden was going beautifully. Mr. Jones's broad back was usually visible through the bushes, and Billy Jones sat on the steps or lay on the grass with Davy. One morning on her way down the hill, Mrs. Winning heard a conversation between Davy McLean and Billy Jones. They were in the bushes together, and she heard Davy's high familiar voice saying, "Billy, you want to build a house with me today?" "Okay," Billy said. Mrs. Winning slowed her steps a little to hear. "We'll build a big house out of branches," Davy said excitedly. "And when it's finished, we'll ask my mommy if we can have lunch out there." "You can't build a house just out of branches," Billy said. "You ought to have wood and boards." "And chairs and tables and dishes," Davy agreed. "And walls." "Ask your mommy, can we have 2 chairs out here?" Billy said. "Then we can pretend the whole garden is our house." "And I'll get us some cookies, too," Davy said. "And we'll ask my mommy and your daddy to come in our house." Mrs. Winning heard them shouting as she went down along the sidewalk. "You have to admit," she told herself as though she were being strictly just, "you have to admit that he's doing a lot with that garden. It's the prettiest garden on the street. And Billy acts as though he had as much right there as Davy." As the summer wore on into long hot days undistinguishable one from another, so that it was impossible to tell with any real accuracy whether the light shower had been yesterday or the day before, the Winnings moved out into their yard to sit after supper. And in the warm darkness, Mrs. Winning sometimes found an opportunity of sitting next to her husband so that she could touch his arm. She was never able to teach Howard to run to her and put his head in her lap, or inspire him with other than the perfunctory winning affection, but she consoled herself with the thought that at least they were a family, a solid, respectable thing. The hot weather kept up, and Mrs. Winning began to spend more time in the store, postponing the long, aching walk up the hill in the sun. She stopped and chatted with the grocer, with other young mothers in the town, with older friends of her mother-in-law's, talking about the weather, the reluctance of the town to put in a decent swimming pool, the work that had to be done before school started in the fall, chicken pox, the PTA. One morning she met Mrs. Burton in the store, and they spoke of their husbands, the heat, and the hot weather occupations of their children before Mrs. Burton said, "By the way, Johnny will be 6 on Saturday, and he's having a birthday party. Can Howard come?" "Wonderful," Mrs. Winning said, thinking, his good white shorts, the dark blue shirt, a carefully wrapped present. "Just about 8 children," Mrs. Burton said with the loving carelessness mothers use in planning the birthday parties of their children. "They'll stay for supper, of course. Send Howard down about 3:30. "That sounds so nice," Mrs. Winning said. "He'll be delighted when I tell him." "I thought I'd have them all play outdoors most of the time," Mrs. Burton said, "in this weather, and then perhaps a few games indoors and supper. Keep it simple, you know." She hesitated, running her finger around and around the top rim of a can of coffee. "Look," she said, "I hope you won't mind me asking, but would it be all right with you if I didn't invite the McLean boy?" Mrs. Winning felt sick for a minute, and had to wait for her voice to even out before she said lightly, "It's all right with me if it's all right with you. Why do you have to ask me?" Mrs. Burton laughed. "I just thought you might mind if he didn't come." Mrs. Winning was thinking. Something bad has happened. Somehow people think they know something about me that they won't say. They all pretend it's nothing. But this never happened to me before. I live with the Winnings, don't I? "Really?" she said, putting the weight of the old Winning house into her voice. "Why in the world would it bother me?" Did I take it too seriously? She was wondering. Did I seem too anxious? Should I have let it go? Mrs. Burton was embarrassed, and she set the can of coffee down on the shelf and began to examine the other shelves studiously. "I'm sorry I mentioned it at all," she said. Mrs. Winning felt that she had to say something further, something to state her position with finality, so that no longer would Mrs. Burton, at least, dare to use such a tone to a Winning, presume to preface a question with, "I hope you don't mind me asking." "After all," Mrs. Winning said carefully, weighing the words, "she's like a second mother to Billy." Mrs. Burton, turning to look at Mrs. Winning for confirmation, grimaced and said, "Good Lord, Helen." Mrs. Winning shrugged, and then smiled, and Mrs. Burton smiled, and then Mrs. Winning said, "I do feel so sorry for the little boy, though." Mrs. Burton said, "Such a sweet little thing, too." Mrs. Winning had just said, "He and Billy are together all the time now," when she looked up and saw Mrs. McLean regarding her from the end of the aisle of shelves. It was impossible to tell whether she had heard them or not. For a minute, Mrs. Winning looked steadily back at Mrs. McLean, and then she said, with just the right note of cordiality, "Good morning, Mrs. McLean. Where is your little boy this morning?" "Good morning, Mrs. Winning," Mrs. McLean said, and moved on past the aisle of shelves. And Mrs. Burton caught Mrs. Winning's arm and made a desperate gesture of hiding her face, and unable to help themselves, both she and Mrs. Winning began to laugh. Soon after that, although the grass in the Winning yard under the maple trees stayed smooth and green, Mrs. Winning began to notice in her daily trips past the cottage that Mrs. McLean's garden was suffering from the heat. The flowers wilted under the morning sun and no longer stood up fresh and bright. The grass was browning slightly, and the rose bushes Mrs. McLean had put in so optimistically were noticeably dying. Mr. Jones seemed always cool, working steadily, sometimes bent down with his hands in the earth, sometimes tall against the side of the house, setting up a trellis or pruning a tree. But the blue curtains hung lifelessly at the windows. Mrs. McLean still smiled at Mrs. Winning in the store, and then one day they met at the gate of Mrs. McLean's garden, and after hesitating for a minute, Mrs. McLean said, "Can you come in for a few minutes? I'd like to have a talk, if you have time." "Surely," Mrs. Winning said courteously, and followed Mrs. McLean up the walk, still luxuriously bordered with flowering bushes, but somehow disenchanted, as though the summer heat had baked away the vivacity from the ground. In the familiar living room, Mrs. Winning sat down on a straight chair, holding herself politely stiff, while Mrs. McLean sat as usual in her armchair. "How is Davy?" Mrs. Winning asked finally, since Mrs. McLean did not seem disposed to start any conversation. "He's very well," Mrs. McLean said, and smiled as she always did when speaking of Davy. "He's out back with Billy." There was a quiet minute, and then Mrs. McLean said, staring at the blue bowl on the coffee table, "What I wanted to ask you is, what on earth has gone wrong?" Mrs. Winning had been holding herself stiff in readiness for some such question, and when she said, "I don't know what you mean," she thought, "I sound exactly like Mother Winning," and realized, "I'm enjoying this, just as she would." And no matter what she thought of herself, she was unable to keep from adding, "Is something wrong?" "Of course," Mrs. McLean said. She stared at the blue bowl and said slowly, "When I first came, everyone was so nice, and they seemed to like Davy and me and want to help us." "That's wrong," Mrs. Winning was thinking. "You mustn't ever talk about whether people like you. That's bad taste." "And the garden was going so well," Mrs. McLean said helplessly. "And now no one ever does more than just speak to us. I used to say good morning over the fence to Mrs. Burton, and she'd come to the fence and we'd talk about the garden, and now she just says morning and goes in the house. And no one ever smiles or anything. This is dreadful, Mrs. Winning thought. This is childish. This is complaining. People treat you as you treat them, she thought. She wanted desperately to go over and take Mrs. McLean's hand and ask her to come back and be one of the nice people again, but she only sat straighter in the chair and said, "I'm sure you must be mistaken. I've never heard anyone speak of it." "Are you sure?" Mrs. McLean turned and looked at her. "Are you sure it isn't because of Mr. Jones working here?" Mrs. Winning lifted her chin a little higher and said, "Why on earth would anyone around here be rude to you because of Jones?" Mrs. McLean came with her to the door, both of them planning vigorously for the days sometime next week when they would all go swimming, when they would have a picnic. And Mrs. Winning went down the hill thinking, the nerve of her, trying to blame the colored folks. Toward the end of the summer, there was a bad thunderstorm, breaking up the prolonged hot spell. It raged with heavy wind and rain over the town all night, sweeping without pity through the trees, pulling up young bushes and flowers ruthlessly. A barn was struck on one side of town, the wires pulled down on another. In the morning, Mrs. Winning opened the back door to find the Winning yard littered with small branches from the maples, the grass bent almost flat to the ground. Her mother-in-law came to the door behind her. "Quite a storm," she said. "Did it wake you?" "I woke up once and went to look at the children," Mrs. Winning said. "It must have been about 3 o'clock. "I was up later," her mother-in-law said. "I looked at the children, too. They were both asleep." They turned together and went in to start breakfast. Later in the day, Mrs. Winning started down to the store. She had almost reached the McLean cottage when she saw Mrs. McLean standing in the front garden with Mr. Jones standing beside her and Billy Jones with Davy in the shadows of the front porch. They were all looking silently at a great branch from one of the Burtons' trees that lay across the center of the garden, crushing most of the flowering bushes and pinning down what was to have been a glorious tulip bed. As Mrs. Winning stopped, watching, Mrs. Burton came out onto her front porch to survey the storm damage. And Mrs. McLean called to her, "Good morning, Mrs. Burton. It looks like we have part of your tree over here." "Looks so," Mrs. Burton said, and she went back into her house and closed the door flatly. Mrs. Winning watched while Mrs. McLean stood quietly for a minute. Then she looked up at Mr. Jones almost hopefully, and she and Mr. Jones looked at one another for a long time. Then Mrs. McLean said, her clear voice carrying lightly across the air washed clean by the storm, "Do you think I ought to give it up, Mr. Jones? Go back to the city, where I'll never have to see another garden?" Mr. Jones shook his head despondently, and Mrs. McLean, her shoulders tired, went slowly over and sat on her front steps, and Davy came and sat next to her. Mr. Jones took hold of the great branch angrily and tried to move it, shaking it and pulling until his shoulders tensed with the strength he was bringing to bear. But the branch only gave slightly and stayed, clinging to the garden. "Leave it alone, Mr. Jones," Mrs. McLean said finally. "Leave it for the next people to move." But still Mr. Jones pulled against the branch. And then suddenly Davy stood up and cried out, "There's Mrs. Winning! Hi, Mrs. Winning!" Mrs. McLean and Mr. Jones both turned, and Mrs. McLean waved and called out, "Hello!" Mrs. Winning swung around without speaking and started with great dignity back up the hill toward the old Winning house.
Part 3. The Confession of Margaret Jackson, relict of Thomas Stewart in the Shaws, who being examined by the justices anent her being guilty of witchcraft, declares that 40 years ago or thereabout she was at Pollockshaw Croft with some few sticks on her back, and that the black man came to her, and that she did give up herself unto the black man, from the top of her head to the sole of her foot, and that this was after the declarant's renouncing of her baptism, and that the spirit's name which he designed her was Locus, and that about the 3rd or 4th of January, instant or thereby in the night time, when she awakened, she found a man to be in bed with her whom she supposed to be her husband, though her husband had been dead 20 years or thereby, and that the man immediately disappeared, and declares that this man who disappeared was the devil. Joseph Glanville, Sadducismus Triumphatus.
Colloquy. The doctor was competent-looking and respectable. Mrs. Arnold felt vaguely comforted by his appearance, and her agitation lessened a little. She knew that he noticed her hand shaking when she leaned forward for him to light her cigarette, and she smiled apologetically, but he looked back at her seriously. "You seem to be upset," he said gravely. "I'm very much upset," Mrs. Arnold said. She tried to talk slowly and intelligently. "That's one reason I came to you, instead of going to Dr. Murphy, our regular doctor, that is." The doctor frowned slightly. "My husband," Mrs. Arnold went on, "I don't want him to know that I'm worried, and Dr. Murphy would probably feel it was necessary to tell him." The doctor nodded, not committing himself. Mrs. Arnold noted. "What seems to be the trouble?" Mrs. Arnold took a deep breath. "Doctor," she said, "how do people tell if they're going crazy?" The doctor looked up. "Isn't that silly?" Mrs. Arnold said. "I hadn't meant to say it like that. It's hard enough to explain anyway, without making it so dramatic." "Insanity is more complicated than you think," the doctor said. "I know it's complicated," Mrs. Arnold said. "That's the only thing I'm really sure of. Insanity is one of the things I mean." "I beg your pardon?" "That's my trouble, doctor." Mrs. Arnold sat back and took her gloves out from under her pocketbook and put them carefully on top. Then she took them and put them underneath the pocketbook again. "Suppose you just tell me all about it," the doctor said. Mrs. Arnold sighed. "Everyone else seems to understand," she said, "and I don't. Look," she leaned forward and gestured with one hand while she spoke. "I don't understand the way people live. It all used to be so simple. When I was a little girl, I used to live in a world where a lot of other people lived too, and they all lived together, and things went along like that with no fuss." She looked at the doctor. He was frowning again, and Mrs. Arnold went on, her voice rising slightly. "Look, yesterday morning, my husband stopped on his way to his office to buy a paper. He always buys the Times, and he always buys it from the same dealer. And yesterday, the dealer didn't have a Times for my husband. And last night when he came home for dinner, he said the fish was burned, and the dessert was too sweet, and he sat around all evening talking to himself." "He could have tried to get it at another dealer," the doctor said. "Very often dealers downtown have papers later than local dealers." "No," Mrs. Arnold said slowly and distinctly. "I guess I'd better start over. When I was a little girl," she said. Then she stopped. "Look," she said, Did there used to be words like psychosomatic medicine, or international cartels, or bureaucratic centralization? Well, the doctor began. What do they mean? Mrs. Arnold insisted. In a period of international crisis, the doctor said gently, when you find, for instance, cultural patterns rapidly disintegrating. International crisis, Mrs. Arnold said. Patterns! She began to cry quietly. He said the man had no right not to save him at times, she said hysterically, fumbling in her pocket for a handkerchief, and he started talking about social planning on the local level, and surtax net income, and geopolitical concepts, and deflationary inflation. Mrs. Arnold's voice rose to a wail. He really said deflationary inflation. Mrs. Arnold, the doctor said, coming around the desk, we're not going to help things any this way. What is going to help? Mrs. Arnold said. Is everyone really crazy but me? Mrs. Arnold, the doctor said severely, I want you to get hold of yourself. In a disoriented world like ours today, alienation from reality frequently disoriented, Mrs. Arnold said. She stood up. Alienation, she said. Reality. Before the doctor could stop her, she walked to the door and opened it. Reality, she said, and went out.
Elizabeth. Just before the alarm went off, she was lying in a hot, sunny garden, with green lawns around her and stretching as far as she could see. The bell of the clock was an annoyance, a warning which had to be reckoned with. She moved uneasily in the hot sun, and knew she was awake. When she opened her eyes, and it was raining, and she saw the white outline of the window against the gray sky, she tried to turn over and bury her face in the green grass. But it was morning, and habit was lifting her up and dragging her away into the rainy, dull day. It was definitely past 8 o'clock. The clock said so. The radiator was beginning to crackle, and on the street 2 stories below, she could hear the ugly morning noises of people stirring, getting out to work. She put her feet reluctantly out from under the blankets and onto the floor, and swung herself up to sit on the edge of the bed. By the time she was standing up and in her bathrobe, the day had fallen into its routine. After the first involuntary rebellion against every day's alarm, she subsided regularly into the shower, makeup, dress, breakfast schedule, which would take her through the beginning of the day and out into the morning, where she could forget the green grass and the hot sun, and begin to look forward to dinner and the evening. Because it was raining, and the day seemed unimportant, she put on the first things she came to, a gray tweed suit that she knew was shapeless and heavy on her now that she was so thin, a blue blouse that never felt comfortable. She knew her own face too well to enjoy the long, careful scrutiny that went with putting on makeup. Toward 4 o'clock in the afternoon, her pale, narrow cheeks would warm up and fill out, and the lipstick that looked too purple with her dark hair and eyes would take on a rosier touch in spite of the blue blouse. But this morning, she thought, as she had thought nearly every morning, standing in front of her mirror, I wish I'd been a blonde, never realizing quite that it was because there were thin hints of gray in her hair. She walked quickly around her one-room apartment, with a sureness that came of habit rather than conviction. After more than 4 years in this one home, she knew all its possibilities. how it could put on a sham appearance of warmth and welcome when she needed a place to hide in, how it stood over her in the night when she woke suddenly, how it could relax itself into a disagreeable, unmade, badly put-together state mornings like this, anxious to drive her out and go back to sleep. The book she had read the night before lay face down on the end table, the ashtray next to it dirtied. The clothes she had taken off lay over the back of a chair, to be taken to the cleaner this morning. With her coat and hat on, she made the bed quickly, pulling it straight on top over the wrinkles beneath, stuffed the clothes to go to the cleaner into the back of the closet, and thought, I'll dust and straighten and maybe wash the bathroom tonight, come home and take a hot bath and wash my hair and do my nails. By the time she had locked the apartment door behind her and started down the stairs, she was thinking, maybe today I'll stop in and get some bright material for slipcovers and drapes. I could make them evenings, and the place wouldn't look so dreary when I wake up mornings. Yellow. I could get some yellow dishes and put them along the wall in a row, like in Mademoiselle or something, she told herself ironically as she stopped at the front door, the brisk young businesswoman and her one-room home, suitable for entertaining brisk young businessmen. I wish I had something that folded up into a bookcase on one side and a Sheraton desk on the other, and opened out into a dining room table big enough to seat 12. While she was standing just inside the door, pulling on her gloves and hoping the rain might stop in these few seconds, the door next to the stairway opened, and a woman said, "Who's that?" "It's Miss Style," she said. "Mrs. Anderson?" The door opened wide, and an old woman put her head out. "I thought it was that fellow has the apartment right over you," she said. "I've been meaning to catch him about leaving them skis outside his door. Nearly broke my leg." "I've been wishing I didn't have to go out. It's such a bad day." The old woman came out of her room and went to the front door. She pulled aside the door curtain and looked out, wrapping her arms around herself. She was wearing a dirty house dress, and the sight of her made Miss Styles' gray tweed suit suddenly seem clean and warm. "I've been trying to catch that fellow for 2 days now," the old woman said. "He goes in and out so quiet." She giggled, looking sideways at Miss Style. "I nearly caught that man of yours night before last," she said. "He comes down the stairs quiet, too. I saw who it was in time." And she giggled again. "Well, I guess all the men come downstairs quiet, all afraid of something." "Well, if I'm going to go out, I might as well do it," Miss Styles said. She still stood in the doorway for a minute, hesitating before walking out into the day and the rain and the people. She lived on a fairly quiet street, where later there would be children shouting at each other, and on a nice day an organ grinder. But today, in the rain, everything looked dirty. She hated to wear rubbers because she had graceful, slim feet. On a day like this, she went slowly, stepping carefully between puddles. It was very late. There were only a few people still sitting at the counter in the corner drugstore. She sat on a stool, reconciled to the time, and waited patiently until the clerk came down the counter with her orange juice. "Hello, Tommy," she said dismally. "Morning, Miss Style," he said. "Lousy day." "Isn't it?" she said. "A fine day not to go out." "I came in this morning," Tommy said. "I would have given my right arm to stay home in bed. There ought to be a law against rain." Tommy was little and ugly and alert. Looking at him, Miss Style thought, he has to get up and come to work in the mornings just like I do, and just like everyone else in the world. The rain is just another break in the millions of lousy things. In getting up and going to work. I don't mind snow, Tommy was saying. And I don't mind the hot weather, but I sure do hate rain. He turned suddenly when someone called him and went dancing down to the other end of the counter, bringing up with a flourish before his customer. Lousy day, isn't it? He said. Sure do wish I was in Florida. Miss Style drank her orange juice, remembering her dream. A sharp recollection of flowers and warmth came into her mind, and then was lost before the cold driving rain outside. Tommy came back with her coffee and a plate of toast. Nothing like coffee to cheer you up in the morning, he said. Thanks, Tommy, she said, unenthusiastic. How's your play coming, by the way? Tommy looked up eagerly. Hey, he said, I finished it. I meant to tell you. Finished the whole thing and sent it away day before yesterday. Funny thing, she thought. A clerk in a drugstore. He gets up in the morning and eats and walks around and writes a play just like it was real. Just like the rest of us. Like me. Fine, she said. I sent it to an agent a guy told me about. He said it was the best agent he knew. Tommy, she said, why didn't you give it right to me? He laughed, looking down at the sugar bowl he was holding for her. Listen, he said, my friend said you didn't want stuff like mine. You want people, like, from out of town or something. They don't know if they're any good or not. Hell, he went on anxiously, I'm not one of these guys fall for ads in the magazines. I see, she said. Tommy leaned over the counter. Aw, don't get sore, he said. You know what I mean. You know your business better than I do. I'm not sore, she said. She watched Tommy hurry away again, and she thought, wait till I tell Robbie. Wait till I tell him the soda jerk thinks he's a bum. Listen, Tommy said to her from halfway down the counter. How long do you think I ought to wait? How long will they take to read it, these agents? A couple of weeks, maybe, she said. Maybe longer. Yeah, I figured it might be, he said. You want more coffee today? No, thanks, she said. She slid down from the stool and walked across the store to pay her check. They're probably going to buy that play, she was thinking, and I'm going to start eating in the Hamburg joint across the street. She went out into the rain again to see her bus just pulling up across the street. She ran for it against the light and pushed into the crowd of people getting on. With a kind of fury left over from Tommy and his play, she thrust her way against the people, and a woman turned to her and said, Who do you think you're pushing? Vengefully, she put her elbow into the woman's ribs and got on the bus first. She dropped her nickel in and got to the last available seat and heard the woman behind her. These people who think they can shove anybody around, they think they're important. She looked around to see if anyone knew who the woman was talking about. The man beside her on the seat next to the window was staring straight ahead with the infinitely tired expression of the early morning bus passenger. Two girls in the seat in front were looking out the window after a man passing. And in the aisle next to her, the woman was standing, still talking about her. People who think their business is the only important thing in the world think they can just push anyone around. No one in the bus was listening. Everyone was wet and uncomfortable and crowded, but the woman went on monotonously. Think no one else has a right to ride on buses. She stared past the man out the window until the crowds coming into the bus pushed the woman past her down the aisle. When she came to her stop, she was timid for a minute about pushing her way out, and when she reached the door, the woman was near it, staring at her as though wanting to remember her face. Dried up old maid, the woman said loudly, and the people around her in the bus laughed. Miss Style put on an expression of contempt, stepping carefully down to the curb, looking up just as the bus pulled away, to see the woman's face still watching her from the window. She walked through the rain to the old building where her office was, thinking, that woman was just waiting for anyone to cross her path this morning. I wish I'd said something back to her. "Morning, Miss Style," the elevator operator said. "Morning," she said. She walked into the open-work iron elevator and leaned against the back wall. "Bad day," the operator said. He waited for a minute and then closed the door. "Fine day not to go out," he said. "Sure is," she said. I wish I'd said something to that woman in the bus, she was thinking. I shouldn't have let her get away with it, let the day start off like that, with a nasty incident. I should have answered her back and got to feeling good and pleased with myself. Start the day off right. "Here you are," the operator said. "You don't have to go out again for quite a while." "Glad of that," she said. She got out of the elevator and walked down the hall to her office. There was a light on inside, making the Robert Shack's literary agents stand out against the door. Looks almost cheerful, she thought. Robbie must be in early. She had worked for Robert Shack's for nearly 11 years. When she came to New York the Christmas she was 20, a thin, dark girl with neat clothes and hair and moderate ambition, holding on to her pocketbook with both hands, afraid of subways, she answered an ad and met Robert Shack's before she had even found a room to live in. It had been one of those windfall ads, an assistant wanted in a literary agency, and there was no one around to tell Elizabeth Style, asking people timidly how to find the address, that if she got the job, it wasn't worth getting. The literary agency was Robert Shack's, and a thin, clever man who had disliked Elizabeth so violently that after 2 years she had taken Robert Shack's away to start his own agency. Robert Shack's was on the door, and on all the checks. And Elizabeth Style hid away in her office, wrote the letters, kept the records, and came out occasionally to consult the files she allowed Robert Shack's to keep on display. They had spent much time in the 8 years trying to make this office look like a severe environment for a flourishing business. A miserable place that its owners were too busy to pretty up more than enough to meet the purposes of its clients. The door opened into a tight little reception room, painted tan the year before, with 2 cheap chrome and brown chairs, a brown linoleum floor, and a framed picture of a vase of flowers over the small desk, which was occupied 5 afternoons a week by a Miss Wilson, a colorless girl who answered the phone sniffling. Beyond Miss Wilson's desk were 2 doors, which did not give the effect of limitless offices stretching on down the building that Robert Shack's had hoped they might. The one on the left had on the door Robert Shack's, and the one on the right had on the door Elizabeth Style, and through the pebbled glass doors you could see dimly the shape of the narrow window each office owned, crowding close enough to the door and walls to admit that the 2 offices together were no wider than the reception room, and to hint darkly that all that protected the privacy of Mr. Shack's and Miss Style was a beaver board partition painted to look like the walls. Every morning, Elizabeth Style came into the office with the idea that something might be done for it still, that somehow there might be a way to make it look respectable, with Venetian blinds, or paneling, or an efficient-looking bookcase with sets of classics and the newest books that Robert Shack's had presumably sold to their publishers. Or even an end table with expensive magazines. Miss Wilson thought it would be nice to have a radio. But Robert Shax wanted an expensive office with heavy carpeting and desks sitting solidly on the floor and a battery of secretaries. This morning the office looked more cheerful than usual, probably because it was still raining outside, or else because the lights were already on and the radiators were going. Elizabeth Style went over to the door of her office and opened it, saying, "Morning, Robbie," because, since there was no one in the office, there was no need to pretend that the beaverboard partitions were walls. "Morning, Liz," Robbie said, and then, "Come on in, will you?" "I'll take my coat off," she said. There was a tiny closet in the corner of her office where she hung up her coat, squeezing in back of the desk to do it. She noticed that there was mail on her desk, 4 or 5 letters with a bulky envelope that would be a manuscript. She spread the letters out to make sure there was nothing of any particular interest, and then went out of her office and opened the door of Robbie's. He was leaning down over his desk, in an attitude meant to show extreme concentration. The faintly bald top of his head was toward her, and his heavy round shoulders cut off the lower half of the window. His office was almost exactly like hers. It had a small filing cabinet and an autographed photograph of one of the few reasonably successful writers the firm had handled. The photograph was signed, "To Bob, with deepest gratitude, Jim," and Robert Shax was fond of using it as a happy example in his office conversations with eager authors. When she had closed the door, Elizabeth was only a step away from the straight visitor's chair slanting at the desk. She sat down and stretched her feet out in front of her. "I got soaked coming in this morning," she said. "It's an awful day," Robbie said, without looking up. When he was alone with her, he relaxed the heartiness that he usually stocked in his voice. He let his face look tired and worried. He was wearing his good gray suit that day, and later, with other people around, he would look like a golfer, a man who ate good rare roast beef and liked pretty girls. "It's one hell of a day," he repeated. He looked up at her. "Liz," he said, "that goddamned minister is in town again." "No wonder you look so worried," she said. She had been ready to complain at him, to tell him about the woman on the bus, to ask him to sit up straight and behave. But there was nothing to say. "Poor old Robbie," she said. "There's a note from him," Robbie said. "I've got to go up there this morning. He's in that goddamned rooming house again." "What are you planning to tell him?" Robbie got up and turned around to the window. When he got out of his chair, he had just room to turn around to get to the window or the closet or the filing cabinet. On a pleasanter day, she might have made an amiable remark about his weight. "I don't know what in hell I'm planning to tell him," Robbie said. "I'll promise him something." "I know you will," she thought. She had the familiar picture of Robbie's maneuvers to escape an awkward situation in the back of her mind. She could see Robbie shaking the old man's hand briskly, calling him sir and keeping his shoulders back, saying that the old man's poems were fine, sir, really magnificent, promising anything, wildly, just to get away. "You'll come back in some kind of trouble," she said mildly. Robbie laughed suddenly, happily. "But he won't bother us for a while." "You ought to call him up or something. Write him a letter," she said. "Why?" She could see that he was pleased with the idea of coming back in trouble, of being irresponsible and what he would call carefree. He would make the long trip uptown to the minister's rooming house by subway and take a taxi for the last 2 blocks to arrive in style, and sit for a tiresome hour talking to the old man, just to be carefree and what he might call gallant. Make him feel good, she thought. He has to go, not me. You shouldn't be trusted to run a business by yourself, she said. You're too silly. He laughed again and walked around the desk to pat her head. We get along pretty well, don't we, Liz? Fine, she said. He was beginning to think about it now. He was holding his head up and his voice was filling out. I'll tell him someone wants one of his poems for an anthology, he said. Just don't give him any money, she said. He has more than we have now. He went back to his closet and took out his coat, his good coat today, and threw it carelessly over his arm. He put his hat on the back of his head and picked up his briefcase from the desk. Got all the old guy's poems in here, he said. I figured I could kill some time reading them aloud to him. Have a nice trip, she said. He patted her on the head again and then reached out for the door. You'll take care of everything here? I'll try to cope with it, she said. She followed him out the door and started into her own office. Halfway across the outer office he stopped, not turning. Liz, he said. Well? He thought for a minute. Seems like there was something I wanted to tell you, he said. It doesn't matter. See you for lunch? She asked. I'll be back about 12:30, he said. He closed the door, and she heard his footsteps going emphatically down the hall to the elevator. Busy footsteps, she thought, in case anyone was listening in this fearful old building. She sat for a minute at her desk, smoking, and wishing she could paint her office walls a light green. If she wanted to stay late at night, she could do it herself. It would only take one can of paint, she told herself bitterly, to do an office like this, with enough left over to do the front of the building. Then she put out her cigarette and thought, I've worked in it this long. Maybe someday we'll get $1 million client and can move into a real office building where they have soundproof walls. The mail on her desk was bad. A bill from her dentist, a letter from a client in Oregon, a couple of ads, a letter from her father, and the bulky envelope that was certainly a manuscript. She threw out the ads and the dentist bill, which was marked "Please remit," set the manuscript and the other letter aside, and opened the letter from her father. It was in his own peculiar style, beginning, "Dearest daughter," and ending, "Your affectionate father," and told her that the feed store was doing badly, that her sister in California was pregnant again, that old Mrs. Gill had asked after her the other day, and that he found himself very much alone since her mother's death. And he hoped she was well. She threw the letter into the wastebasket on top of the dentist bill. The letter from the client in Oregon wanted to know what had happened to a manuscript sent in 3 months before. The large, bulky envelope contained a manuscript written in longhand from a young man in Allentown who wanted it sold immediately and their fee taken out of the editor's check. She glanced through the manuscript carelessly, turning over the pages and reading a few words on each. Halfway through, she stopped and read a whole page, and then turned back a little and read more. With her eyes still on the manuscript, she leaned over and reached into the bottom drawer of her desk, stirring papers around until she found a small 10-cent notebook partly filled with notes. She opened the notebook to a blank page, copied out a paragraph from the manuscript, thinking, I can switch that around and make it a woman instead of a man. And she made another note, make W use any name but Helen, which was the name of the woman in the story. Then she put the notebook away and set the manuscript to one side of her desk in order to swing up the panel of the desk that brought the typewriter upright. She took out a sheet of notepaper labeled Robert Shack's Literary Agents, Elizabeth Style Fiction Department, and put it into the typewriter. She was just typing the young man's name and the address, General Delivery, Allentown, when she heard the outer door open and close. "Hello?" she called, without looking up. "Good morning." She looked up then. It was such a high, girlish voice. The girl who had come in was big and blonde, and walked across the little reception room as though she were prepared to be impressed no matter what happened to her there. "Did you want to see me?" Elizabeth asked, her hands still resting on the typewriter keys. If God should have sent me a client, she thought, it wouldn't hurt to look literary. "I wanted Mr. Shack's," the girl said. She waited in the doorway of Elizabeth's office. "He was called out on very pressing business," Elizabeth said. "Did you have an appointment?" The girl hesitated, as though doubting Elizabeth's authority. Not exactly," she said finally. "I'm supposed to be working here, I guess." Seemed like there was something he wanted to tell me, Elizabeth thought. That coward. "I see," she said. "Come in and sit down." The girl came in shyly, although with no apparent timidity. She figured it was his business to tell me, not hers, Elizabeth thought. "Did Mr. Shack's tell you to come to work here?" "Well," the girl said, deciding it was all right to trust Elizabeth. "On Monday morning about 5 o'clock, I was asking for a job in all the offices in this building, and I came here, and Mr. Shack's showed me around the office, and he said he thought I could do the work all right." She thought back over what she had said. "You weren't here," she added. "I couldn't have been," Elizabeth agreed. "He's known since Monday, and I find out," she thought, "what is this, Wednesday? I find out on Wednesday when she shows up for work." "I didn't ask your name." "Daphne Hill," the girl said meekly. Elizabeth wrote Daphne Hill down on her memorandum and looked at it, partly to seem as if she was coming to an important decision, and partly to see what Daphne Hill looked like written down. "Mr. Shack said—" the girl began and stopped. Her voice was high, and when she was anxious, she opened her small brown eyes wide and blinked. Except for her hair, which was a pale blonde and curled all over the top of her head, she was clumsy and awkward, all dressed up for her first day at work. "What did Mr. Shack say?" Elizabeth asked, when the girl seemed to have subsided permanently. "He said he wasn't satisfied with the girl he had now, and I was to learn her job and to get to do it, and I was to come today because he was going to tell her yesterday that I was coming." "Fine," Elizabeth said. "Can you type, do you suppose?" "I guess so," the girl said. Elizabeth looked at the letter in the typewriter on her desk and then said, "Well, you go on outside and sit at the desk out there, and if the phone rings, you answer it. Read or something." "Yes, Miss Style," the girl said. "And please close my office door," Elizabeth said. She watched the girl go out and close the door carefully. The things she had wanted to say to the girl were waiting to be said. Maybe she could rephrase some of them for Robbie at lunch. "What does this mean?" she thought suddenly in panic. "Miss Wilson has been here almost as long as I have. Is he trying in his own heavy-handed fashion to beautify the office? He might better buy a bookcase. Who is going to teach this incredible girl to answer the phone and write letters, even as well as Miss Wilson? Me, she thought at last. I'm going to have to drag Robbie out of this last beautiful impulsive gesture like always. The things I do for a miserable little office and a chance to make money. Anyway, maybe Daphne will help me paint the walls after 5 someday. Maybe the one thing Daphne knows how to do is paint. She turned back to the letter in the typewriter. An encouraging letter to a new client. It fell into a simple formula in her mind, and she wrote it without hesitating, typing clumsily and amateurishly, but quickly. Dear Mr. Burton, she wrote, we have read your story with a good deal of interest. Your plot is well thought out, and we believe that the character of... She stopped for a minute and turned back to the manuscript, opening it at random. Lady Montague, in particular, is of more than usual merit. Naturally, in order to appeal to the better-paying markets, the story needs touching up by a skilled professional editor, a decisive selling service we are able to offer our clients. Our rates... Miss Style? In spite of the beaver-board partitions, Elizabeth said, If you want to talk to me, Miss Hill, come in. After a minute, Miss Hill opened the door and came in. Elizabeth could see her pocketbook on the desk outside, the lipstick and compact sitting next to it. When does Mr. Shax get back? Probably not till this afternoon. He went out on important business with a client, Elizabeth said. Why, did anyone call? No, I just wondered, Miss Hill said. She closed the door and went heavily back to her desk. Elizabeth looked again at the letter in the typewriter and then turned her chair around to put her still wet feet on the radiator under the window. After a minute, she opened the bottom drawer of her desk again, and this time took out a pocket reprint of a mystery story. With her feet on the radiator, she settled down to read. Because it was raining, and because she was depressed and out of sorts, and because Robbie had not come by 1:45, Elizabeth treated herself to a martini while she was waiting, sitting uncomfortably on a narrow chair in the restaurant, watching other unimpressive people go in and out. The restaurant was crowded, the floors wet from the feet coming in from the rain, and it was dark and dismal. Elizabeth and Robbie had come here for lunch 2 or 3 times a week, ever since they had opened the office in the building nearby. The first day they had come had been in summer, and Elizabeth, in a sheer black dress, she remembered it still. She would be too thin for it now, and a small white hat and white gloves, had been excited and happy over the great new career opening out for her. She and Robbie had held hands across the table and talked enthusiastically. They were only going to stay in the old building for a year or 2 at the most, and then they would have enough money to move uptown. The good clients who would come to the new Robert Shax agency would be honest, reputable writers with large, best-selling manuscripts. Editors would go to lunch with them at sleek uptown restaurants. A drink before lunch would not be an extraordinary thing. The first order of stationery saying Robert Shax Literary Agents, Elizabeth Style Fiction Department, had not been delivered. They planned the letterhead at lunch that day. Elizabeth thought about ordering another martini, and then saw Robbie coming impatiently through the people in the aisles. He saw her across the room and waved at her, aware of people watching him, an executive late for a luncheon appointment, even in a dingy restaurant. When he got to the table, his back to the room, his face was tired and his voice quiet. "Finally made it," he said. He looked surprised at the empty martini glass. I haven't even had breakfast yet, he said. Did you have a bad time with the minister? Terrible, he said. He wants a book of his poems published this year. What did you tell him? Elizabeth tried not to let her voice sound strained. Time enough for that later, she thought, when he feels like answering me. I don't know, Robbie said. How the hell do I know what I told the old fool? He sat down heavily. Something about we'd do our best. That means he's really made a mess of it, Elizabeth thought. If he did well, he'd tell me in detail. She was suddenly so tired that she let her shoulders droop and sat stupidly staring off at the people coming in and out of the door. What am I going to say to him, she thought. What words will Robbie understand best? What are you looking so glum about? Robbie asked suddenly. No one made you go away the hell uptown without breakfast. I had a tough morning anyway, Elizabeth said. Robbie looked up, waiting. I had a new employee to break in. Robbie still waited, his face a little flushed, squinting at her. He was waiting to see what she was going to say before he apologized, or lost his temper, or tried to pass the whole thing off as a fine joke. Elizabeth watched him. This is Robbie, she was thinking. I know what he's going to do, and what he's going to say, and what tie he's going to wear every day in the week. And for 11 years I have known these things, and for 11 years I have been wondering how to say things to make him understand. And 11 years ago we sat here and held hands, and he said we were going to be successful. I was thinking of the day we had lunch here, when we first started out together, she said quietly, and Robbie looked mystified. The day we started out together? She repeated more distinctly. Do you remember Jim Harris? Robbie nodded, his mouth a little open. We were going to make a lot of money because Jim was going to bring all his friends to us. And then you had a fight with Jim, and we haven't seen him since, and none of his friends came to us. And now we've got your friend the minister for a client, and a beautiful picture of Jim on your office wall. Signed, she said, signed with gratitude. And if he was making enough money, we'd be around trying to borrow from him even now. Elizabeth, Robbie said. He was confused between trying to look hurt and trying to see if anyone heard what she was saying. Even the boy in my corner drugstore. Elizabeth looked at him for a minute. Daphne Hill, she said. My God. I see, Robbie said, with a significant smile. Daphne Hill. He turned when he saw the waitress coming. Miss, he said loudly, and to Elizabeth, I think you ought to have another drink. Cheer you up a little. When the waitress looked at him, he said, 2 martinis, and turned back to Elizabeth, putting on the smile again. I'm going to drink my breakfast, he said. And then he reached over and touched Elizabeth's hand. Listen, he said. Liz, if that's all that's bothering you. I was a dope. I thought you'd figured I'd done something wrong about the minister. Listen, Daphne's all right. I just thought we needed someone around who'd brighten the place up a little. You could have painted the wall, Elizabeth said tonelessly. When Robbie stared, she said, nothing. And he went on, leaning forward seriously. Look, he said, if you don't like this Daphne, out she goes. There's no question about it, after all. We're in business together. He looked off into space and smiled reminiscently. I remember those days, all right. We were going to do wonders." He lowered his voice and looked lovingly at Elizabeth. "I think we still can," he said. Elizabeth laughed in spite of herself. "You'll have to go down the stairs more quietly," she said. "My janitor's wife thought you were the man who leaves skis out in the hall. She nearly broke a leg." "Don't make fun of me," Robbie said. "Elizabeth, it really hurts me to see you let someone like Daphne Hill upset you." "Of course it does," Elizabeth said. Robbie suddenly impressed her as funny. If only I could keep on feeling like this, she thought, even while she was laughing at him. "Here comes your breakfast for you to drink," she said. "Miss," Robbie said to the waitress, "we'd like to order our lunch, please." He handed the menu ceremoniously to Elizabeth and said to the waitress, "Chicken croquettes and French fried potatoes." Elizabeth said, "The same, please," and handed the menu back. When the waitress had gone, Robbie picked up one of the martinis and handed it to Elizabeth. "You need this, old girl," he said. He picked up the other and looked at her. Then he lowered his voice to the same low, affectionate tone and said, "Here's to you and our future success." Elizabeth smiled at him sweetly and tasted her drink. She could see Robbie debating whether to toss his off all at once or to sip it slowly, as though he didn't need it. "If you drink it too fast, you'll be sick, dear," she said, "without your breakfast." He tasted it delicately and then set it down. "Now, let's talk seriously about Daphne," he said. "I thought she was leaving," Elizabeth said. He looked frightened. "Well, naturally, if you want it that way," he said stiffly. "Seems sort of rotten to hire a girl and fire her the same day because you're jealous." "Well, I'm not jealous," Elizabeth said. "I never said I was." "If I can't have a good-looking girl in the office," Robbie said. "You can," Elizabeth said. "I'd just like one who could type. Daphne can take care of the work all right." "Robbie," Elizabeth said, and then stopped. Already, she thought, I don't want to laugh at him anymore. I wish I could feel all the time like I did a minute ago. Not like this. She looked at him carefully, his red face and the thin graying hair, and the heavy shoulders above the table. He was holding his head back and his chin firm because he knew she was looking at him. He thinks I'm odd, she thought. He's a man, and he's cowed me. Let her stay, Elizabeth said. And after all, Robbie leaned back to let the waitress put his plate in front of him. After all, he went on when the waitress had gone, it isn't as though I didn't have the authority to hire someone from my own office. I know, Elizabeth said wearily. If you want to start a fuss about some small thing, Robbie said. The corners of his mouth were turned down, and he refused to meet her eyes. I can run my own office, he repeated. You're scared to death I might leave you someday, Elizabeth said. Eat your lunch. Robbie picked up his fork. Naturally, he said. I feel that it would be a shame to break up a pleasant partnership just because you were jealous. Never mind, Elizabeth said. I won't go away anywhere. I hope not, Robbie said. He ate industriously for a minute. I tell you what, he said suddenly, putting his fork down. We'll try her out for a week, and then if you don't think she's better than Miss Wilson, she'll go. But I don't, Elizabeth began. Then she said, Fine. That way we can find out exactly how she'll suit us. Splendid idea, Robbie said. Now I feel better." He reached across the table and this time patted her hand. "Good old Liz," he said. "You know," Elizabeth said, "I feel so funny right now." She was looking at the doorway. "I thought I saw someone I knew." Robbie turned around and looked at the doorway. "Who?" "No one you know," Elizabeth said. "A boy from my hometown. It wasn't the same person, though." "Always think you see people you know in New York," Robbie said, turning back to his fork. Elizabeth was thinking, it must have been talking about old times with Robbie and the 2 drinks I had. I haven't thought of Frank for years. She laughed out loud, and Robbie stopped eating to say, "What's the matter with you anyway? People will think something's wrong." "I was just thinking," Elizabeth said. Suddenly, she felt that she must talk to Robbie, treat him as she would anyone else she knew well, like a husband almost. "I haven't thought about this fellow for years," she said. "It just brought 1,000 things back to my mind." "An old boyfriend?" Robbie said without interest. Elizabeth felt the same twinge of horror she might have felt 15 years ago at the suggestion. "Oh, no," she said. "Well, he took me to a dance once. My mother called up his mother and asked to have him take me." "Chocolate ice cream with chocolate sauce," Robbie said to the waitress. "Just coffee," Elizabeth said. "He was a wonderful boy," she said to Robbie. "Why can't I stop myself?" she was thinking. "I haven't thought about this for years." "Listen," Robbie said, "did you tell Daphne she could go out for lunch?" "I didn't tell her anything," Elizabeth said. "We better hurry then," Robbie said. "The poor kid must be starving." Frank, Elizabeth thought. "Seriously," she said, "what did you and the minister decide?" "I'll tell you later," Robbie said, "when I get my ideas straight. Right now, I'm not so sure what we did decide." "And he'll spring it on me suddenly," Elizabeth thought, "so I won't have time to think. He's just promised to publish the minister's poems at his own expense. Or he's gone out of town. Will I deal with it? Or someone's going to sue us. Frank wouldn't have been in a place like this anyway. If he's eating at all, it's someplace where everything is quiet, and they call him Sir, and the women are all beautiful." "It doesn't matter anyway," she said. "Of course it doesn't," Robbie said. He evidently felt it was necessary to add one final clinching touch before they went back to Daphne Hill. "As long as we can fight it together, we'll come through everything fine," he said. "We work well together, Liz." He stood up and turned to get his coat and hat. His suit was wrinkled, and he felt uncomfortable in it, from the way he moved his shoulders uneasily. Elizabeth finished the last of her coffee. "You get fatter every day," she said. He looked around at her, his eyes frightened. "You think I ought to start dieting again?" he asked. They came up in the elevator together, standing in opposite corners, each looking off into space, through the iron grillwork of the elevator, into something private and secret. They had gone up and down in this elevator 4 or 6 or 8 or 10 times a day since they moved into the building, sometimes happily, sometimes coldly angry with one another, sometimes laughing or quarreling furiously with quick, violent phrases. The elevator operator probably knew more about them than Elizabeth's landlady, or the young couple who had the apartment across the hall from Robbie. And yet, they got into the elevator daily, and the elevator operator spoke to them civilly, and stood with his back to them, riding up and down, entering briefly into their quarrels, possibly smiling with his back turned. Today he said, "Weather still bad?" And Robbie said, "Worse than ever." And the operator said, "No, there ought to be a law against it," and let them off at their floor. "I wonder what he thinks of us, the elevator man," Elizabeth said, following Robbie down the hall. "Probably wishes he could get off that elevator for a while and sit down in an office," Robbie said. He opened the door to the office and said, "Miss Hill?" Daphne Hill was sitting at the reception desk, reading the mystery Elizabeth had left to go out to lunch. "Hello, Mr. Shax," she said. "Did you take that off my desk?" Elizabeth said, surprised for a minute into speaking at once without thinking. "Wasn't it all right?" Daphne said. "I didn't have anything to do." "We'll find you plenty to do, young lady," Robbie said heartily, the brisk businessman again. "Sorry to keep you waiting for lunch." "I went out and got something to eat," Daphne said. "Good," Robbie said, looking sideways at Elizabeth. "We'll have to make some arrangement for the future." "Hereafter," Elizabeth said sharply, "don't go into my office without permission." "Sure," Daphne said, startled. "You want your book back?" "Keep it," Elizabeth said. She went into her office and closed the door. She heard Robbie saying, "Miss Style doesn't like to have her things disturbed, Miss Hill." And then, "Come into my office, please." As though there were real partitions, Elizabeth thought. She heard Robbie go quickly into his office, and Daphne pound her deliberate way after him, and the door close. She sighed, and thought, "I'll pretend they're real partitions. Robbie will." She noticed a note standing against her typewriter where she had left it with the letter to Mr. Burton still half finished. She picked up the note and read it with heavy concentration to drown out Robbie's employer voice on the other side of the partition. The note was from Miss Wilson and said, "Miss Style, no one told me there was a new girl coming, and since I've been working here so long, I think you should have told me. I guess she can learn the work as well by herself. Please tell Mr. Shax to send me my money at home. The address is in the file as he knows. There was a call from a Mr. Robert Hunt for you. Will you call him back at his hotel, the Addison House? Please tell Mr. Shax to send the money. It comes now to 2 weeks and an extra week for notice. Alice Wilson." She must have been mad, Elizabeth thought, not to wait around for her money. She must have been furious. I guess Daphne was the first to tell her, and she felt like I did. He'll never send her any money. She could hear Robbie's voice saying, "It's a terrible business, the most heartbreaking I know." He's talking about freelance writing, she thought. Daphne probably wants to sell her life history. She went out of the door of her office and around to Robbie's and knocked. If Robbie says, "Who is it?" she thought, I'll say, "The elevator man, come up to sit down for a while." Then Robbie said, "Come on in, Liz, don't be silly." "Robbie," she said, opening the door. "Miss Wilson was here and left a note." "Oh, I forgot to tell you," Daphne said, "and I didn't get a chance yet anyway. She said to tell Mr. Shax to send her money." "I'm sorry about this," Robbie said. "She should have been told yesterday. It's a damn shame for her to find out like this." Daphne was sitting in the one other chair in his office, and he hesitated and then said, "Sit here, Elizabeth." Elizabeth waited until he started to hoist himself up and then said, "That's all right, Robbie, I'm going back to work." Robbie read Miss Wilson's letter carefully. "Miss Hill," he said, "make a note to send Miss Wilson her back pay and the extra week she asks for." "I don't have anything to make a note on," Daphne said. Elizabeth took a pad and pencil off Robbie's desk and handed it to her, and Daphne made a solemn sentence on the first page of the pad. "Who is this Hunt?" Robbie asked Elizabeth. "Your old boyfriend?" I knew I shouldn't have told him, Elizabeth thought. "I think it's an old friend of my father's from home," she said. "Better call him back," Robbie said, handing her the note. "I shall," Elizabeth said. "Don't you think you'd better write Miss Wilson and explain what happened?" Robbie looked dismayed, and then he said, "Miss Hill can do that this afternoon." Elizabeth, carefully not looking at Daphne, said, "Fine idea. That will give her something to do." She closed the door quietly when she went out, and closed the door of her own office after herself to give the illusion of privacy. She knew that Robbie would listen to her talking on the phone. She had an odd picture of Robbie and Daphne, sitting silently, one on either side of Robbie's desk, two heavy, serious faces turned slightly to the partition, listening soberly to Elizabeth talking to her father's old friend. She looked up the hotel number in the book, hearing Robbie say, "Tell her we're all sincerely sorry, but that circumstances beyond my control, and so on. Make it as pleasant as possible. Remember to tell her we'll consider her for the first new job we have here." Elizabeth dialed the number, waiting for the sudden silence in Robbie's office. She asked the hotel clerk for Mr. Robert Hunt, and when he answered, she made her voice low and said, "Uncle Robert? This is Beth." He answered enthusiastically, "Beth, it's fine hearing your voice. Mom thought you'd be too busy to call back." "Is she with you? How nice," Elizabeth said. "How are you both? How is Dad?" "All fine," he said. "How are you, Beth?" She kept her voice low. "Just grand, Uncle Robert. Getting along so well. How long have you been here? And how long are you staying? And when can I see you?" He laughed. "Well, Mom is talking at me from this end, and you're talking at me from that end," he said. "And I can't hear a word either of you is saying. How are you, anyway?" "I'm grand," she said again. "Beth," he said, "we're very anxious to see you. Got a lot of messages from home and all." "I'm pretty busy," she said, "but I'd love to see you. How long are you staying?" "Tomorrow," he said. "Just came in for a couple of days." She was figuring quickly, even while her voice was saying, "Oh, no," with heavy dismay. "Why didn't you let me know?" she said. "Mom wants me to tell you everyone sends their love," he said. "I'm just sick," she said. Guilt drove her into accenting her words violently. "I don't know how I'm going to get to see you. Maybe tomorrow morning, somehow?" "Well," he said slowly, "Mom sort of had her heart set on going to Long Island tomorrow to see her sister, and they'll take us right to the train. We thought maybe you'd come along with us tonight." "Oh, Lord," Elizabeth said. "I've got a dinner appointment I can't break. A client," she said. "You know." "Isn't that a shame?" he said. "We're going to a show. Thought you might come along." "Mom," he called, "what's that show we're going to?" He waited for a minute and then said, She doesn't remember either. The hotel got tickets for us." "I wish I could," she said. "I just wish I could." She thought, in spite of herself, of the extra ticket they had been careful to buy. The two old people alone for dinner, pretending they were celebrating in a strange city. They saved tonight for me, she thought. If it had been any other person in the world, I could have broken it, but this is one of our best clients, and I just don't dare. "Of course not," There was so long a silence that Elizabeth said hastily, "How is Dad, anyway?" "Fine," he said. "Everyone's fine. I guess he sort of wishes you were home now." "I imagine he's lonesome," Elizabeth said, careful not to let her voice commit her to anything. She was anxious to end the phone call, disassociate herself from the Hunts and her father and the nagging hints that she should go home. "I live in New York now," she told herself, while the old man's voice continued with a monotonous series of anecdotes about her father and people she had known long ago. "I live in New York by myself, and I don't have to remember any of these people. Uncle Robert should be glad I talked to him at all." "I'm so glad you called," she said suddenly through his voice. "I've got to get back to work." "Oh, of course," he said apologetically. "Well, Beth, write to all of us, won't you? Mom is telling me to give you her love." "They hang on to me," she thought. "They're holding me back with their letters and their 'yours affectionately,' and they're sending love back and forth." "Goodbye," she said. "Come back soon for a visit," he went on. "I will when I can. Goodbye," Elizabeth said. She hung up on his goodbye, and then, "Oh, wait, Beth," when something more occurred to him. I couldn't listen any longer without being rude, she thought. She heard Robbie's voice starting then in the next office. "And I guess you understand about things like answering the phone and so on." "I guess so," Daphne said. Elizabeth went back to her letter to Mr. Burton, permanently curled from staying in the typewriter, and she heard Robbie and Daphne Hill talking for a while about names of clients and the 2-button phone extension at the reception desk. And then she heard both of them go out to the reception desk and try the extension. 2 children, she thought, playing office. Occasionally she would hear Robbie's heavy laugh, and then, after a minute, Daphne laughing too, slow and surprised. In spite of all her attempts to concentrate on their rates for Mr. Burton, she found herself listening, following Robbie and Daphne where they moved around the office. Once, louder than the slight murmur which had been going on between them, she heard Robbie's man-of-the-world voice saying, "Some quiet little restaurant." And then, when the voice dropped back to its cautious tone, she said to herself, "Where they can talk." She waited, not to sound like an intruder, until she heard Daphne settle down solidly at the reception desk and Robbie start back for his own office. Then she said, "Robbie?" There was a silence, and then he came around and opened her office door. "You know I don't like you to yell in the office," he said. She paused for a minute, because she wanted to speak cordially. "We're going to have dinner together tonight?" she asked. They had dinner together 4 or 5 times a week, usually in the restaurant where they had had lunch, or in some small place near either Robbie's apartment or Elizabeth's. When she saw the corners of Robbie's mouth turn down and the faint turn of his head toward the outer office, she raised her voice slightly. "I got out of seeing these fool people tonight," she said. "There's a lot I want to talk to you about." "As a matter of fact, Liz," Robbie said, talking very quickly and in a low voice, "I'm afraid I'm going to be stuck for dinner." Not realizing that he was repeating what he had heard her say on the phone a few minutes before, he went on, putting on a look of annoyance. "I've got a dinner appointment I can't break with a client." When Elizabeth looked surprised, he said, "The minister. I promised him this morning we'd get together again tonight. I haven't had a chance to tell you." "Of course you can't break it," Elizabeth said easily. She waited, watching Robbie. He was sitting uneasily on the corner of her desk, playing absently with a pencil, wanting to leave, and afraid to go too abruptly. What am I doing? Elizabeth thought suddenly. Playing hide and seek? Why don't you go to a movie or something? She said. Robbie laughed mournfully. Oh, I wish I could, he said. Elizabeth reached over and took the pencil away from him. Oh, poor old Robbie, she said. You're all upset. You ought to get off somewhere and relax. Robbie frowned anxiously. Why should I? He said. Isn't this my office? Elizabeth made her voice tender. You ought to get out of here for a few hours, Robbie. I'm serious. You won't be able to work this afternoon. She decided to allow herself one small, spiteful dig. Particularly if you have to see that old horror tonight, she said. Robbie's mouth opened and closed, and then he said, I can't think when it's such lousy weather. Rain drives me crazy. I know it does, Elizabeth said. She stood up. You get your hat and coat on, and leave your briefcase and everything here, she said, pushing him toward the door. And then come back after sitting in a movie for a couple of hours, and you'll feel like $1 million to go out and out-talk the minister. I don't want to go out again in this weather, Robbie said. Stop and get a shave, Elizabeth said. She opened the door to her office and saw Daphne Hill staring at her. Get a haircut, she said, touching the back of his head. Miss Hill and I will get along fine without you. Won't we, Miss Hill? Sure, Daphne said. Robbie went uneasily into his office and came out a minute later carrying his wet coat and hat. I don't know what you want me to go out for, he said. I don't know what you want to stay here for, Elizabeth said, escorting him to the outer door. You're not good for anything when you feel like this. She opened the front door and he walked out. See you later. See you later, Robbie said, starting down the hall. Elizabeth watched him until he had gone into the elevator, and then she closed the door behind her and turned to Daphne Hill. Is that letter to Miss Wilson anywhere near written? She asked. I was just doing it, Daphne said. Bring it to me when you finish. Elizabeth went into her office and closed the door and sat down at the desk. Frank, she was thinking. It couldn't have been Frank. He would have said hello or something. I haven't changed that much. If it was Frank, what was he doing around here? It won't do any good, she thought. There's no way of finding him anyway. She took the telephone book from the corner of her desk and looked for Frank's name. It wasn't there. And she turned further until she came to the H's, running her finger down the page till she found Harris, James. Pulling the phone over, she dialed the number and waited. When a man answered, she said, Is this Jim Harris? That's right, he said. This is Elizabeth Style. Hello, he said. How are you? I've been waiting for you to get in touch with me, she said. It's been a long time. I know it has, he said. Somehow I never seem to get around. I'll tell you what I called you about, she said. Do you remember Frank Davis? Yeah, I remember him, he said. What's he doing now? Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, she said. Oh. Well. She waited a minute and then went on. You know, one of these days, I'm going to take you up on that standing dinner date. I hope you do, he said. I'll call you. Oh, no, she thought. It seems like such a long time since we got together. Listen. She made her voice sound like this was a sudden idea, one of those unexpectedly brilliant things. Why don't we make it tonight? He started to say something, and she went on. I've been dying to see you. You see, my kid's sister's in town, he said. Well, can't she come along? Elizabeth asked. Well, he said, I guess so. Fine, Elizabeth said. You come on down to my place for a drink first and bring the kid along, and we can have a grand talk about old times. Suppose I call you back, he asked. I'm leaving the office now, Elizabeth said flatly. I'll be running around all afternoon, so let's make it around 7? All right, he said. I'm so pleased we made it tonight, Elizabeth said. I'll see you later. After she had hung up, she sat for a minute with her hand on the phone, thinking, good old Harris. He never has a chance if you talk fast. He must get stuck for every dirty job around town. She laughed, pleased, and then stopped abruptly when Daphne knocked on the door. When Elizabeth said, come in, Daphne opened the door cautiously and put her head in. I finished the letter, Miss Style, she said. Bring it here, Elizabeth said, and then added, please. Daphne came in and held the letter out at arm's length. It isn't very good, she said, but it's my first letter by myself. Elizabeth glanced at the letter. It doesn't matter, she said. Sit down, Daphne. Daphne sat down gingerly on the edge of the chair. Sit back, Elizabeth said. That's the only chair I've got, and I don't want you breaking it. Daphne sat back and opened her eyes wide. Elizabeth carefully opened her pocketbook and took out a pack of cigarettes and hunted for a match. Just a minute, Daphne said eagerly. I've got some. She hurried out to the outer office and came back with a package of matches. Keep them, she said. I've got plenty more. Elizabeth lit her cigarette and put the matches down on the edge of the desk. Now, she said, and Daphne leaned forward. Where did you work before you started here? This is my first job, Daphne said. I just came to New York. Where did you come from? Buffalo, Daphne said. So you came to New York to make your fortune? Elizabeth asked. This is where I have, dear Daphne, she was thinking. I've already made my fortune. I don't know, Daphne said. My father brought us down here because his brother needed him in the business. We just moved here a couple months ago. If I had a family to take care of me, Elizabeth thought, I wouldn't have a job with Robert Shax. What sort of an education have you had? I went to high school in Buffalo, Daphne said. I was in business school for a while. You want to be a writer? No, Daphne said. I want to be an agent like Mr. Shax. And you, she added. It's a fine business, Elizabeth said. You can make a lot of money at it. That's what Mr. Shax said. He was very nice about it. Daphne was getting braver. She was eyeing Elizabeth's cigarette and had settled down comfortably in her chair. Elizabeth was suddenly very tired. There was no sport in Daphne. Mr. Shax and I were talking about you at lunch, she said deliberately. Daphne smiled. When she smiled, and when she was sitting down, without the appearance of that big body resting precariously on small feet, Daphne was an attractive girl. In spite of the small brown eyes, with that incredible mop of hair, Daphne was very attractive. I'm so thin, Elizabeth thought. And she said with pleasure, I think you'd better rewrite that letter to Miss Wilson, Daphne. Sure, Daphne said. Telling her, Elizabeth went on, to come back to work as soon as she can. Back here? Daphne asked, with the smallest beginning of alarm. Back here, Elizabeth said. She smiled. I'm afraid Mr. Shax didn't have courage enough to tell you, she said. Mr. Shax and I are, besides business partners, she said, very good friends. Frequently, Mr. Shax takes advantage of our friendship and leaves the disagreeable tasks for me to do.
Mr. Shax didn't tell me anything,
Daphne said. I didn't think he had, Elizabeth said, when I saw how you went right ahead as though you were staying here. Daphne was frightened. She's too stupid to cry, Elizabeth thought, but she's going to have everything explained to her in detail. Naturally, Elizabeth went on, I don't like having to do this. Possibly I can make it easier for you by trying to help you get another job. Daphne nodded. This may help you, Elizabeth said, because Mr. Shax commented on it earlier, and it's the sort of thing men are particular about. Your appearance. Daphne looked down at the ample front of her dress. Probably, Elizabeth said, you already know this, and I'm very rude to comment on it, but I think you'd make a better impression, and if you ever get a job, you'd be able to work more comfortably if you wore something to the office instead of a silk dress. It makes you seem, somehow, as though you were just in from Buffalo.
You want me to wear a suit or something?
Daphne asked. She spoke slowly and without malice. Well, something quieter, anyway, Elizabeth said. Daphne looked Elizabeth up and down.
A suit like yours?
She asked. A suit would be fine, Elizabeth said. And try to comb your hair down. Daphne touched the top of her head tenderly. Just try to be more orderly in general, Elizabeth said. You have beautiful hair, Daphne, but it would look more suitable to an office if you were to wear it more severely.
Like yours?
Daphne asked, looking at the gray in Elizabeth's hair. Any way you please, Elizabeth said, just so it doesn't look like a floor mop. She turned pointedly back to her desk, and after a minute Daphne rose. Take this back, Elizabeth said, holding out the letter to Miss Wilson, and rewrite it the way I told you to.
Yes, Miss Style,
Daphne said. You can go home as soon as you're through with the letter, Elizabeth said. Leave it on your desk, along with your name and address, and Mr. Shax will send you your day's pay.
I don't care whether he does or not,
Daphne said abruptly. Elizabeth looked up for a minute and regarded Daphne steadily. Do you think you have any right to criticize Mr. Shax's decisions? She asked. For a few minutes, Elizabeth sat at her desk, waiting to see what Daphne would do. After the door had closed quietly behind Daphne, and she had walked to her desk, there had been a heavy silence. She's sitting at her desk there, Elizabeth thought, thinking it over. Then, finally, there was the small sound of Daphne's pocketbook, the snap of the catch opening, the movement of a hand searching against keys, papers. She's taking her compact out, Elizabeth thought. She's looking to see if what I said about her appearance is true. She's wondering if Robbie said anything. How he said it. Whether I made it worse or smoothed it over for her. I should have told her he said she was a fat pig, or the ugliest thing he had ever seen. She might not even have seen through that. What's she doing now? Daphne had said, damn, very distinctly. Elizabeth sat forward in her chair, not wanting to let any trace of action escape. Then there was the quiet sound of the typewriter. Daphne was typing the letter to Miss Wilson. Elizabeth shook her head slowly and laughed. She lighted a cigarette with one of Daphne's matches, still on the edge of the desk, and looked blankly at the letter to Mr. Burton, still in the typewriter. Sitting with one arm hooked over the back of the chair and the cigarette in her mouth, she typed slowly with one finger, "The hell with you, Burton," and then tore the page out of the typewriter and threw it in the wastebasket. "That's every single bit of work I've done today," she told herself. "And it doesn't matter after looking at Daphne's face when I told her." She looked at her desk, the letters waiting to be answered, the criticisms by a professional editor waiting to be written, the complaints to be satisfied, and thought, "I'll go on home. I can take a bath and clean the place and get some stuff for Jim and the kid's sister. I'll only wait till Daphne leaves." "Daphne?" she called. After a hesitation, "Yes, Miss Style?" "Aren't you through yet?" Elizabeth said. She could afford to let herself speak gently now. "That letter to Miss Wilson should only take a minute." "Just getting ready to leave," Daphne said. "Don't forget to leave your name and address." There was a silence from the other room, and Elizabeth said to her closed door, raising her voice again, "Did you hear me?" "Mr. Shax knows my name and address," Daphne said. The outer door opened, and Daphne said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye," Elizabeth said. She got out of the taxi at her corner, and after paying the man, she had a $10 bill and some change in her pocketbook. This, with $20 more in her apartment, was all the money she had until she could ask Robbie for more. Figuring quickly, she decided to take $10 of her money at home to get her through the evening. Jim Harris would have to pay for her dinner. $10 then for taxis and emergencies. She would ask Robbie for more tomorrow. The money in her pocketbook would go for liquor and cocktail things. She stopped in the liquor store on the corner and bought a bottle of rye, a fifth, so that she would have some to offer Robbie the next time he came down. With her bottle under her arm, she went into the delicatessen and bought ginger ale. Hesitantly, she selected a bag of potato chips and then a box of crackers and a liverwurst spread to put on them. She was unused to entertaining. She and Robbie spent evenings quietly together, seldom seeing any people except an occasional client and sometimes an old friend who invited them out. Because they were not married, Robbie was reluctant to take her anywhere where he might be embarrassed by her presence. They ate their meals in small restaurants, did their rare drinking at home or in a corner bar, saw neighborhood movies. When it was necessary for Elizabeth to invite people to visit her, Robbie was not there. They had once given a party in Robbie's larger apartment to celebrate some great occasion, probably a client of some sort, and the party had been so miserable and the guest so uncomfortable that they had never given another and had been invited to only one or two. Consequently, Elizabeth, although she spoke so blithely of coming down for a drink, was almost completely at a loss when people actually came. As she climbed the stairs to her apartment, her packages braced between her arm and her chin, she was worrying over and over the progress of having a drink, the passing of crackers, the taking of coats. The appearance of her room shocked her. She had forgotten her hurried departure this morning and the way she had left things around. Also, the apartment was created and planned for Elizabeth. That is, the hurried departure every morning of a rather unhappy and desperate young woman with little or no ability to make things gracious, the lonely, ugly evenings in one chair with one book and one ashtray, the nights spent dreaming of hot grass and heavy sunlight. There was no possible arrangement of these things that would permit of a casual grouping of 3 or 4 people, sitting easily around a room, holding glasses, talking lightly. In the early evening, with one lamp on and the shadows in the corners, it looked warm and soft, but you had only to sit down in the one armchair, or touch a hand to the gray wood end table that looked polished, to see that the armchair was hard and cheap, the gray paint chipping. For a minute Elizabeth stood in the doorway, holding her packages, trying clearly to visualize her room as it might be smoothed out by an affectionate hand. But the noise of footsteps above coming down the stairs drove her inside with the door shut, and once in, there was no clear vision. She had her feet on the unpolished floor. There was a dirty fingerprint on the inside doorknob. Robbie's, Elizabeth thought. She opened the glass French doors that screened the kitchenette and put her packages down. The kitchenette was part of one wall, with a tiny stove built in under a cabinet, a sink installed over a refrigerator, and over the sink, 2 shelves on which stood her collection of china, 2 plates, 2 cups and saucers, 4 glasses. She also owned a small saucepan, a frying pan, and a coffee pot. She had bought all her small house furnishings in a 5 and 10 a few years before, planning a tiny complete kitchen where she could make miniature roasts for herself and Robbie, even bake a small pie or cookies, wearing a yellow apron and making funny mistakes at first. Although she had been a fairly competent cook when she first came to New York, capable of frying chops and potatoes, in the many years since she had been near a real stove, she had lost all her knowledge, except the fudge-making play in which she indulged herself occasionally. Cooking was, like everything else she had known, a decent, honest knowledge, meant to make her a capable, happy woman, the way to a man's heart, her mother used to say soberly, which, with the rest of her daily life, had sunk to a miniature useful only as a novelty on rare occasions. She had to take down the 4 glasses and wash them. They were dusty from standing so long unused on the open shelf. She checked the refrigerator. For a while she had kept butter and eggs in the refrigerator, and bread and coffee in the cabinet, but they had grown moldy and rancid before she had been able to make more than one breakfast from them. She was so often late and so seldom inclined to take time over her own breakfast. It was only 4:30. She had time to straighten things up and bathe and dress. Her first care was for the easy things in the apartment. She dusted the tables and emptied the ashtray, stopping to put her dust cloth down and pull the bed covers even, smoothing the spread down to a regular roundness. She was tempted to take up the 3 small scatter rugs and shake them, and then wash the floor, but a glance at the bathroom discouraged her. They would certainly be in and out of the bathroom, and the floor and tub and even the walls badly needed washing. She used her dust cloth soaked in hot water from the tap, getting the floor clean at last. She put out clean towels from her small stock and started her bath water while she went back to finish the big room. After all her haphazard work, the room looked the same, still gray and inhospitable in the rainy afternoon light. She debated for a minute running downstairs for some bright flowers, and then decided that her money wouldn't last that far. They would only be in the room for a short while anyway, and with something to drink and something to eat, any room should look friendly. When she finished her bath, it was nearly 6, and dark enough to light the lamp on the end table. She walked barefoot across the room, feeling clean and freshened, conscious of the cologne she had put on, with her hair curling a little from the hot water. With the feeling of cleanness came an excitement. She would be happy tonight. She would be successful. Something wonderful would happen to change her whole life. Following out this feeling, she chose a dark red silk dress from the closet. It was youthfully styled, and without the gray in her hair, it made her look nearer 20 than over 30. She selected a heavy gold chain to wear with it, and thought, I can wear my good black coat. Even if it's raining, I'll wear it to feel nice. While she dressed, she thought about her home. Considered honestly, there was no way to do anything with this apartment. No yellow drapes or pictures would help. She needed a new apartment. A pleasant, open place with big windows and pale furniture, with the sun coming in all day. To get a new apartment, she needed more money. She needed a new job. And Jim Harris would have to help her. Tonight would be only the first of many exciting dinners together, building into a lovely friendship that would get her a job and a sunny apartment. While she was planning her new life, she forgot Jim Harris, his heavy face, his thin voice. He was a stranger, a gallant, dark man with knowing eyes who watched her across a room. He was someone who loved her. He was a quiet, troubled man who needed sunlight, a warm garden, green lawns.
A Fine Old Firm. Mrs. Concord and her daughter, Helen, were sitting in their living room, sewing and talking and trying to keep warm. Helen had just put down the stockings she had been mending and walked over to the French doors that opened out onto the garden. "I wish spring would hurry up and get here," she was saying when the doorbell rang. "Good Lord," Mrs. Concord said. "If that's company, the rug's all covered with loose threads." She leaned over in her chair and began to gather up the odds and ends of material around her as Helen went to answer the door. She opened it and stood smiling when the woman outside held out a hand and began to talk rapidly. "You're Helen? I'm Mrs. Friedman," she said. "I hope you won't think I'm just breaking in on you, but I have been so anxious to meet you and your mother." "How do you do?" Helen said. "Won't you come in?" She opened the door wider, and Mrs. Friedman stepped in. She was small and dark and wearing a very smart leopard coat. "Is your mother home?" she asked Helen, just as Mrs. Concord came out of the living room. "I'm Mrs. Concord," Helen's mother said. "I'm Mrs. Friedman," Mrs. Friedman said. "Bob Friedman's mother." "Bob Friedman," Mrs. Concord repeated. Mrs. Friedman smiled apologetically. "I thought surely your boy would have mentioned Bobby," she said. "Of course he has," Helen said suddenly. "He's the one Charlie's always writing about, Mother. It's so hard to make a connection," she said to Mrs. Friedman, "because Charlie seems so far away." Mrs. Concord was nodding. "Of course," she said. "Won't you come in and sit down?" Mrs. Friedman followed the Concords into the living room and sat in one of the chairs not filled with sewing. Mrs. Concord waved her hand at the room. "It makes such a mess," she said, "but every now and then Helen and I just get to work and make things. These are kitchen curtains," she added, picking up the material she had been working on. "They're very nice," Mrs. Friedman said politely. "Well, tell us about your son," Mrs. Concord went on. "I'm amazed that I didn't recognize the name right away, but somehow I associate Bob Friedman with Charles and the Army, and it seemed strange to have his mother here in town." Mrs. Friedman laughed. "That's just about the way I felt," she said. "Bobby wrote me that his friend's mother lived here only a few blocks from us and said, why didn't I drop in and say hello?" "I'm so glad you did," Mrs. Concord said. I guess we know about as much about Bob as you do by now, Helen said. Charlie's always writing about him. Mrs. Friedman opened her purse. I even have a letter from Charlie, she said. I thought you'd like to take a look at it. Charles wrote you? Mrs. Concord asked. Just a note. He likes the pipe tobacco I send Bobby, Mrs. Friedman explained. And I put a tin of it in for him the last time I sent Bobby a package. She handed the letter to Mrs. Concord and said to Helen, I imagine I could tell you all about yourselves. Bobby's said so much about all of you. Well, Helen said, I know that Bob got you a Japanese sword for Christmas. That must have looked lovely under the tree. Charlie helped him buy it from the boy that had it. Did you hear about that? And how they almost had a fight with the boy? Bobby almost had a fight, Mrs. Friedman said. Charlie was smart and stayed out of it. No, we heard it that Charlie was the one who got in trouble, Helen said. She and Mrs. Friedman laughed. Maybe we shouldn't compare notes, Mrs. Friedman said. They don't seem to stick together on their stories. She turned to Mrs. Concord, who had finished the letter and handed it to Helen. I was just telling your daughter how many complimentary things I've heard about you. We've heard a lot about you, too, Mrs. Concord said. Charlie showed Bob a picture of you and your two daughters. The younger one's Nancy, isn't it? Nancy, yes, Mrs. Concord said. Well, Charlie certainly thinks a lot of his family, Mrs. Friedman said. Wasn't he nice to write me? She asked Helen. That tobacco must be good, Helen said. She hesitated for a minute and handed the letter back to Mrs. Friedman, who put it in her purse. I'd love to meet Charlie sometime, Mrs. Friedman said. It seems as though I know him so well. I'm sure he'll want to meet you when he comes back, Mrs. Concord said. I hope it won't be long now, Mrs. Friedman said. All three were silent for a minute, and then Mrs. Friedman went on with animation. It seems so strange that we've been living in the same town and it took our boys so far away to introduce us. This is a very hard town to get acquainted in, Mrs. Concord said. Have you lived here long? Mrs. Friedman smiled apologetically. Of course, I know of your husband, she added. My sister's children are in your husband's high school, and they speak so highly of him. Really? Mrs. Concord said. My husband has lived here all his life. I came here from the West when I was married. Then it hasn't been hard for you to get settled and make friends, Mrs. Friedman said. No, I never had much trouble, Mrs. Concord said. Of course, most of our friends are people who went to school with my husband. I'm sorry Bobby never got a chance to study under Mr. Concord, Mrs. Friedman said. Well, she rose. I have certainly enjoyed meeting you at last. I'm so glad you came over, Mrs. Concord said. It's like having a letter from Charles. And I know how welcome a letter can be, the way I wait for Bobby's, Mrs. Friedman said. She and Mrs. Concord started for the door, and Helen got up and followed them. My husband is very much interested in Charlie, you know. Ever since he found out that Charlie was studying law when he went into the army. Your husband is a lawyer? Mrs. Concord asked. He's the Friedman, of Grunwald, Friedman and White, Mrs. Friedman said. When Charlie is ready to start out for himself, perhaps my husband could find a place for him. That's awfully kind of you, Mrs. Concord said. Charles will be so sorry when I tell him. You see, it's always been sort of arranged that he'd go in with Charles Satterthwaite, my husband's oldest friend. Satterthwaite and Harris. I believe Mr. Friedman knows the firm, Mrs. Friedman said. A fine old firm, Mrs. Concord said. Mr. Concord's grandfather used to be a partner. Give Bob our best regards when you write him, Helen said. I will, Mrs. Friedman said. I'll tell him all about meeting you. It's been very nice, she said, holding out her hand to Mrs. Concord. I've enjoyed it, Mrs. Concord said. Tell Charlie I'll send him some more tobacco, Mrs. Friedman said to Helen. I certainly will, Helen said. Well, goodbye then, Mrs. Friedman said. Goodbye, Mrs. Concord said.
The Dummy. It was a respectable, well-padded restaurant with a good chef and a group of entertainers who called themselves a floor show. The people who came there laughed quietly and dined thoroughly, appreciating the principle that the check was always a little more than the restaurant and the entertainment and the company warranted. It was a respectable, likable restaurant, and two women could go into it alone with perfect decorum and have a faintly exciting dinner. When Mrs. Wilkins and Mrs. Straw came noiselessly down the carpeted staircase into the restaurant, none of the waiters looked up more than once, quickly. Few of the guests turned, and the head waiter came quietly and bowed agreeably before he turned to the room and the few vacant tables far in the back. "Do you mind being so far away from everything, Alice?" Mrs. Wilkins, who was hostess, said to Mrs. Straw. "We can wait for a table, if you like, or go somewhere else." "Of course not." Mrs. Straw was a rather large woman in a heavy flowered hat, and she looked affectionately at the substantial dinners set on nearby tables. "I don't mind where we sit. This is really lovely." "Anywhere will do," Mrs. Wilkins said to the head waiter. "Not too far back, if you can help it." The head waiter listened carefully and nodded, stepping delicately off between the tables to one very far back, near the doorway where the entertainers came in and out. Near the table where the lady who owned the restaurant was sitting drinking beer, near the kitchen doors. "Nothing nearer?" Mrs. Wilkins said, frowning at the head waiter. The head waiter shrugged, gesturing at the other vacant tables. One was behind a post, another was set for a large party, a third was somehow behind the small orchestra. "This will do beautifully, Jen," Mrs. Straw said. "We'll sit right down." Mrs. Wilkins hesitated still, but Mrs. Straw pulled out the chair on one side of the table and sat down with a sigh, setting her gloves and pocketbook on the extra chair beside her and reaching to unfasten the collar of her coat. "I can't say I like this," Mrs. Wilkins said, sliding into the chair opposite. "I'm not sure we can see anything." "Of course we can," Mrs. Straw said. "We can see all that's going on, and of course we'll be able to hear everything. Would you like to sit here instead?" she finished reluctantly. "Of course not, Alice," Mrs. Wilkins said. She accepted the menu the waiter was offering her and set it down on the table, scanning it rapidly. "The food is quite good here," she said. "Shrimp casserole," Mrs. Straw said. "Fried chicken." She sighed. "I certainly am hungry." Mrs. Wilkins ordered quickly, with no debate, and then helped Mrs. Straw choose. When the waiter had gone, Mrs. Straw leaned back comfortably and turned in her chair to see all of the restaurant. "This is a lovely place," she said. "The people seem to be very nice," Mrs. Wilkins said. "The woman who owns it is sitting over there in back of you. I've always thought she looked very clean and decent." "She probably makes sure the glasses are washed," Mrs. Straw said. She turned back to the table and picked up her pocketbook, diving deep into it after a pack of cigarettes and a box of wooden safety matches, which she set on the table. "I like to see a place that serves food kept nice and clean," she said. "They make a lot of money from this place," Mrs. Wilkins said. "Tom and I used to come here years ago before they enlarged it. It was very nice then, but it attracts a better class of people now. Mrs. Straw regarded the crab meat cocktail now in front of her with deep satisfaction. "Yes, indeed," she said. Mrs. Wilkins picked up her fork indifferently, watching Mrs. Straw. "I had a letter from Walter yesterday," she said. "What did he have to say?" Mrs. Straw asked. "He seems fine," Mrs. Wilkins said. "Seems like there's a lot he doesn't tell us." "Walter's a good boy," Mrs. Straw said. "You worry too much." The orchestra began to play suddenly and violently, and the lights darkened to a spotlight on the stage. "I hate to eat in the dark," Mrs. Wilkins said. "We'll get plenty of light back here from those doors," Mrs. Straw said. She put down her fork and turned to watch the orchestra. "They've made Walter a proctor," Mrs. Wilkins said. "He'll be first in his class," Mrs. Straw said. "Look at the dress on that girl." Mrs. Wilkins turned covertly, looking at the girl Mrs. Straw had indicated with her head. The girl had come out of the doorway that led to the entertainers' rooms. She was tall and very dark, with heavy black hair and thick eyebrows, and the dress was electric green satin, cut very low, with a flaming orange flower on one shoulder. "I never did see a dress like that," Mrs. Wilkins said. "She must be going to dance or something." "She's not a very pretty girl," Mrs. Straw said. "And look at the fellow with her." Mrs. Wilkins turned again and moved her head back quickly to smile at Mrs. Straw. "He looks like a monkey," she said. "So little," Mrs. Straw said. "I hate those flabby little blonde men." "They used to have such a nice floor show here," Mrs. Wilkins said. "Music and dancers, and sometimes a nice young man who would sing requests from the audience. Once they had an organist, I think." "This is our dinner coming along now," Mrs. Straw said. The music had faded down, and the leader of the orchestra, who acted as a master of ceremonies, introduced the first number, a pair of ballroom dancers. When the applause started, a tall young man and a tall young woman came out of the entertainer's door and made their way through the tables to the dance floor. On their way, they both gave a nod of recognition to the girl in electric green and the man with her. "Aren't they graceful?" Mrs. Wilkins said when the dance started. "They always look so pretty, that kind of dancers." "They have to watch their weight," Mrs. Straw said critically. "Look at the figure on the girl in green." Mrs. Wilkins turned again. "I hope they're not comedians." "They don't look very funny right now," Mrs. Straw said. She estimated the butter left on her plate. "Every time I eat a good dinner," she said, "I think of Walter and the food we used to get in school." "Walter writes that the food is quite good," Mrs. Wilkins said. "He's gained something like 3 pounds." Mrs. Straw raised her eyes. "For heaven's sake!" "What is it?" "I think he's a ventriloquist," Mrs. Straw said. "I do believe he is." "They're very popular right now," Mrs. Wilkins said. "I haven't seen one since I was a kid," Mrs. Straw said. "He's got a little man, what do you call them, in that box there." She continued to watch, her mouth a little open. "Look at it, Jen." The girl in green and the man had sat down at a table near the entertainer's door. She was leaning forward, watching the dummy, which was sitting on the man's lap. It was a grotesque wooden copy of the man. Where he was blonde, the dummy was extravagantly yellow-haired, with sleek wooden curls and sideburns. Where the man was small and ugly, the dummy was smaller and uglier, with the same wide mouth, the same staring eyes, the horrible parody of evening clothes, complete to tiny black shoes. "I wonder how they happen to have a ventriloquist here," Mrs. Wilkins said. The girl in green was leaning across the table to the dummy, straightening his tie, fastening one shoe, smoothing the shoulders of his coat. As she leaned back again, the man spoke to her and she shrugged indifferently. "I can't take my eyes off that green dress," Mrs. Straw said. She started as the waiter came softly up to her with the menu, waiting uneasily for their dessert orders, his eye on the stage where the orchestra was finishing a between-acts number. By the time Mrs. Straw had decided on apple pie with chocolate ice cream, the master of ceremonies was introducing the ventriloquist. "And Marmaduke, a chip off the old block." "I hope it's not very long," Mrs. Wilkins said. "We can't hear from here anyway." The ventriloquist and the dummy were sitting in the spotlight, both grinning widely, talking fast. The man's weak blonde face was close to the dummy's staring grin, their black shoulders against one another. Their conversation was rapid. The audience was laughing affectionately, knowing most of the jokes before the dummy finished speaking, silent with interest for a minute, and then laughing again before the words were out. "I think he's terrible," Mrs. Wilkins said to Mrs. Straw during one roar of laughter. "They're always so coarse." "Look at our friend in the green dress," Mrs. Straw said. The girl was leaning forward, following every word, tense and excited. For a minute, the heavy sullenness of her face had vanished. She was laughing with everyone else, her eyes light. "She thinks it's funny," Mrs. Straw said. Mrs. Wilkins drew her shoulders closer together and shivered. She attacked her dish of ice cream primly. "I always wonder," she began after a minute, "why places like this, with really good food, never seem to think about desserts. It's always ice cream or something." "Nothing better than ice cream," Mrs. Straw said. "You'd think they'd have pastries, or some nice pudding," Mrs. Wilkins said. "They never seem to give any thought to it." "I've never seen anything like that fig and date pudding you make, Jen," Mrs. Straw said. "Walter always used to say that was the best," Mrs. Wilkins began, and was cut short by a blare from the orchestra. The ventriloquist and the dummy were bowing, the man bowing deeply from the waist, and the dummy bobbing his head courteously. The orchestra began quickly with a dance tune, and the man and the dummy turned and trotted off the stage. "Thank heavens," Mrs. Wilkins said. "I haven't seen one of those for years," Mrs. Straw said. The girl in green had risen, waiting for the man and the dummy to come back to the table. The man sat down heavily, the dummy still on his knee, and the girl sat down again, on the edge of her chair, asking him something urgently. "What do you think?" he said loudly, without looking at her. He waved to a waiter, who hesitated, looking in back of him at the table where the woman who owned the restaurant was sitting alone. After a minute, the waiter approached the man, and the girl said, her voice clear over the soft waltz the orchestra was playing, "Don't drink anything more, Joey. We'll go somewhere and eat." The man spoke to the waiter, ignoring the girl's hand on his arm. He turned to the dummy, speaking softly, and the dummy's face and broad grin looked at the girl and then back at the man. The girl sat back, looking out of the corners of her eyes at the owner of the restaurant. "I'd hate to be married to a man like that," Mrs. Straw said. "He's certainly not a very good comedian," Mrs. Wilkins said. The girl was leaning forward again, arguing, and the man was talking to the dummy, making the dummy nod in agreement. When the girl put a hand on his shoulder, the man shrugged it away without turning around. The girl's voice rose again. "Listen, Joey," she was saying. "In a minute," the man said. "I just want to have this one drink." "Yeah, leave him alone, can't you?" the dummy said. "You don't need another drink now, Joey," the girl said. "You can get another drink later." The man said, "Look, honey, I've got a drink ordered. I can't leave before it comes." "Why don't you make old Deadhead shut up?" the dummy said to the man. "Always making a fuss when she sees someone having a good time. Why don't you tell her to shut up?"
"You shouldn't talk to her like that," the man said to the dummy. "It's not nice."
"I can talk if I want to," the dummy said. "She can't make me stop."
"Joey," the girl said, "I want to talk to you. Listen, let's go somewhere and talk."
"Shut up for a minute," the dummy said to the girl. "For God's sake, will you shut up for a minute?"
People at nearby tables were beginning to turn, interested in the dummy's loud voice, and laughing already, hearing him talk.
"Please, be quiet," the girl said. "Yeah, don't make such a fuss," the man said to the dummy. "I'm just going to have this one drink. She doesn't mind."
"He's not going to bring you any drink," the girl said impatiently. "They told him not to. They wouldn't give you a drink here the way you're acting."
"I'm acting fine,"
the man said.
"I'm the one making the fuss," the dummy said. "It's time someone told you, sweetheart. You're going to get into trouble acting like a wet blanket all the time. A man won't stand for it forever."
"Be quiet," the girl said, looking around her anxiously. "Everyone can hear you."
"Let them hear me,"
the dummy said. He turned his grinning head around at his audience and raised his voice.
"Just because a man wants to have a good time, she has to freeze up like an ice bag."
"Now, Marmaduke," the man said to the dummy, "you'd better talk nicer to your old mother."
"Why, I wouldn't tell that old bag the right time," the dummy said. "If she doesn't like it here, let her get back on the streets."
Mrs. Wilkins' mouth opened and shut again. She put her napkin down on the table and stood up. While Mrs. Straw watched blankly, she walked over to the other table and slapped the dummy sharply across the face. By the time she had turned and come back to her own table, Mrs. Straw had her coat on and was standing. "We'll pay on our way out," Mrs. Wilkins said curtly. She picked up her coat, and the two of them walked with dignity to the door. For a moment, the man and girl sat looking at the dummy, slumped over sideways, its head awry. Then the girl reached over and straightened the wooden head.
Seven Types of Ambiguity. The basement room of the bookstore seemed to be enormous. It stretched in long rows of books off into dimness at either end, with books lined in tall bookcases along the walls and books standing in piles on the floor. At the foot of the spiral staircase winding down from the neat small store upstairs, Mr. Harris, owner and sales clerk of the bookstore, had a small desk cluttered with catalogs, lighted by one dirty overhead lamp. The same lamp served to light the shelves which crowded heavily around Mr. Harris's desk. Farther away, along the lines of book tables, there were other dirty overhead lamps, to be lighted by pulling a string, and turned off by the customer when he was ready to grope his way back to Mr. Harris's desk, pay for his purchases, and have them wrapped. Mr. Harris, who knew the position of any author or any title in all the heavy shelves, had one customer at the moment, a boy of about 18, who was standing far down the long room directly under one of the lamps, leafing through a book he had selected from the shelves. It was cold in the big basement room. Both Mr. Harris and the boy had their coats on. Occasionally Mr. Harris got up from his desk to put a meager shovelful of coal on a small iron stove which stood in the curve of the staircase. Except when Mr. Harris got up, or the boy turned to put a book back into the shelves and take out another, the room was quiet, the books standing silent in the dim light. Then the silence was broken by the sound of the door opening in the little upstairs bookshop where Mr. Harris kept his bestsellers and art books on display. There was the sound of voices, while both Mr. Harris and the boy listened, and then the girl who took care of the upstairs bookshop said, "Right on down the stairs. Mr. Harris will help you." Mr. Harris got up and walked around to the foot of the stairs, turning on another of the overhead lamps so that his new customer would be able to see his way down. The boy put his book back in the shelves and stood with his hand on the back of it, still listening. When Mr. Harris saw that it was a woman coming down the stairs, he stood back politely and said, "Watch the bottom step. There's one more than people think." The woman stepped carefully down and stood looking around. While she stood there, a man came carefully around the turn of the staircase, ducking his head so his hat would clear the low ceiling. "Watch the bottom step," the woman said in a soft, clear voice. The man came down beside her and raised his head to look around as she had. "Quite a lot of books you have here," he said. Mr. Harris smiled his professional smile. "Can I help you?" The woman looked at the man, and he hesitated a minute and then said, "We want to get some books, quite a few of them." He waved his hand inclusively. "Sets of books." "Well, if it's books you want," Mr. Harris said, and smiled again, "maybe the lady would like to come over and sit down." He led the way around to his desk, the woman following him, and the man walking uneasily between the tables of books, his hands close to his sides as though he were afraid of breaking something. Mr. Harris gave the lady his desk chair, and then sat down on the edge of his desk, shoving aside a pile of catalogues. "This is a very interesting place," the lady said in the same soft voice she had used when she spoke before. She was middle-aged and nicely dressed. All her clothes were fairly new, but quiet and well-planned for her age and air of shyness. The man was big and hearty-looking, his face reddened by the cold air, and his big hands holding a pair of wool gloves uneasily. "We'd like to buy some of your books," the man said. "Some good books." "Anything in particular?" Mr. Harris asked. The man laughed loudly, but with embarrassment. "Tell you the truth," he said, "I sound sort of foolish now, but I don't know much about these things, like books." In the large quiet store his voice seemed to echo after his wife's soft voice and Mr. Harris's. "We're sort of hoping you'd be able to tell us," he said. "None of this trash they turn out nowadays." He cleared his throat. "Something like Dickens," he said. "Dickens," Mr. Harris said. "I used to read Dickens when I was a kid," the man said. "Books like that now, good books." He looked up as the boy who had been standing off among the books came over to them. "I'd like to read Dickens again," the big man said. "Mr. Harris?" the boy asked quietly. Mr. Harris looked up. "Yes, Mr. Clark?" he said. The boy came closer to the desk as though unwilling to interrupt Mr. Harris with his customers. "I'd like to take another look at the Empson," he said. Mr. Harris turned to the glass-doored bookcase immediately behind his desk and selected a book. "Here it is," he said. "You'll have it read through before you buy it at this rate." He smiled at the big man and his wife. "Someday he's going to come in and buy that book," he said, "and I'm going to go out of business from shock." The boy turned away, holding the book, and the big man leaned forward to Mr. Harris. "I figure I'd like 2 good sets, big, like Dickens," he said, "and then a couple of smaller sets." "And a copy of Jane Eyre," his wife said in her soft voice. "I used to love that book," she said to Mr. Harris. "I can let you have a very nice set of the Brontes," Mr. Harris said. "Beautiful binding." "I want them to look nice," the man said, "but solid for reading. I'm going to read through all of Dickens again." The boy came back to the desk, holding the book out to Mr. Harris. "It still looks good," he said. "It's right here when you want it," Mr. Harris said, turning back to the bookcase with the book. "It's pretty scarce, that book." "I guess it'll be here a while longer," the boy said. "What's the name of this book?" the big man asked curiously. 7 Types of Ambiguity, the boy said. "It's quite a good book." "That's a fine name for a book," the big man said to Mr. Harris. "Pretty smart young fella, reading books with names like that." "It's a good book," the boy repeated. "I'm trying to buy some books myself," the big man said to the boy. "I want to catch up on a few I've missed. Dickens, I've always liked his books." "Meredith is good," the boy said. "You ever try reading Meredith?" "Meredith," the big man said. "Let's see a few of your books," he said to Mr. Harris. "I'd sort of like to pick out a few I want." "Can I take the gentleman down there?" the boy said to Mr. Harris. "I've got to go back anyway to get my hat." "I'll go with the young man and look at the books, Mother," the big man said to his wife. "You stay here and keep warm." "Fine," Mr. Harris said. "He knows where the books are as well as I do," he said to the big man. The boy started off down the aisle between the book tables, and the big man followed, still walking carefully, trying not to touch anything. They went down past the lamp still burning where the boy had left his hat and gloves, and the boy turned on another lamp further down. "Mr. Harris keeps most of his sets around here," the boy said. "Let's see what we can find." He squatted down in front of the bookcases, touching the backs of the rows of books lightly with his fingers. "How do you feel about the prices?" he asked. "I'm willing to pay a reasonable amount for the books I have in mind," the big man said. He touched the book in front of him experimentally with one finger. $150, $200 altogether. The boy looked up at him and laughed. "That ought to get you some nice books," he said. "Never saw so many books in my life," the big man said. "I never thought I'd see the day when I'd just walk into a bookstore and buy up all the books I always wanted to read. It's a good feeling." "I never got a chance to read much," the man said. "Went right into the machine shop where my father worked when I was much younger than you, and worked ever since. Now all of a sudden I find I have a little more money than I used to, and Mother and I decided we'd like to get ourselves a few things we always wanted." "Your wife was interested in the Brontes," the boy said. "Here's a very good set." The man leaned down to look at the books the boy pointed out. "I don't know much about these things," he said. "They look nice, all alike. What's the next set?" "Carlyle," the boy said. "You can skip him. He's not quite what you're looking for. Meredith is good, and Thackeray. I think you'd want Thackeray. He's a great writer." The man took one of the books the boy handed him and opened it carefully, using only 2 fingers from each of his big hands. "This looks fine," he said. "I'll write them down," the boy said. He took a pencil and a pocket memorandum from his coat pocket. "Brontes," he said. "Dickens, Meredith, Thackeray." He ran his hand along each of the sets as he read them off. The big man narrowed his eyes. "I ought to take one more," he said. "These won't quite fill up the bookcase I got for them." "Jane Austen," the boy said. "Your wife would be pleased with that." "You read all these books?" the man asked. "Most of them," the boy said. The man was quiet for a minute, and then he went on. "I never got much of a chance to read anything, going to work so early. I've got a lot to catch up on." "You're going to have a fine time," the boy said. "That book you had a while back," the man said. "What was that book?" "It's aesthetics," the boy said. "About literature. It's very scarce. I've been trying to buy it for quite a while and haven't had the money." "You go to college?" the man asked. "Yes." "Here's one I ought to read again," the man said. "Mark Twain. I read a couple of his books when I was a kid, but I guess I have enough to start on." He stood up. The boy rose too, smiling. "You're going to have to do a lot of reading." "I like to read," the man said. "I really like to read." He started back down the aisles, going straight for Mr. Harris's desk. The boy turned off the lamps and followed, stopping to get his hat and gloves. When the big man reached Mr. Harris's desk, he said to his wife, "That's sure a smart kid. He knows those books right and left." "Did you pick out what you want?" his wife asked. "The kid has a fine list for me." He turned to Mr. Harris and went on. "It's quite an experience seeing a kid like that liking books the way he does. When I was his age, I was working for 4 or 5 years. The boy came up with a slip of paper in his hand. "These ought to hold him for a while," he said to Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris glanced at the list and nodded. "That Thackeray's a nice set of books," he said. The boy had put his hat on and was standing at the foot of the stairs. "Hope you enjoy them," he said. "I'll be back for another look at that Empson, Mr. Harris." "I'll try to keep it around for you," Mr. Harris said. "I can't promise to hold it, you know." "I'll just count on its being here," the boy said. "Thanks, son," the big man called out as the boy started up the stairs. "Appreciate your helping me." "That's all right," the boy said. "He's sure a smart kid," the man said to Mr. Harris. "He's got a great chance with an education like that." "He's a nice young fellow," Mr. Harris said, "and he sure wants that book." "You think he'll ever buy it?" the big man asked. "I doubt it," Mr. Harris said. "If you'll just write down your name and address, I'll add these prices." Mr. Harris began to note down the prices of the books, copying from the boy's neat list. After the big man had written his name and address, he stood for a minute drumming his fingers on the desk, and then he said, "Can I have another look at that book?" "The Empson," Mr. Harris said, looking up. "The one the boy was so interested in." Mr. Harris reached around to the bookcase in back of him and took out the book. The big man held it delicately, as he had held the others, and he frowned as he turned the pages. Then he put the book down on Mr. Harris's desk. "If he isn't going to buy it, will it be all right if I put this in with the rest?" he asked. Mr. Harris looked up from his figures for a minute, and then he made the entry on his list. He added quickly, wrote down the total, and then pushed the paper across the desk to the big man. While the man checked over the figures, Mr. Harris turned to the woman and said, "Your husband has bought a lot of very pleasant reading." "I'm glad to hear it," she said. "We've been looking forward to it for a long time." The big man counted out the money carefully, handing the bills to Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris put the money in the top drawer of his desk and said, "We can have these delivered to you by the end of the week, if that will be all right." "Fine," the big man said. "Ready, Mother?" The woman rose, and the big man stood back to let her go ahead of him. Mr. Harris followed, stopping near the stairs to say to the woman, "Watch the bottom step." They started up the stairs, and Mr. Harris stood watching them until they got to the turn. Then he switched off the dirty overhead lamp and went back to his desk.
Come Dance With Me in Ireland. Young Mrs. Archer was sitting on the bed with Kathy Valentine and Mrs. Corn, playing with the baby and gossiping when the doorbell rang. Mrs. Archer, saying, "Oh dear," went to push the buzzer that released the outside door of the apartment building. "We had to live on the ground floor," she called to Kathy and Mrs. Corn. "Everybody rings our bell for everything." When the inner doorbell rang, she opened the door of the apartment and saw an old man standing in the outer hall. He was wearing a long, shabby black overcoat and had a square white beard. He held out a handful of shoelaces. "Oh," Mrs. Archer said, "oh, I'm terribly sorry, but—" "Madam," the old man said, "if you would be so kind, a nickel apiece." Mrs. Archer shook her head and backed away. "I'm afraid not," she said. "Well, thank you anyway, madam," he said, "for speaking courteously. The first person on this block who has been decently polite to a poor old man." Mrs. Archer turned the doorknob back and forth nervously. "I'm awfully sorry," she said. Then, as he turned to go, she said, "Wait a minute," and hurried into the bedroom. "Old man selling shoelaces," she whispered. She pulled open the top dresser drawer, took out her pocketbook, and fumbled in the change purse. "Quarter," she said. "Think it's all right?" "Sure. Probably more than he's gotten all day." She was Mrs. Archer's age and unmarried. Mrs. Corn was a stout woman in her mid-50s. They both lived in the building and spent a good deal of time at Mrs. Archer's, on account of the baby. Mrs. Archer returned to the front door. "Here," she said, holding out the quarter. "I think it's a shame everyone was so rude." The old man started to offer her some shoelaces, but his hand shook, and the shoelaces dropped to the floor. He leaned heavily against the wall. Mrs. Archer watched, horrified. "Good Lord," she said, and put out her hand. As her fingers touched the dirty old overcoat, she hesitated, and then, tightening her lips, she put her arm firmly through his and tried to help him through the doorway. "Girls," she called, "come help me quick." Kathy came running out of the bedroom, saying, "Did you call, Jean?" and then stopped dead, staring. "What'll I do?" Mrs. Archer said, standing with her arm through the old man's. His eyes were closed, and he seemed barely able, with her help, to stand on his feet.
Well, for heaven's sake, grab him on the other side. Get him to a chair or something, Kathy said. The hall was too narrow for all three of them to go down side by side, so Kathy took the old man's other arm and half led Mrs. Archer and him into the living room. Not in the good chair, Mrs. Archer said. In the old leather one. They dropped the old man into the leather chair and stood back. What on earth do we do now? Mrs. Archer said. Do you have any whiskey? Kathy asked. Mrs. Archer shook her head. A little wine, she said doubtfully. Mrs. Corn came into the living room holding the baby. Gracious, she said. He's drunk. Nonsense, Kathy said. I wouldn't have let Jean bring him in if he were. Watch out for the baby, Blanche, Mrs. Archer said. Naturally, Mrs. Corn said. We're going back into the bedroom, honey, she said to the baby. And then we're going to get into our lovely crib and go Betty-bye. The old man stirred and opened his eyes. He tried to get up. Now you stay right where you are, Kathy ordered. And Mrs. Archer here is going to bring you a little bit of wine. You'd like that, wouldn't you? The old man raised his eyes to Kathy. Thank you, he said. Mrs. Archer went into the kitchen. After a moment's thought, she took the glass from over the sink, rinsed it out, and poured some sherry into it. She took the glass of sherry back into the living room and handed it to Kathy. Shall I hold it for you, or can you drink by yourself? Kathy asked the old man. You are much too kind, he said, and reached for the glass. Kathy steadied it for him as he sipped from it, and then he pushed it away. That's enough, thank you, he said. Enough to revive me. He tried to rise. Thank you, he said to Mrs. Archer, and thank you to Kathy. I had better be going along. Not until you're quite firm on your feet, Kathy said. Can't afford to take chances, you know. The old man smiled. I can afford to take chances, he said. Mrs. Corn came back into the living room. Baby's in his crib, she said. Just about asleep already. Does he feel better now? I'll bet he was just drunk or hungry or something. Of course he was, Kathy said, fired by the idea. He was hungry. That's what was wrong all the time, Jean. Oh, how silly we were. Oh, poor old gentleman, she said to the old man. Mrs. Archer is certainly not going to let you leave here without a full meal inside of you. Mrs. Archer looked doubtful. I have some eggs, she said. Fine, Kathy said. Just the thing. They're easily digested, she said to the old man, and especially good if you haven't eaten for... She hesitated. For a while. Black coffee, Mrs. Corn said, if you ask me. Look at his hands shake. Nervous exhaustion, Kathy said firmly. A nice hot cup of bouillon is all he needs to be good as ever, and he has to drink it very slowly until his stomach gets used to food again. The stomach, she told Mrs. Archer and Mrs. Corn, shrinks when it remains empty for any great period of time. I would rather not trouble you, the old man said to Mrs. Archer. Nonsense, Kathy said. We've got to see that you get a good hot meal to go on with. She took Mrs. Archer's arm and began to walk her out to the kitchen. Just some eggs, she said. Fry 4 or 5. I'll get you a half-dozen later. I don't suppose you have any bacon. I'll tell you, fry up a few potatoes, too. He won't care if they're half raw. These people eat things like heaps of fried potatoes and eggs, and there's some canned figs left over from lunch, Mrs. Archer said. I was wondering what to do with them. I've got to run right back and keep an eye on him, Kathy said. He might faint again or something. You just fry up those eggs and potatoes. I'll send Blanche out if she'll come. Mrs. Archer measured out enough coffee for 2 cups and set the pot on the stove. Then she took out her frying pan. Kathy, she said, I'm just a little worried. If he really is drunk, and if Jim should hear about it, with the baby here and everything. Why, Jean, Kathy said, you should live in the country for a while, I guess. Women always give out meals to starving men. And you don't need to tell Jim. Blanche and I certainly won't say anything. Well, said Mrs. Archer, you're sure he isn't drunk? I know a starving man when I see one, Kathy said. When an old man like that can't stand up and his hands shake and he looks so funny, that means he's starving to death. Literally starving. Oh, my, said Mrs. Archer. She hurried to the cupboard under the sink and took out 2 potatoes. 2 enough, do you think? I guess we're really doing a good deed. Kathy giggled. Just a bunch of Girl Scouts, she said. She started out of the kitchen and then stopped and turned around. You have any pie? They always eat pie. Well, it was for dinner, though, Mrs. Archer said. Oh, give it to him, Kathy said. We can run out and get some more after he goes. While the potatoes were frying, Mrs. Archer put a plate, a cup and saucer, and a knife and fork and spoon on the dinette table. Then, as an afterthought, she picked up the dishes and, taking a paper bag out of the cupboard, tore it in half and spread it smoothly on the table and put the dishes back. She got a glass and filled it with water from the bottle in the refrigerator, cut 3 slices of bread and put them on a plate, and then cut a small square of butter and put it on the plate with the bread. Then she got a paper napkin from the box in the cupboard and put it beside the plate, took it up after a minute to fold it into a triangular shape, and put it back. Finally, she put the pepper and salt shakers on the table and got out a box of eggs. She went to the door and called, Kathy, ask him how does he want his eggs fried. There was a murmur of conversation in the living room, and Kathy called back, Sunny side up. Mrs. Archer took 4 eggs, and then another, and broke them one by one into the frying pan. When they were done, she called out, All right, girls, bring him in. Mrs. Corn came into the kitchen, inspected the plate of potatoes and eggs, and looked at Mrs. Archer without speaking. Then Kathy came, leading the old man by the arm. She escorted him to the table and sat him down in a chair. There, she said. Now, Mrs. Archer's fixed you a lovely hot meal. The old man looked at Mrs. Archer. I'm very grateful, he said. Isn't that nice? Kathy said. She nodded approvingly at Mrs. Archer. The old man regarded the plate of eggs and potatoes. Now pitch right in, Kathy said. Sit down, girls. I'll get a chair from the bedroom. The old man picked up the salt and shook it gently over the eggs. This looks delicious, he said finally. You just go right ahead and eat, Kathy said, reappearing with the chair. We want to see you get filled up. Pour him some coffee, Jean. Mrs. Archer went to the stove and took up the coffee pot. Please, don't bother, he said. Well, that's all right, Mrs. Archer said, filling the old man's cup. She sat down at the table. The old man picked up the fork and then put it down again to take up the paper napkin and spread it carefully over his knees. What's your name? Kathy asked. O'Flaherty, madam. John O'Flaherty. Well, John, Kathy said, I am Miss Valentine, and this lady is Mrs. Archer, and the other one is Mrs. Corn. How do you do? The old man said. I gather you're from the old country, Kathy said. I beg your pardon? Well, Irish, aren't you? Kathy said. I am, madam. The old man plunged the fork into one of the eggs and watched the yolk run out onto the plate. I knew Yeats, he said suddenly. Really? Kathy said, leaning forward. Let me see. He was the writer, wasn't he? Come out of charity. Come dance with me in Ireland, the old man said. He rose and, holding on to the back of the chair, bowed solemnly to Mrs. Archer. Thank you again, madam, for your generosity. He turned and started for the front door. The three women got up and followed him. But you didn't finish, Mrs. Corn said. The stomach, the old man said, as this lady has pointed out, shrinks. Yes, indeed, he went on reminiscently. I knew Yeats. At the front door he turned and said to Mrs. Archer, Your kindness should not go unrewarded. He gestured to the shoelaces lying on the floor. These, he said, are for you, for your kindness. Divide them with the other ladies. Oh, but I wouldn't dream, Mrs. Archer began. I insist, the old man said, opening the door. A small return, but all that I have to offer. Pick them up yourself, he said abruptly. Then he turned and thumbed his nose at Mrs. Corn. I hate old women, he said. Well, said Mrs. Corn faintly. I may have imbibed somewhat freely, the old man said to Mrs. Archer, but I never served bad sherry to my guests. We are of two different worlds, madam. Didn't I tell you? Mrs. Corn was saying. Haven't I kept telling you all along? Mrs. Archer, her eyes on Kathy, made a tentative motion of pushing the old man through the door, but he forestalled her. Come dance with me in Ireland, he said. Supporting himself against the wall, he reached the outer door and opened it. And time runs on, he said.
Part 4. We are never liable to be so betrayed and abused till by our vile dispositions and tendencies we have forfeited the tutelary care and oversight of the better spirits, who, though generally they are our guard and defense against the malice and violence of evil angels, yet it may well enough be thought that sometime they may take their leave of such as are swallowed up by malice, envy, and desire of revenge, qualities most contrary to their life and nature, and leave them exposed to the invasion and solicitations of those wicked spirits to whom such hateful attributes make them very suitable. Joseph Glanville, Sadducismus Triumphatus.
Of course. Mrs. Tyler, in the middle of a busy morning, was far too polite to go out on the front porch and stare, but she saw no reason for avoiding the windows. When her vacuuming or her dishwashing or even the upstairs bed-making took her near a window on the south side of the house, she would lift the curtains slightly or edge to one side and stir the shade. All she could see, actually, was the moving van in front of the house and various small activities going on between the movers. The furniture, what she could see of it, looked fine. Mrs. Tyler finished the beds and came downstairs to start lunch, and in the short space of time it took her to get from the front bedroom window to the kitchen window, a taxi had stopped in front of the house next door, and a small boy was dancing up and down on the sidewalk. Mrs. Tyler estimated him. About 4, probably, unless he was small for his age. About right for her youngest girl. She turned her attention to the woman who was getting out of the taxi, and was further reassured. A nice-looking tan suit, a little worn, and perhaps a little too light in color for moving day, but nicely cut, and Mrs. Tyler nodded appreciatively over the carrots she was scraping. Nice people, obviously. Carol, Mrs. Tyler's youngest, was leaning on the fence in front of the Tyler house, watching the little boy next door. When the little boy stopped dancing up and down, Carol said, "Hi." The little boy looked up, took a step backward, and said, "Hi." His mother looked at Carol, at the Tyler house, and down at her son. Then she said, "Hello there," to Carol. Mrs. Tyler smiled in the kitchen. Then, on a sudden impulse, she dried her hands on a paper towel, took off her apron, and went to the front door. "Carol," she called lightly. "Carol, dear." Carol turned around, still leaning on the fence. "What?" she said, uncooperatively. "Oh, hello," Mrs. Tyler said to the lady still standing on the sidewalk next to the little boy. "I heard Carol talking to someone." "The children were making friends," the lady said shyly. Mrs. Tyler came down the steps to stand near Carol at the fence. "Are you our new neighbor?" "If we ever get moved in," the lady said. She laughed. "Moving day," she said expressively. "I know. Our name's Tyler," Mrs. Tyler said. "This is Carol." "Our name is Harris," the lady said. "This is James Jr." "Say hello to James," Mrs. Tyler said. "And you say hello to Carol," Mrs. Harris said. Carol shut her mouth obstinately, and the little boy edged behind his mother. Both ladies laughed. "Children," one of them said, and the other said, "Isn't it the way?" Then Mrs. Tyler said, gesturing at the moving van and the two men moving in and out with chairs and tables and beds and lamps, "Heavens, isn't it terrible?" Mrs. Harris sighed. "I think I'll just go crazy." "Is there anything we can do to help?" Mrs. Tyler asked. She smiled down at James. "Perhaps James would like to spend the afternoon with us." "That would be a relief," Mrs. Harris agreed. She twisted around to look at James behind her. "Would you like to play with Carol this afternoon, honey?" James shook his head mutely, and Mrs. Tyler said to him brightly, "Carol's two older sisters just might take her to the movies, James. You'd like that, wouldn't you?" "I'm afraid not," Mrs. Harris said flatly. "James does not go to movies." "Oh, well, of course," Mrs. Tyler said. "Lots of mothers don't, of course. But when a child has two older—" "It isn't that," Mrs. Harris said. "We do not go to movies, any of us." Mrs. Tyler quickly registered the "any" as meaning there was probably a Mr. Harris somewhere around, and then her mind snapped back, and she said blankly, "Don't go to movies?" "Mr. Harris," Mrs. Harris said carefully, "feels that movies are intellectually retarding. We do not go to movies." "Naturally," Mrs. Tyler said. "Well, I'm sure Carol wouldn't mind staying home this afternoon. She'd love to play with James. Mr. Harris," she added cautiously, "wouldn't object to a sandbox." "I want to go to the movies," Carol said. Mrs. Tyler spoke quickly. "Why don't you and James come over and rest at our house for a while? You've probably been running around all morning." Mrs. Harris hesitated, watching the movers. "Thank you," she said finally. With James following along behind her, she came through the Tylers' gate, and Mrs. Tyler said, "If we sit in the garden out back, we can still keep an eye on your movers." She gave Carol a small push. "Show James the sandbox, dear," she said firmly. Carol took James sullenly by the hand and led him over to the sandbox. "See?" she said, and went back to kick the fence pickets deliberately. Mrs. Tyler sat Mrs. Harris in one of the garden chairs and went over and found a shovel for James to dig with. "It certainly feels good to sit down," Mrs. Harris said. She sighed. "Sometimes I feel that moving is the most terrible thing I have to do." "You were lucky to get that house," Mrs. Tyler said, and Mrs. Harris nodded. "We'll be glad to get nice neighbors," Mrs. Tyler went on. "There's something so nice about congenial people right next door. I'll be running over to borrow cups of sugar," she finished roguishly. I certainly hope you will, Mrs. Harris said. We had such disagreeable people next door to us in our old house. Small things, you know, and they do irritate you so. Mrs. Tyler sighed sympathetically. The radio, for instance, Mrs. Harris continued. All day long, and so loud. Mrs. Tyler caught her breath for a minute. You must be sure and tell us if ours is ever too loud. Mr. Harris cannot bear the radio, Mrs. Harris said. We do not own one, of course. Of course, Mrs. Tyler said. No radio? Mrs. Harris looked at her and laughed uncomfortably. You'll be thinking my husband is crazy. Of course not, Mrs. Tyler said. After all, lots of people don't like radios. My oldest nephew, now he's just the other way. Well, Mrs. Harris said, newspapers, too. Mrs. Tyler recognized finally the faint nervous feeling that was tagging her. It was the way she felt when she was irrevocably connected with something dangerously out of control. Her car, for instance, on an icy street, or the time on Virginia's roller skates. Mrs. Harris was staring absent-mindedly at the movers going in and out, and she was saying, It isn't as though we haven't ever seen a newspaper, not like the movies at all. Mr. Harris just feels that the newspapers are a mass degradation of taste. You really never need to read a newspaper, you know, she said, looking around anxiously at Mrs. Tyler. I never read anything but and we took the New Republic for a number of years, Mrs. Harris said, when we were first married, of course, before James was born. What is your husband's business? Mrs. Tyler asked timidly. Mrs. Harris lifted her head proudly. He's a scholar, she said. He writes monographs. Mrs. Tyler opened her mouth to speak, but Mrs. Harris leaned over and put her hand out and said, It's terribly hard for people to understand the desire for a really peaceful life. What? Mrs. Tyler said. What does your husband do for relaxation? He reads plays, Mrs. Harris said. She looked doubtfully over at James. Pre-Elizabethan, of course. Of course, Mrs. Tyler said, and looked nervously at James, who was shoveling sand into a pail. People are really very unkind, Mrs. Harris said. Those people I was telling you about, next door, it wasn't only the radio, you see. 3 times they deliberately left their New York Times on our doorstep. Once James nearly got it. Good Lord, Mrs. Tyler said. She stood up. Carol, she called emphatically, don't go away. It's nearly time for lunch, dear. Well, Mrs. Harris said, I must go and see if the movers have done anything right. Feeling as though she had been rude, Mrs. Tyler said, Where is Mr. Harris now? At his mother's, Mrs. Harris said. He always stays there when we move. Of course, Mrs. Tyler said, feeling as though she had been saying nothing else all morning. They don't turn the radio on while he's there, Mrs. Harris explained. Of course, Mrs. Tyler said. Mrs. Harris held out her hand, and Mrs. Tyler took it. I do so hope we'll be friends, Mrs. Harris said. As you said, it means such a lot to have really thoughtful neighbors, and we've been so unlucky. Of course, Mrs. Tyler said, and then came back to herself abruptly. Perhaps one evening soon we can get together for a game of bridge. She saw Mrs. Harris's face and said, No. Well, anyway, we must all get together some evening soon. They both laughed. It does sound silly, doesn't it? Mrs. Harris said. Thanks so much for all your kindness this morning. Anything we can do, Mrs. Tyler said. If you want to send James over this afternoon. Perhaps I shall, Mrs. Harris said, if you really don't mind. Of course, Mrs. Tyler said. Carol, dear. With her arm around Carol, she walked out to the front of the house and stood watching Mrs. Harris and James go into their house. They both stopped in the doorway and waved, and Mrs. Tyler and Carol waved back. "Can't I go to the movies?" Carol said. "Please, Mother." "I'll go with you, dear," Mrs. Tyler said. Men with Their Big Shoes. It was young Mrs. Hart's first summer living in the country, and her first year being married and the mistress of a house. She was going to have her first baby soon, and it was the first time she had ever had anyone, or thought of having anyone, who could remotely be described as a maid. Young Mrs. Hart spent almost hours every day, while she was resting as the doctor told her to, in peacefully congratulating herself. When she was sitting in the rocking chair on the front porch, she could look down the quiet street with the trees and gardens and kind people who smiled at her as they passed, or she could turn her head and look through the wide windows in her own house, into the pretty living room with the chintz curtains and matching slip covers and maple furniture. She could raise her eyes a little and look at the ruffled white curtains on the bedroom windows. It was a real house. The milkman left milk there every morning. The brightly painted pots in a row along the porch railing held real plants, which grew and needed regular watering. You could cook on the real stove in the kitchen, and Mrs. Anderson was always complaining about the shoe marks on the clean floors, just like a real maid. "It's the men who make dirt on the floor," Mrs. Anderson would say, regarding the print of a heel. "A woman, you watch them. She always puts her feet down quiet. Men with their big shoes." And she would flick carelessly at the mark with the dustcloth. Although Mrs. Hart was unreasonably afraid of Mrs. Anderson, she had heard and read so much about how all housewives these days were intimidated by their domestic help that she was never surprised at first by her own timid uneasiness. Mrs. Anderson's belligerent authority, moreover, seemed to follow naturally from a knowledge of canning and burnt sugar gravy and setting yeast rolls out to rise. When Mrs. Anderson, all elbows and red face, her hair pulled disagreeably tight, had presented herself first at the back door with an offer to help, Mrs. Hart had accepted blindly, caught between unwashed windows in a litter of unpacking and dust. Mrs. Anderson had started correctly with the kitchen and made Mrs. Hart a hot cup of tea first thing. "You can't afford to get too tired," she said, eyeing Mrs. Hart's waist. "You've got to be careful right along." By the time Mrs. Hart discovered that Mrs. Anderson never got anything quite clean, never completely managed to get anything back where it belonged, it was incredible to think of doing anything about it. Mrs. Anderson's thumbprints were on all the windows, and Mrs. Hart's morning cup of tea was a regular institution. Mrs. Hart put the water on to boil directly after breakfast, and Mrs. Anderson made them each a cup of tea when she came at 9. "You need a hot cup of tea to start your day off right," she said amiably every morning. "It settles your stomach for the day." Mrs. Hart never allowed herself to think further about Mrs. Anderson than to feel comfortably proud of having all the housework done for her. "A regular treasure," she wrote to her girlfriends in New York, "and she fusses over me like I was actually her baby." It was not until Mrs. Anderson had been coming dutifully every morning for over a month that Mrs. Hart recognized, with sickening conviction, that the faint, small uneasiness was justified. It was a warm, sunny morning, the first after a week of rain, and Mrs. Hart put on an especially pretty house dress, washed and ironed by Mrs. Anderson, and made her husband a soft-boiled egg for his breakfast, and went down the front walk with him to wave goodbye till he got to the corner and the bus which took him to his job at the bank in the neighboring town. Coming back up the walk to her house, Mrs. Hart admired the sunlight on the green shutters and spoke affectionately to her next-door neighbor, who was out already sweeping her porch. "Pretty soon I'll have my baby out in the garden in his playpen," Mrs. Hart thought, and left the front door open behind her for the sun to come in and soak into the floor. When she came into the kitchen, Mrs. Anderson was sitting at the table, and the tea was poured. "Good morning," Mrs. Hart said. "Isn't it a beautiful day?" "Morning," Mrs. Anderson said. She waved at the tea. "I knew you was just out front, so I got everything all ready. Can't start the day off without your cup of tea." "I was beginning to think the sun would never come out again," Mrs. Hart said. She sat down and pulled her cup toward her. "It's so lovely to be dry and warm again." "It settles your stomach, tea does," Mrs. Anderson said. "I already put the sugar in. You'll be having trouble with your stomach right along now." "You know," Mrs. Hart said happily, "last summer about this time, I was still working in New York, and I didn't think Bill and I were ever going to get married. And now look at me," she added, and laughed.
"You never know what's going to happen to you," Mrs. Anderson said. "When things look worst, you'll either die or get better. I used to have a neighbor was always saying that."
She sighed and rose, taking her cup with her to the sink.
"Of course, some of us never get much good coming along," she said.
"And then everything happened in about 2 weeks," Mrs. Hart said. "Bill got this job up here, and the girls at the office gave us a waffle iron."
"It's up on the shelf,"
Mrs. Anderson said. She reached out for Mrs. Hart's cup.
"You sit still," she said. "You'll never have another chance to take it easy like this."
"I can't remember to sit still all the time," Mrs. Hart said. "Everything's too exciting."
"It's for your own good," Mrs. Anderson said. "I'm only thinking of you."
"You've been very nice already," Mrs. Hart said dutifully, "coming to help every morning like this, and taking such good care of me."
"I don't want thanks," Mrs. Anderson said. "You just come through all right. That's all I want to see."
"But I really don't know what to do without you," Mrs. Hart said. That ought to be enough for today, she thought suddenly, and laughed aloud at the idea of a portion of gratitude doled out every morning to Mrs. Anderson like a bonus on her hourly wage. "It's true, though," she thought. "I have to say it every day, sooner or later."
"You laughing about something?"
Mrs. Anderson said, half turning, with her hard red wrists braced against the sink.
"I say something funny?"
"I was just thinking," Mrs. Hart said quickly, "thinking about the girls I used to be in the office with. They'd be so jealous if they could see me now."
"Never know when they're well off," Mrs. Anderson said.
Mrs. Hart reached out and touched the yellow curtain at the window beside her, thinking of the one-room apartments in New York and the dark office.
"I wish I could be cheerful these days," Mrs. Anderson went on.
Mrs. Hart dropped her hand quickly from the curtain and turned to smile sympathetically at Mrs. Anderson. "I know," she murmured.
"You never know how bad it can be," Mrs. Anderson said.
She jerked her head toward the back door.
"He was at it again, all night long."
By now, Mrs. Hart knew how to tell whether he meant Mr. Anderson or Mr. Hart. A gesture of Mrs. Anderson's head toward the back door and the path she took home every day meant Mr. Anderson. The same gesture toward the front door, where every night Mrs. Hart met her husband, meant Mr. Hart.
"Not a minute's sleep for me," Mrs. Anderson was saying.
"Isn't that a shame?" Mrs. Hart said. She stood up quickly and started for the back door. "Dish towels on the line," she explained.
"I'll do it later," Mrs. Anderson said. "Cursing and yelling," she went on. "I thought I was going crazy. 'Why don't you go on and get out?' he says to me. Went over and opened the door wide as it would go, and yelled so's all the neighbors could hear him. 'Why don't you get out?' he says."
"Terrible," Mrs. Hart said, her hand on the back door knob.
37 years,
Mrs. Anderson said. She shook her head.
"And he wants me to get out."
She watched Mrs. Hart light a cigarette and said,
You shouldn't smoke. You'll likely be sorry if you go on smoking like that. That's why I never had any children." She went on. "What would I do, him acting like that with children around listening?"
Mrs. Hart walked across to the stove and looked into the teapot. "Believe I'll have another cup," she said. "Will you have another, Mrs. Anderson?"
"Gives me heartburn,"
Mrs. Anderson said. She put the freshly washed cup back on the table.
"I just washed this," she said. "But it's your cup and your house. I guess you can do what you want to."
Mrs. Hart laughed and brought the teapot over to the table. Mrs. Anderson watched her pour the tea and then took the teapot away.
"I'll just wash this," she said, "before you decide to drink any more." She dropped her voice. "Too much liquid spoils the kidneys."
"I always drink a lot of tea and coffee," Mrs. Hart said. Mrs. Anderson looked at the dried dishes standing on the drain of the sink, and then picked up 3 glasses in each great hand.
"You sure had a lot of dirty glasses around this morning."
"I was just too tired last night to clean up," Mrs. Hart said. "Besides," she thought, "cleaning up is what I pay her for." And she added, making her voice light, "So I just left everything for you."
"It's my job to clean up after people," Mrs. Anderson said. "Someone always has to do the dirty work for the rest. You have a lot of company?"
"Some people my husband knows in town," Mrs. Hart said. "About 6 altogether."
"He shouldn't bring his friends home with you like that," Mrs. Anderson said.
Mrs. Hart thought of the pleasant chatter about the New York theater and the local roadhouse where they all might go dancing soon, and the pretty compliments on her house, and showing the baby things to the 2 other young wives, and sighed. She had lost track of what Mrs. Anderson was saying.
"Right in front of his own wife,"
Mrs. Anderson finished, and moved her head significantly toward the front door.
"He do much drinking?"
"No, not much," Mrs. Hart said. Mrs. Anderson nodded.
"I know what you mean," she said. "You watch them taking one drink after another, and you can't think of any way to tell them to stop. And then something makes them mad, and first thing you know, they're telling you to go on and get out."
She nodded again.
"There's nothing any woman can do but make sure when she does have to get out, she sure has some place to go."
Mrs. Hart said, carefully, "Now, Mrs. Anderson, I don't really think that all husbands—"
"You only been married a year," Mrs. Anderson said dismally, "and no one that's older around to tell you."
Mrs. Hart lit a second cigarette from the end of the first. "I'm really not at all worried about my husband's drinking," she said formally.
Mrs. Anderson stopped, holding a pile of clean plates. "Other women?" she asked. "Is that what it is?"
"What on earth makes you say that?" Mrs. Hart demanded. "Bill would no more look—"
"You need someone to be looking after you times like this," Mrs. Anderson said. "Don't think I don't know. You just want to tell someone about it all. I guess all men treat their wives the same, only some of them are drinkers, and some of them throw their money away on gambling, and some of them chase every young girl they see." She laughed her abrupt laugh. "And some not so young, if you ask the wives," she said. "If most women knew how their husbands were going to turn out, there'd be less marrying going on."
"I think a successful marriage is the woman's responsibility," Mrs. Hart said.
"Mrs. Martin, now, down at the grocery? She was telling me, the other day, some of the things her husband used to do before he died," Mrs. Anderson said. "You'd never suspect what some men do."
She looked thoughtfully at the back door.
"Some's worse than others, though. She thinks you're real sweet, Mrs. Martin does."
"That's nice of her," Mrs. Hart said.
"I didn't say nothing about him," Mrs. Anderson said, her head moving toward the front door. "I don't mention any names, not where anybody'd think I know the people."
Mrs. Hart thought of Mrs. Martin, keen-eyed and shrill, watching other people's groceries.
2 loaves of whole wheat today, Mrs. Hart? Company tonight, maybe?"
"I think she's such a nice person," Mrs. Hart said, wanting to add, "You tell her I said so."
"I'm not saying she isn't," Mrs. Anderson said grimly. "You just don't want to let her figure out anything's wrong."
"I'm sure," Mrs. Hart began.
"I told her," Mrs. Anderson said. "I said I was sure Mr. Hart never did any running rounds far as I knew, nor drinking like some. I said I felt like you might be my own daughter sometimes, and no man was going to mistreat you while I was around."
"I wish," Mrs. Hart began again, a quick fear touching her. Her kind neighbors watching her beneath their friendliness, looking out quietly from behind curtains, watching Bill, perhaps. "I don't think people ought to talk about other people," she said desperately. "I mean, I don't think it's fair to say things when you can't know for sure." Mrs. Anderson laughed again, suddenly, and went over to open the mop closet.
"You don't want to let anything scare you," she said. "Not right now. Will I do the living room this morning? I could get the little rugs out to air in the sun. It's just that he," the back door, "got me all upset. You know."
"I'm sorry," Mrs. Hart said. "Isn't that a shame?"
"Mrs. Martin said why didn't I come live with you folks?"
Mrs. Anderson said, searching violently in the mop closet, her voice sounding muffled and dusty.
"Mrs. Martin was saying a young woman like you, just starting out, always needs a friend around."
Mrs. Hart looked down at her fingers twisting the handle of the cup. She had only drunk half her tea. "It's too late now for me to walk into another room," she thought. "I can always say Bill would never allow it." "I met Mrs. Martin in town a few days ago," she said. "She was wearing an awfully good-looking blue coat." She smoothed her house dress with her hand and added, irritably, "I wish I could get into a decent dress again."
"Why don't you get out?" he says to me.
Mrs. Anderson backed out of the mop closet with a dustpan in one hand and a cleaning cloth in the other.
"Drunk and cursing, so's all the neighbors could hear. Why don't you get out? I thought sure you'd hear him even up here."
"I'm sure he couldn't mean it," Mrs. Hart said, trying to make her voice sound final.
"You wouldn't stand for it,"
Mrs. Anderson said. She put the dustpan and cloth down and came over and sat down at the table opposite Mrs. Hart.
"Mrs. Martin was thinking if you wanted me to, I could come right into your spare room, do all the cooking."
"You could," Mrs. Hart said amiably, "except that I'm going to put the baby in there."
"We'd put the baby in your room,"
Mrs. Anderson said. She laughed and gave Mrs. Hart's hand a push.
"Don't worry," she said. "I'd keep out of your way. Well, and if you wanted to put the baby in with me, then I could get up at night to feed it for you. Guess I could take care of a baby all right."
Mrs. Hart smiled cheerfully back at Mrs. Anderson. "I'd love to, of course," she said. "Someday. Right now, of course, Bill would never let me do it."
"Of course not," Mrs. Anderson said. "The men never do they? I told Mrs. Martin down at the grocery, she's the nicest little thing in the world, I said. But her husband wouldn't let the scrub woman come live with them."
"Why, Mrs. Anderson," Mrs. Hart said, looking horrified, "saying things like that about yourself."
"And another woman? One who's older and knows a little more?" Mrs. Anderson said. "She might see a little more, too, maybe."
Mrs. Hart, her fingers tight on the teacup, caught a quick picture of Mrs. Martin, leaning comfortably across the counter.
"I see you've got a new star boarder, Mrs. Hart. Mrs. Anderson'll see that you're taken good care of."
And her neighbors, their frozen faces regarding her as she walked down to meet Bill at the bus. The girls in New York, reading her letters together and envying her. "Such a perfect jewel! She's going to live with us and do all the work." Looking up at Mrs. Anderson's knowing smile across the table, Mrs. Hart realized, with a sudden, unalterable conviction, that she was lost. Got a letter from Jimmy. Sometimes, she thought, stacking the dishes in the kitchen, sometimes I wonder if men are quite sane, any of them. Maybe they're all just crazy, and every other woman knows it but me, and my mother never told me, and my roommate just didn't mention it, and all the other wives think I know.
Got a letter from Jimmy today,
he said when he was unfolding his napkin. So you got it at last, she thought. So he finally broke down and wrote you. Maybe now it will be all right. Everything's settled and friendly again. What did he have to say? She asked casually.
Don't know, he said. Didn't open it.
My God, she thought, seeing it clearly all the way through right then. She waited.
Going to send it back to him tomorrow, unopened.
I could have figured that one out by myself, she thought. I couldn't have kept that letter closed for 5 minutes. I would have figured out something nasty, like tearing it up and sending it back in little pieces, or getting someone to write a sharp answer for me. But I couldn't have kept it around for 5 minutes.
Had lunch with Tom today,
he said, as though the subject were closed. Just exactly as though the subject were closed, she thought. Just exactly as though he never expected to think about it again. Maybe he doesn't, she thought. My God. I think you ought to open Jimmy's letter, she said. Maybe it will all be just as easy as that, she thought. Maybe he'll say, all right, and go open it. Maybe he'll go home and live with his mother for a while.
Why?
He said. Start easy, she thought. You'll kill yourself if you don't. Oh, I guess because I'm curious, and I'll just die if I don't see what's in it, she said.
Open it,
he said. Just watch me make a move for it, she thought. Seriously, she said. It's so silly to hold a grudge against a letter. Against Jimmy, all right, but not to read a letter out of spite is silly. Oh, God, she thought. I said silly. I said silly twice. That finishes it. If he hears me say he's silly, I'm through. I can talk all night.
Why should I read it? He said. I wouldn't be interested in anything he had to say.
I would.
Open it,
he said. Oh, God, she thought. Oh, God, I'll steal it out of his briefcase. I'll scramble it up with his eggs tomorrow. But I won't take a dare like that. He'd break my arm. Okay, she said, so I'm not interested. Make him think you're through. Let him get nicely settled in his chair. Let him get to the lemon pie. Get him off on some other subject.
Had lunch with Tom today,
he said. Stacking the dishes in the kitchen, she thought, maybe he means it. Maybe he could kill himself first. Maybe he really wasn't curious, and even if he were, he'd drive himself into a hysterical state trying to read through the envelope, locked in the bathroom. Or maybe he just got it and said, "Oh, from Jimmy," and threw it in his briefcase and forgot it. I'll murder him if he did, she thought. I'll bury him in the cellar. Later, when he was drinking his coffee, she said, "Going to show it to John?" John will die too, she thought. John will edge around it just like I'm doing.
Show what to John?
He said. Jimmy's letter.
Oh,
he said.
Sure.
A tremendous triumph captured her. So he really wants to show it to John, she thought. So he just wants to see for himself that he's still mad. He wants John to say, "Really? Are you still mad at Jimmy?" And he wants to be able to say yes. Out of her great triumph, she thought, he really has been thinking about it all this time, too. And she said, before she could stop herself, "Thought you were going to send it back unopened." He looked up.
I forgot, he said. Guess I will.
I had to open my mouth, she thought. He forgot. The trouble is, she thought, he really did forget. It slipped his mind completely. He never gave it a second thought. If it was a snake, it would have bit him. Under the cellar steps, she thought, with his head bashed in.
and his goddamn letter under his folded hands. And it's worth it, she thought. Oh, it's worth it.